your great alternative to Lifeline discounts. It's time to experience a new way to save money and enjoy great phone service. Tello phone plans come with quick online sign-up. There's no waiting in line and no paperwork. Transparent pricing with plans starting at just $5 and up to $25. Flexibility to change your plan anytime with no extra charges. Ready to switch to a simpler, more affordable phone plan? Visit Tello.com today to learn more.
Free, easy way to capture your gameplay? Introducing Outplayed. Record anything on your PC. Highlight reels, let's play sessions, mod showcases, game reviews, speed runs, and anything else on your monitor. Capture your game highlights automatically, or with a custom hotkey. Cut, clip, and edit your gameplay to perfection with Outplayed's intuitive editing tools. Share your gameplay footage with a single click. Outplayed is lightweight and easy to use. Outplayed, game recording made easy. Download for free now.
In 2022, we saw turnout on campuses, which was on par with turnout nationwide. So what we consistently find when we talk to young people is they don't need to be convinced to vote. They need to be taught how to vote, because for most of them, it's their very first time voting. So we're not seeing any apathy. We're not seeing disinterest. We're seeing young people who just want to know what to do, when to do it, and what to bring with them when they go vote.
So, Deborah, when you're talking about this, is it more logistics, like where do I go, or is it how do I research the topics that affect me as a younger voter? What have you been hearing when they come to you with questions?
Oh, it's almost always the logistics. Young people are incredibly informed, especially compared to those of us who are older when we were their age. So they know the issues, they know what's going on. What they don't know are very tactical things like, can they bring a student ID with them when they vote? Can they register to vote on election days? So it's overwhelmingly tactical questions that young people have.
So when you're having these conversations, I'm curious, what are the issues that they feel are impacting them the most? So that's the first question. But the second question is this, because as we know, information is disseminated in such a different way than some of the older generations. So my second question to you is, how are younger voters getting that information? How are they doing their research? So yeah, the first question is, what are the issues? And two, how are they doing that research on those issues?
So for young people, the issues that they care about reflect what the population at large cares about. Overwhelmingly, it's climate change, the economy, and reproductive rights. They get their information online, but they consume almost no broadcast television. So that is something that is very different for young people. And they also get a lot of their information from the campus newspapers. So we may not think this, but that's where they get their information. Fellow students, college media, and a lot of TikTok.
So, you know, we take a look back in the generations, right? Like the 60s, very politically active. Do you find that the younger voters now are more politically engaged or less? I mean, you told me that they're going to vote, but when it comes to the actual issues and everyday advocacy and really standing for what they believe in, what have you been hearing on that?
They're the most engaged generation we've seen in decades. I think they're going to give the boomers a real run for their money in terms of overall political engagement.
Deborah, is there anything, in your months, being part of this mission, is there anything really that surprised you?
The most surprising thing is the partisan breakdown in college students. The most recent poll shows that Kamala Harris has a 50-point lead with college students right now. That is a massive lead and potentially speaks to a problem that Republicans may face in the years ahead as they try to engage younger generations.
How much of a difference do you think that the younger vote will make in terms of the presidential election?
There is no doubt in my mind that college students and Gen Z voters have the ability to swing the election if they turn out in 2024 the way they did in 2020. They will absolutely be responsible for a margin of victory in the 7 most competitive states.
And before I let you go, I also wanted to ask you this. When it comes to those down ballot or those ballot initiatives, is that something that younger voters are also researching, or are they really just researching like the headline elections and the races?
That is a great question, and one that I am not certain that I can answer as well as I would like. But again, we just see no difference in young voters than we do with older voters. So they are not less likely to vote down ballot than people who are older. I think it really comes down to the individual voter, but I do expect that we will see higher level of engagement with young voters who are on college campuses than young voters who are not.
And as you mentioned, Deborah, it's going to be really interesting to see the breakdown of those exit polls and kind of how those demographics play out. I really appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. And I did want to share our viewers this live look right here. This just came into our Live Now from Fox Studios. That is what you do, and that is what we do. This is Vice President Harris. She does seem to be at some sort of campaign headquarters right here. And I'm taking a look to see if we have any more information about this. This is the Harris headquarters right here. I'm going to raise the audio to see what we can hear.
One more here for you. Everybody take
Votes out here. Gotta talk to voters.
All right, everybody, come.
Caroline? Carolyn? Awesome. Hi, Carolyn. It's come. Hi, how are you? I'm looking at you and you're looking at me? Oh, because there's a live camera somewhere here. Which cameras, this is, okay, I'm waving at you. This is waving at you.
Is this Teresa? Yes, is this Teresa?
Okay. Hi. Well, can you see I'm here with all these great volunteers? Hello. We're calling people to remind you
Coming this way.
take care of yourself, okay? Thank you for all the love. Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Okay, ma'am. How are you? It's good seeing you.
I decided to pop in.
I know. You know this is your house.
All right, so if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you're taking a live look at the Vice President Harris's campaign headquarters. This is raw, this is unfiltered. You saw those color bars pop up. So we did get just maybe about 4 minutes of that live view inside. We saw Vice President Harris chatting on the cell phone and actually speaking to whoever was on the other end and waving at the camera saying, "Can you see me?" So we did have that opportunity right there. But that is what happens. We get these live feeds in real time. We bring them to you, and sometimes, as it happens, they abruptly go out. What we're going to do now is we're going to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing our election coverage, because one of the major issues on the ballot is abortion. And I wanted to share this look with you. These are the states where abortion is on the ballot. Could this be a make it or break it issue? That is the question that we're going to be speaking with Madeline Somerville. She is an attorney and political analyst. That coming up after this 2-minute break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and we continue our election day coverage. We're focusing, of course, on the presidential election and all of the other races, but there are also a number of very important ballot initiatives that a lot of voters are going to make their opinion known on, and one of them being abortion. Abortion is on 10 state ballots right there: Montana, South Dakota, Nebraska, Colorado, Arizona, Nevada, Missouri, New York, Maryland, and Florida. And this is, of course, Election Day. This is the first presidential contest since Roe v. Wade was overturned by the Supreme Court back in June of 2022. That talking about access to abortion. And so these states that you're seeing right there, they have amendments and ballot measures focusing on abortion. Abortion being one of several really important issues. Vice President Harris making it one of the key issues of her campaign platform. To speak more on this, I do want to bring in Madeline Somerville, who is an attorney and political analyst. And Madeline, thank you for taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm happy to be here.
So we were sharing with our viewers, and you saw right here on Live Now from Vox, the map that showed all of the states where abortion is on the ballot. And some of these states include swing states. And I wanted to ask you this, when it comes to the issue of abortion, how much do you feel that it is going to be an issue, and how much of an influence do you feel that it could have on the presidential election?
Thank you for that question. I think it's a very important one because we know from the race in 2022 that there was an increase in voter turnout overall of 10%. And pollsters have attributed that to the fact that there were so many folks from Gen Z and white suburban women who came in to vote on ballot measures relating to choice. In this particular election, I think when it comes to the swing states that have those measures on their ballot, Arizona and Nevada, I think it could work in a way that people haven't necessarily talked about yet. It's kind of like voting down ballot. So if there's, let's say, a suburban white woman who wants to vote for Trump but is hesitant because she hasn't been able to quell her fears about whether Trump would protect reproductive rights, she can vote to enshrine that right in the Constitution in her state and vote for Trump with a little less hesitancy. And so I think it's actually going to affect the presidential election dramatically in a way that maybe people haven't seen before.
And you mentioned that because these are two separate issues, of course, you can vote for one candidate and vote maybe perhaps a different way on the issue of abortion. There's been a lot of discussion about women having secret ballots, right? So they're voting secretly because of this issue. Could that be a factor? And is that something that you have been hearing from women?
I do think it could be a factor. And I think that time has told us that sometimes women who are polite and don't want to bring up anything that's a little bit more contentious in public might vote differently than they said they would at the kitchen table. And it is normal for that to happen. It happens in every election. But I think actually it's going to be balanced out by the fact that many Gen Zers are struggling to be honest about who they're voting for because it feels so contentious, especially here in Georgia. So I think the voters who want to keep their votes private might actually balance each other out.
It's really interesting, and you have a very unique perspective in that you're not only a political analyst, you're also an attorney. So in the legal sphere, when it comes to the decisions, when it comes to how the voters decide legally, what could that look like down the line?
Do you mean in terms of certification of the election?
Certification, but really more so in terms of, taking this as a legal battle. I mean, we saw the issue, of course, go all the way up in 2022 with Roe v. Wade. Could there be legal battles down the line, depending on either, how the voters decide in these states?
Most certainly. So in my experience in working with the legislature in the past, I've seen that there are folks who feel so far removed from the measures that are being discussed and decided on. For example, here at the Gold Dome in Georgia, the people don't feel like they have any say. They don't feel like they have any control. And so it makes them feel very good to be able to make their voices heard when there are referendums like this. When it comes to legal challenges, what's funny and kind of sad is that there isn't a whole lot of vetting of legislation before it gets proposed. And so a lot of times there are legal challenges because people will put something that's clearly unconstitutional in a measure sometimes. And so you can almost guarantee that there's going to be legal challenges down the line.
So just because the voters vote one way does not mean necessarily that what is being voted on is set in stone.
Yes, absolutely. And I think if people are worried about what might happen in the future if they vote one way or another, which is actually a bit promising because I do want people to feel like their vote counts and their vote matters. It's not necessarily going to predict the way that a legislature is going to go. Ultimately, in your hometown, your voice deserves to be heard. And if you can make your voice heard with your local legislature, you can make a way bigger difference than you think.
So, Madeline, we are in election day. Of course, millions of people are casting their votes. Anything that you specifically are keeping a close eye on?
Absolutely. Pennsylvania. So if either candidate is able to sweep both Pennsylvania and North Carolina, it's likely they will win the election. So as soon as we know the results of Pennsylvania and North Carolina, which we're likely to know Wednesday morning as opposed to some other states, we will likely know who the president will be.
So you were mentioning that you are in Georgia, Georgia, of course, being one of the swing states. I have to ask, what is the mood like in Georgia? You know, out and about, of course, so many people are waiting in line to cast their ballots. Millions more have already done so. But what is the mood like today?
So today in Georgia, it is very contentious. The Fulton County polling places have received multiple non-credible bomb threats over the last few hours. There's a reason that Georgia is a swing state, and it's because we have so many folks with polar opposite opinions. And so we're hoping that as the day goes on, it'll get a little less contentious and we'll all be happy to get a final answer.
So, not to put you on the spot, but I'm just curious, did you vote early or did you vote today already?
I voted early, actually.
Okay.
And I got 2 little peach stickers.
Okay. And we were seeing record numbers in Georgia. I mean, historic numbers when it comes to early voting. What's the reason behind that, do you think? People just already making up their minds?
I think this segment, specifically on reproductive rights, is so important, specifically because I think that's what's causing the higher voter turnout. I think that there are folks in Gen Z, specifically women 29 and under, and suburban white women who are motivated to either vote if they wouldn't have otherwise, or to be pushed one side or the other. So I really do think that this reproductive rights issue is the one that has the power to swing the election.
And we will see. It is going to be very interesting to see those results as they come down. Madeline, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. And of course, we're talking about those election results, abortion being one of those key ballot initiatives on the ballot in 10 different states. So the first polls closed. We're talking about eastern states. 3 hours, 5 minutes, and 20 seconds. And of course, polls across the United States, they close at different times. States have different methods and rules when it comes to when they're able to count those ballots, including absentee ballots. So we will bring you all of that in real time as they come in. We're going to be with you throughout the night. Our primetime coverage starts at 6 p.m. Eastern on Live Now from Fox. So as these results come in, presidential election, of course, but also those important ballot initiatives like abortion, the gubernatorial races, the congressional races. We are going to bring all of those results in real time. Prime time starts at 6 p.m. Eastern time with our host, Andrew Kraft. But it's going to go throughout the night. And so many folks, and we've been hearing from those election officials, this will likely last through tomorrow. We will likely not know the full results until tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon. So we're going to be with you every step of the way. We have continuous coverage around the clock right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, we're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We just got a new live look into our Live Now from Fox studios, and I wanted to share this with you. This is a live look, and this is a split screen as they are setting up. It does look like they have two different camera angles, but what you're taking a look at is the Trump election headquarters. So we do know that former President Trump is going to be watching the election results come in at his Mar-a-Lago club in Palm Beach, Florida. He may or may not make his way here to the headquarters in Palm Beach County. This is at the convention center in West Palm Beach, Florida. But you can see, at least from this vantage point, that they are expecting a large crowd right here. They actually, oh, there you go. You could actually see it wipe in real time away to this full shot of the floor right there, and of course the slate. So it does look like they're actually running through a couple of these different camera angles. This is live, raw, and unfiltered, and we bring it to you as it happens. It does look like they have various camera angles inside the convention center right here, and in fact you can see the camera kind of panning in on the stage right there with the very large screen. That is probably where they're going to be watching those live results come in real time. And you can see the stage right there. At this point, we do not know if former President Trump is going to make his way here to the convention center. This is the Trump election night headquarters at the Palm Beach County Convention Center in West Palm Beach. We know, at least right now, he does plan on watching those election results, not here at the convention center, but at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida. So we did want to share that with you as this just came into our Live Now from Fox studios. And also, we were sharing with you just a little bit earlier, Vice President Harris visiting the Harris headquarters. We saw her talking on the phone right there. We do know that she will be watching election results at Howard University, her alma mater. That is in Washington, D.C. So as we do await another live event, we are expecting Maryland officials to be providing an update momentarily. Still waiting for that live look to come in to our studios right here. But as we continue to wait on that live event, just a short time ago, North Carolina election officials gave their update, North Carolina being one of those key swing states. So we did want to share you the very latest out of North Carolina right now. Let's listen in.
Good morning, North Carolina, and happy Election Day. I'm Karen Brinson Bell, Executive Director of the State Board of Elections. I'm here with Paul Cox, General Counsel to the State Board, who will help answer your questions in a moment. Today is the last day for eligible registered North Carolinians to cast their ballot in this important election. Polls across the state are open until 7:30 p.m. and if you are in line at 7:30 p.m., you will be able to vote. Voters should go to their assigned polling place. To find your polling place, use the voter search tool on the State Board website, ncsbe.gov, and don't forget to bring your photo ID. Yesterday, we sent out a press release titled 10 Tips for Election Day Voters in North Carolina. Please share these tips with your audiences so we can have a smooth election day as well. If you haven't voted yet, please take time today to make your voice heard. As a reminder, all voters will be asked to show photo identification when they check in to vote. Most voters will simply show their driver's license, but many types of photo ID will be accepted. Go to bringitnc.gov for more information about the photo ID requirement and a full list of acceptable IDs. We also want to remind voters that if you forget your ID, poll workers must offer you a provisional ballot and the opportunity to either fill out an ID exception form explaining why you are unable to show photo ID, or return to your County Board of Elections office to show your photo ID before 5 p.m. on November 14th. No voter should be turned away from the polls for not having an ID with them. At this time, we are unaware of any disruptions or delays at polling places that may necessitate extending voting hours beyond 7:30 p.m. That's simply remarkable, considering more than 2,600 polling places opened statewide this morning. We will continue to monitor polling places statewide, and if necessary, we will call a state board meeting to consider any voting extensions. At this time, we have not heard reports of any major incidents at any polling places. We also have not heard reports of long lines today. It is a good day to go vote. We have been addressing reports that the State Board's voter search tool on ncsbe.gov has been running a bit slow today. This is not unusual for election days when tens of thousands of people are accessing the search tool at the same time. We ask voters to be patient and wait for your information to load. Finally, we want to remind the public that they can watch results come in tonight after polls close on the State Board's elections result dashboard found at ncsbe.gov. We remind members of the media to read the press release, 9 Facts About the Vote Counting and Reporting Process in North Carolina. There are a few important things to remember about election night results. They are always unofficial in the days after the election. Bipartisan election officials in all 100 counties will ensure every eligible ballot is counted. They will audit and ultimately certify the results. This is called the canvass process, and it occurs after every election. For local contests, the county boards will certify results on November 15th. For all other contests, the State Board will certify final results on November 26th. The State Board anticipates that the unofficial results reported by the end of election night will include about 98% of all ballots cast in the election. Over the 10-day canvass period, provisional ballots and some absentee ballots will be counted and uploaded to the results dashboard. These ballots are required to be counted after Election Day by law, and North Carolina's election officials will follow that law. Election officials do not call elections. Projections are made by media and/or the candidates using unofficial results, typically based on exit polls or the vote difference and the number of votes yet to be counted in a contest. Election officials will go through the post-election canvass processes as required by law, no matter how close the contest. Stay tuned to the State Board for additional press releases, and we will send out a notice for any additional press conferences in the coming days. With that, we will take your questions. We'll start in the room first, and then we'll go to the phone or online, and remind those folks who are using the phone or online system to press 1 when they do ask their questions. So is there anyone in the room? You'll go to one of the mics, if you would, please.
Hi, thank you for doing this and the other press conferences leading up to today. Brittany Gibson from Politico. I just wanted to follow up on something you had mentioned at last week's press conference about when you expect to have your unofficial tabulations tonight. You mentioned, I believe, in 2020 it was about a little after 12:30 a.m. Where do you project tonight being? And with the caveat of course, you're not going to rush to beat last time's
So our official final upload in 2020 was 12:28 a.m. on that Wednesday morning. And so I have challenged everyone to let's meet that or do better than that. Now, we have to be, face reality of it. That's our goal. But, there are a lot of votes to deal with once the polls close. With this election, new to our laws, we cannot tabulate and upload the early voting results at the close of polls like we've been able to do in the past. So those will not be released until after the polls close. The tabulators will be closed down and the results will be uploaded with the election night results as they come in. So at 7:30 p.m. we will release the absentee by mail results. And then we will just begin to gather the results from the election day polling sites. And, being mindful that we do not modem results in North Carolina. So if you just factor in that if the polls are able to close at 7:30 p.m. because no one is in line, it's going to still take a solid hour or so before the results would be driven to the county board site. And we've got over 2,600 polling places that have to do that tonight. So the bulk of our results we anticipate would be probably between 9:30 to 11 p.m. And we'll address anything that's running slower than that. We'll also caution everyone that that's a large volume of data hitting our results dashboard at the same time. So just like we're experiencing some lag because of the interest in our voter search tool, we may be experiencing some lag in the results just because of the sheer volume of data that's going in and the interest that we're seeing in our results.
Thank you.
I'm
Yes,
Dina
ma'am.
with CBS 17. Thank you, guys. I have two questions. One, you said that thankfully no major issues reported yet this morning. If you guys have seen any issues at all, whether it be this morning or over early voting, what have those been? And second question being, we've been hearing that the damage from Helene in Western North Carolina thankfully isn't impacting the election so much. Is that the same that are you guys still seeing that this morning, that things are running smoothly there?
So again, no incidents to speak of. There were just, I think, 3, maybe 4 polling places that had some delay in getting going, but they turned no voter away. They went to their manual process or were able to move things along quickly. So, we feel like, knock on wood, that we are in very good shape. Obviously, there could be some sort of disruption. We've had accidents to happen near a polling place that's delayed traffic or, power outages or something like that might create a problem throughout the day. But with the good weather and the good planning and so forth, we're hopeful that we won't see any further disruptions that could cause any delay.
We're taking a listen there to North Carolina officials giving an update just a short time ago and talking about Hurricane Helene. Of course, they were absolutely devastated by hurricanes, saying that there has been some delays, especially given the amount of damage. They say that they expect results to start coming in later on. And that's what we've been hearing from election officials, is that they are going to be receiving and tabulating those ballots tonight once those polls close, but likely won't get the full results until early or later tomorrow. And so we are going to be with you every step of the way. We are going to be around the clock covering those live results as they come in. We do have a number of live looks, especially in swing states. There are 7 key swing states that are so important in this election, and I did want to share that with you right now. If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, 7 states that could make or break the presidential election. Pennsylvania has the highest number of electoral votes with 19, and analysts are keeping a very close eye on it. Not only analysts, but former President Trump and Vice President Harris yesterday, both campaigning in Pennsylvania, speaking directly to voters, urging them to vote, saying that Pennsylvania will be the deciding state. That is according to former President Trump and Vice President Harris, really urging voters in Pennsylvania to get out to vote. Georgia has 16 electoral votes. North Carolina, we were just hearing from officials right there, also with 16 electoral votes. Michigan has 15 electoral votes. Arizona, 11, Wisconsin, 10, and Nevada with 6. So these are the major states that everyone is keeping a very close eye on that could make or break this election season. And not only are we keeping an eye on the presidential election, but there are important ballot initiatives. And earlier we were speaking with a political analyst and attorney. We're talking, of course, about abortion on the state ballot. You can see 10 different states. This could also be a contributing factor in terms of the results. How people feel on this issue could not only impact those ballot initiatives, but also the presidential election as well. Something else that we're keeping a very close eye on, marijuana. Marijuana being on the state ballot in these 4 different states, legalizing in some capacity or another. Florida, for instance, that initiative would legalize recreational marijuana right there. So we're going to break down all of these results on the races, on the presidential election, on these ballot initiatives. Our primetime coverage begins at 6 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to have our host Andrew Kraft at the helm, along with the entire Live Now from Fox team, ready to give you those results as they come in real time. And we're also going to be having a panel of experts to talk about the significance of those results, to talk about the impact of those results. And so we will be with you around the clock right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We're going to be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 4:16 Eastern, 1:16 Pacific. I wanted to share this look with you as we are anticipating those very first polls to close on the East Coast in 2 hours, 43 minutes and 31 seconds. We were sharing a live look inside former President Trump's headquarters and where they are going to be tabulating and watching the results as they come in real time. That is at the Palm Beach Convention Center. They have turned that live look off. I did want to share that with you, but they just shared that with us for a brief moment. So we did want to take advantage of that live look. Vice President Harris, she is going to be watching those results come in at Howard University, her alma mater in Washington, D.C. Now, earlier, former President Trump cast his ballot along with his wife, Melania Trump, and sharing some thoughts. And I did want to play that out for you right now. Let's listen in.
just came over to, it's too early to congratulate, but we are hearing it's record kind of numbers. Caroline, do you want to just tell them what you told me a little while ago?
Sure, yeah. Enthusiasm is very high. We're seeing our voters are turning out, especially in rural areas across the country, and we see Democrat areas are not turning out as great as our people. So your people are ready, and they're turning out for you, sir.
And we had a big lead to start off with. Now, here it's really amazing. I get a call from the people in Texas, Dan Patrick and others. They say that they've never actually seen anything like it. So it should be good. It should be good. I want to just thank everybody, regardless. We just wanted to come over and pay our respects. Our #1 best-selling author. Can you believe it? So we have a big day. We'll be watching, and it'll be very interesting. I hope they come up with a result tonight. They say areas that were winning big, they might not be able to come up with it for 2 days. It's just a crazy thing. And I'm really saying this more for the press than for you. They should do paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and be done. 1 day, same day. And by 10 o'clock, everybody would be... And you know, you're talking about for 8% of the cost. It would cost 8%. Think of that. For 8%, you get a better product. But we'll have to look at it.
This is the heartbeat of your organization, sir.
This is a great, well, you're the heartbeat too, aren't you? What about Alex? How's Alex? Are you surprised?
You're doing great, sir. You built the greatest political movement in history, and everybody here has been working super hard for you, and you're our inspiration, and we're going to bring this up today.
It's very nice. Thank you. It's very nice. And I hear the social media has been just unbelievable.
You make it easy for us. You give us a lot of
Joe
content.
Rogan has been just he's a great guy, and that was a big thing. And he did that. He just doesn't do that. And that he did that, I think it meant a lot. So all over the country, I hear it's all red, and we don't need that. You know, we went in with a very big lead, so we just had to sort of keep it. But I hear it's beyond that, and it's a movement. There's never been a movement like this, and we're going to turn our country around. We're going to not let people that murder people come into our country. We're not going to let drug dealers come into our country and terrorists come into our country. Little things like that, people are not going to stand them, and that's why we're doing well. But you know what? We still have a time to go, so let's make sure that we have this under control. And some of you I'm going to see tonight, I would imagine. I hope all of you. So I'll be seeing you tonight, and it'll be great. The First Lady's coming with us, and she's really impressed by the job you've done. Would you like to say something?
A great job. Thank you so much for all your support. And it was hard work. I know it's hours to hours, and I know how hard my husband is working non-stop. So, but thank you for all your support. Great job.
Thank you. You actually reminds the day before too. We did a lot of rallies, and they're big ones. We did full rallies as opposed to, so we got in about 5 o'clock in the morning. We left Michigan. I think Michigan's going to be great, especially since we killed the biggest factory that ever auto factory that I think anywhere at any time, which would have destroyed them. And we did that without being president. So that was a big thing, but I think Michigan's going to be good. They're all looking really good. Susie, I can't think of anything. I'm hearing any weaknesses, right? What do you think of Susie? Would you say good? Well, we just wanted to come over and pay our respects. This is really great, and we're going to see you tonight, and hopefully they'll be able to get these expensive computers going. The reason you use computers is to make time so that it's like fast. You don't use them so that you have to come up with an answer 3 days later. And that's a little scary when they say, what are they doing? You use a computer because it calculates quickly. And you use paper because you save cost. But the paper turns out to be much quicker than the computer. There's something wrong with that, so we don't like that. But there are a lot of things that are happening in our country that have to be changed, and we'll do it, and we'll do what's right for the country. And I think that's why we're doing well. But let's see if we can close it out. But it would be, I just asked about it, wouldn't it be nice if after spending billions of dollars that they could have a computer give an answer by like 10 o'clock in the evening. Doesn't make sense, does it? Doesn't really make sense. It's crazy. Thank you very much. We'll see you later. Have a good day. And you're going to be watching, and they're going to be watching. Make sure there's no cheating, right? There's going to be no cheating. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I like that.
So that was former President Trump and his wife Melania Trump talking about voting in Florida after they voted. I also wanted to share this live look with you. Take a look at this. This is a live look from Palm Beach, Florida. This is where the Trump election headquarters is being held. This is at the Palm Beach Convention Center. They just popped this live look right here for us. And you can see the stage is set. The American flags are raised. They're expecting a very large crowd right there, but the person who will not be most likely in the crowd, former President Trump himself. He will not be at the convention center watching the election results come in. Instead, he will be at the Mar-a-Lago Club with his family right there. It's unclear as to whether he will make his way down to the convention center, perhaps depending on what those election results reveal and when. He's saying right there, as we shared with you, saying that he hopes that a decision is made sometime tonight. And we have been playing these things out for you. We also shared with you a live look inside the Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C., we believe, as she was on the phone with someone. Vice President Harris has been keeping a very low profile today, not making any speeches, not making any sort of a comment. And so we can't share that with you because we don't have any comment from her. It's also unclear as to whether she will be speaking later on today. We do know that she will be watching those election results come in at her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C. We are awaiting a number of live events. We're anticipating Maryland election officials to be giving an update. That was set to happen just about 30 minutes ago. They're running behind. We're keeping a very close eye on all of our live streams in our Live Now from Fox Studios. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. After that, we're going to be speaking with Richard Gordon, a political analyst, analyzing all the big headlines and takeaways on this election day. That conversation coming up after this break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 4:27 Eastern, 1:27 Pacific. We continue our Election Day coverage. And I do want to bring in Richard Gordon, who is a political analyst, to talk more about Election Day and really everything that has led up to it. Richard, we appreciate you hopping on.
Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
First off, I have to make a comment. I do enjoy and appreciate your I voted sticker.
Yep. Well, I did go to vote this morning, and I live in a pretty small town. And in my many years of living here, I have walked in, voted, and walked out. But today, when I got there, there was a line out the door. And when you got inside, it wound around a little bit, and there were people all over the place. Everyone was in a very good mood, but it was pretty crowded. I mean, as crowded as I've ever seen it in where I live. And Stephanie, I don't know if this means anything, or we should look into this as something important and some type of omen or whatnot. But I was number 1776.
Well, there you go. A very significant number in America's history.
I think it's a comment about American democracy and that we were all voting and we were all together and everyone was in a good mood and it seemed like the right thing. So,
well, I mean,
yeah.
And that's really important, Richard, because I wanted to ask you this. You know, this election season has been incredibly contentious. And, you know, in some areas, the mood is tense. But you mentioned that everyone was in a good mood on this election day, which is really interesting to note. You know, and you were also talking about on election day, the line being extremely long. I myself voted early, and the polling staff said they have never seen a line that long before. When it comes to early voting, when it comes to election day voting, and really the record number, at least we know as of yet, the early voters, what does that signify for this election?
Well, I'll tell you, there is tremendous interest. There is tremendous excitement. And, you know, I have rarely seen something like this where both sides, I mean, look, both sides could say what they want about this and how they want to read into it. But I think both sides have turned out a lot of people. I mean, we have states that have turned out 50% of their voters already before we got to today. So it's a very different system now than we've had any time in our past. But it's sort of interesting, you know, in 2016, especially in 2020, you know, Donald Trump was railing against early voting and telling his people not to do it. Well, I think he realized that early voting is a great thing. And I don't think it's a political thing. I don't think it's a partisan thing anymore. I think both Democrats and Republicans understand that having one day to go vote, a Tuesday, doesn't always work for them. You know, they have work commitments, they have family commitments, they got to get the kids to school, you know, whatever they need to be doing, it just doesn't work for them. Maybe they're a newscaster who has to be at the studio, you know, at the station. So there are many reasons that early voting makes sense. But what's interesting about what's going on is the huge numbers of people who have voted early. It's historic. We've never seen this before. I think it's a harbinger of the great thing, by the way. I mean, you know, we could talk about American democracy, but it is a wonderful thing that people have the opportunity to vote. And let's just make it as easy as we can for people to vote. We need a voting system that's fair and open and transparent, and we understand who votes and who doesn't and who should and who shouldn't. But anyone who wants to vote should get the chance to vote, and making it a little easier on people, expanding the window to vote, I think is critical to keeping our democracy alive.
And also making voting accessible. I think perhaps we have been hearing from people who said that they weren't going to vote this election season, disinterested, and now there seems to be more engagement, really finding some of the issues that have been discussed: the economy, immigration, women's reproductive rights, some of these issues, many of them really talking about, and we've talked about this before, the kitchen table issues, the ones that affect people daily, not just, you know, the high level issues that people feel don't pertain to them. For this election season, have you seen that more than ever when it comes to issues and initiatives that really speak to the core of people's values and of people's priorities?
Well, it's sort of interesting because we have two things going on at the same time. In 1992, it was all about the economy, stupid, with Bill Clinton when he was running against George Bush. So we've seen the dinner table type of things go on for a long time. Ronald Reagan with, "Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago?" People are very concerned about prices. You can't go anywhere. I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. I don't care who you are. People talk about prices. Now, some people blame President Biden for it. Some people blame the pandemic. People blame different people for it. But fundamentally, people are concerned with everyday type of issues, the type of things that affect their families, their ability to get on with their lives. This is a really big issue. It's not going to be solved today, with this election, but the price of eggs, the price of cookies, the price of gas, which has gone down, fortunately, a lot, but people not being able to buy a house, people who are making really good livings who just can't buy a house, is really troubling. And the whole concept, the whole American dream concept that people can live a certain life and achieve in the United States is at risk. That's not a political comment. It doesn't matter what party you're at. People feel it and they hear it and they talk about it. And these are the type of issues I find that you, in a way, could get beyond politics because people can talk about it and they can share this. Look, I'm just as concerned about the price of food as someone who's not going to vote the way I did. So we could share that.
Right. No, absolutely. I did want to bring this up, Richard, to share with our viewers a map that we've made of the 7 swing states. These are the make it or break it states, and many people are focusing on certain ones. For you, as we wait for these election results to come in, what states are you keeping a very close eye on? What are the difference makers, so to speak?
Well, look, if President Trump sweeps the southern western states, the Sun Belt, he only gets to 268, right? He needs to break through. If he only wins the bottom 4 states on the map, he loses by 2 votes. So he needs a northern state. So by definition, if Harris holds Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, she's the president of the United States. So, what am I looking at? I think she's going to carry Michigan. I think she's made a little distance there, and I think her campaign feels comfortable on Michigan. Wisconsin, I think, is a great concern to her because you can see how often she and the Walzes have been there. I mean, Governor Walz has been there many times. Mrs. Walz has been there many times. Former President Trump was there recently. There's a lot of attention being put on Wisconsin. But it's all about Pennsylvania. It is almost impossible to make a map that for Harris, that doesn't include Pennsylvania. For Trump, sweep the bottom 4, win one of the 3, he wins. For her, if you take Pennsylvania and it's 19 votes away, she needs 2 states. And of the 4 states, boy, it's tough. Could she get Georgia and maybe? Can she get North Carolina plus 1 more? Maybe. I think most people think Arizona is out of reach for the Democrats. So now we're down to 3 states and she needs 2 of them. I think it's really tough. So for me, curious about Wisconsin, but focused, tremendously focused on Pennsylvania. I think Pennsylvania will decide the presidency.
And that is exactly what former President Trump and Vice President Harris told Pennsylvanians yesterday. They held their, final arguments, if it were last night in Pennsylvania. And they told voters, you got to get out and vote because Pennsylvania will be the difference maker. So it appears as though both of their campaigns agree with that thought. Richard, I also wanted to ask you about polls. People love to talk about polls, right? People love those concrete numbers, but how concrete are they? How accurate are they? We are on Election Day, just hours away from the polls closing. How much weight should people take in those final polls?
0. People should go vote as if the polls don't exist. You know, polling in America is sort of an interesting thing. Years ago, they only polled people who had refrigerators, you know, because they knew what was going on. Then they polled people who only had telephones. So, you know, polling has evolved over the years. And we've seen another massive change, and with a cell phone, with other ways of needing to communicate. The problem with polling today is so many people have come into the process. How do you measure them? How do you measure all these young people who registered to vote for this election? How do you measure Hispanics who have come in and other people? So the polling, I think, can be way off. If we look at polling historically over the last couple of elections, I mean, it's kind of a fascinating thing. They were wrong on, you know, everyone talks about 2016, obviously, where they were dead wrong. Everyone thought Hillary Clinton was going to win. Obviously, she lost. She won the popular vote. And that's the other problem, by the way. I should just stop myself. Kamala Harris is going to win the popular vote. There is very, 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 very little doubt about that. I think most people expect her to. That's not what we're talking about. So when you poll, first of all, these national polls that have her up 1 point are meaningless because she's going to run up massive numbers in New York, New Jersey, Illinois, California. So what? If she wins by 1, she wins. So I think that skews the numbers. So that's an issue. And then when we look at historically, you know, they were wrong in 2020. They thought Biden was going to win easily. He won by, I think, 3%. So there was a bias in that year towards the Democrats that was wrong. And if you look, let's say, at the 2022 midterm elections, there was a bias towards the Republicans. The Democrats did much better. Polling is in trouble, and we have to come up with a system that works a lot more. But this is election day, and on election day, throw out the polls, go vote, you know, do what you think is right. This thing will work its way out tonight or over the next couple of days, but I don't think we could put much credence in them right now.
Well, the only poll that really matters, Richard, are the election results. I mean, that is the final poll of the American people, and we will definitely be keeping a close eye. We do need to step away for a 2-minute break, but Richard, I'd love to continue this conversation if you wanted to hang on for our viewers.
Of course.
Okay, wonderful. Well, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We're going to bring back Richard in as we continue on our Election Day coverage. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 4:42 Eastern, 1:42 Pacific. We have at our fingertips so many live cameras right now, and I did want to just go through a few of them with you. This is a live look at the Palm Beach Convention Center. This is Trump's election headquarters right here, and you can see the red and blue lights right here, along with the large screen where those election results are expected to be projected, along with the American flag. It's a little hard to see because, of course, it is dark, but there is a crowd already inside the convention center as we are still a number of hours away before the polls close, at least on the East Coast. Now, former President Trump, he will not be at the convention center watching those election results in real time. We understand that he will be at his Mar-a-Lago club watching those results come in. We were sharing with you a little bit earlier on some of the comments that he made to some of the staff, and he was saying that he hopes that those results come in by tonight, although we have been sharing with you some live briefings from election officials saying that that may not happen, that may spill over into tomorrow. Meanwhile, I did want to share a number of other live looks with you. This is a live look from Phoenix, Arizona, Arizona being one of the swing states. This is outside right here, and asking people to vote, and millions of Americans have already done so. This, meanwhile, is a live look from El Segundo, California. California, not a swing state, but a lot of electoral votes happening there right now. So I did just want to share just a number of live looks with you as we do have access to these cameras. However, we are going to continue our conversation here with Richard Gordon, who is a political analyst. Richard, thank you for hanging on with us. And I did want to ask you this because I have, a binder full of information, and I wanted you to kind of break down for our viewers. We are awaiting those election day results, but those are rolling results because states have different rules and regulations when it comes to when they are allowed to begin closing. 14 states in Washington, D.C., they don't allow ballots to be counted until the polls are closed. Meanwhile, there are states that allow counting to begin on election day. And then there are states that allow processing to begin before election day. So can you kind of talk about the timeline as to when we are going to really start seeing those results come in?
Well, I think you're going to see a massive dump at around 7 o'clock tonight, because I think a number of states that have allowed for early voting and early counting, and early counting is the most important part of this, are going to release their numbers. And, I don't think the public should get too concerned one way or the other. I mean, I think our job is to talk about what it means, to analyze it and whatnot, but to be really blunt with you, just like in 2020, people saw that Trump jumped out to a massive lead, only to realize that they hadn't counted all the Biden votes, and then that came down over a period of time. This time it's going to be a lot closer because of a number of the states, as we just said, allow for early counting, but also a lot of Republicans have voted early this time. So I think you're going to see a large dump each hour. More than normal. You know how normally you turn on the TV and it's like at 2% for the longest time. I think you're going to see those numbers jump very, very quickly. And then it'll taper off for quite a period of time before it gears up again. But a number of the early states, well, first of all, look, a state like Indiana closes, most of the state closes at 6. Most of the rest of the state closes at 7. It depends where you are in the state. They're going to release their numbers at 7:01. You're going to know very quickly. I predict either Kentucky or Indiana will be the first state declared. They'll both go for President Trump, obviously. But we're going to see a huge number of votes. So those are going to be actual returns at the moment, but other states will give us actual returns from early voting. Now, one thing we should comment about, and your viewers should understand, is Pennsylvania is one of the states that do not allow early counting. So, the most important state is going to be perhaps the last state to come in. And I think that's going to get people rather tense and rather nervous if this election is that close.
And we've been hearing from election officials all day long, in some of these telescope counties or states, the ones that are really being focused on. And election integrity is a conversation that has been had for a very long time now. And these officials are making sure that this is not about speed, that this is about accuracy, that this is about making sure that every single ballot, every valid ballot is counted and counted once. And, from your experience, especially with what happened 4 years ago, I have to imagine that it's about being right and accurate and not being first.
Yeah, it doesn't matter when the votes are counted. I think everyone wants a fair representation of the voting. They want everyone's vote to count and to be included. I think as Americans, we all have the right to have our votes counted. But, you really have to give election officials a lot of credit. First of all, there is infinitesimal. I mean, it is a tiny number of amount of fraud in the United States when it comes to elections. Our elections are fair. Our elections are honest, and they always have been. And God willing, they always will be. But also, the states have put a fortune into making sure the system works even better. And when you look at the amount of money that a lot of states, a lot of cities have put into vote counting machines, it's really impressive. And so, you look at some of these places that put in plate glass windows so you could actually watch them count the vote. It's like going to the mint when I was a little kid watching the money be made. It's exciting to see how it's actually done, but it's honest. And I think the election officials deserve a lot of credit for what they have done, the investments they have done. There is nothing more important, I think nothing more important than the sanctity of the American elections. And they have always been fair. They've always been honest. I shouldn't say always. 1876 was a problem, but we didn't have the same system. But in recent history, they've been very fair and very honest, and it will be so tonight. And they're really taking pains to do that. I give them incredible credit. They don't get enough credit. A lot of people are complaining about them for some unknown reason. They are apolitical. They're just people who are really doing their job. And I expect that to take a couple days. It's not going to happen tonight, but we'll see what happens over a period of the next few days.
So, Richard, we obviously spoke at length just in terms of, the different issues. Is there anything else that you're keeping a very close eye on?
Well, I'll tell you, the two things, I guess. The abortion issue is massive this election. I think even if a woman was not running, this would have been a huge issue. This may determine the election. When you look at the suburbs of Philadelphia, in Bucks County and Montgomery County and some of those other counties, and this is where, if you want to really spend some time tonight and look, I know that is what I will be looking. I'll be looking at some of the counties and see where they're coming in. But abortion has been a massive issue in this election. There are a lot of people who are mad that Roe v. Wade was overturned and don't like the Dobbs decision, and they're going to express that. What I am seeing over the last 2 weeks has been a change. It's interesting when you compare this to 2016, and the only reason I'm making the comparison to 16 is because you had a female running both times. Hillary Clinton made a major point about breaking the glass ceiling. Well, Vice President Harris hasn't talked about it at all. I mean, I can't even think of a time that she really talks about it. I mean, it's kind of obvious who she is and what she is. But what I'm finding now is women who I would not have expected to have been as energized to go vote are now voting. And I'm seeing over the last couple of days so many things about that. So I think abortion is going to really drive a lot of this for women. I think the economic issues we discussed earlier are driving it for a lot of men. We're not talking about foreign affairs, which frequently has been historically more of a male type of issue, even though, Israel is on the front page. Support for Ukraine is a massive issue. We're not talking about those issues. So guys seem to be talking more about the economy. Women seem to be talking more about abortion. But I'll tell you the thing that I think is moving numbers and why I think this election is starting to turn the way it is turning. And that's tone. I mean, of all the things, tone and attitude. And I saw a massive change start to happen after the Madison Square Garden event that President Trump had. And, you know, everyone talks about the really awful and unfortunate joke about Puerto Rico, but it was bigger than that. And people who watched it saw it, and people who read it understood it. And the bigger issues were how every group got slammed. It wasn't just Puerto Ricans. It was gays. It was Palestinians. It was Arabs. It was Jews. I mean, everyone got criticized. And I think you've seen erosion or coalescing maybe on the other side around some of these things. Like, we don't want that type of country anymore. And I think Harris has been very adept at, when you look at her closing speech at the Ellipse, and I don't know how many of your listeners stayed up as I did last night to see both closings. But we're talking about two different Americas. I mean, we're literally talking about two different Americas. And the contrast between the candidates, you know, we're once talking about hope in the future, and one's talking about gloom and doom, and one's talking, well, his inaugural speech about American carnage, you know, and the other's talking about, you know, making America, you know, fixing America and moving forward. There's a huge contrast. One's talking about himself and being a victim, and, you know, Joe Biden, I thought I was running against. And I mean, that's how he closed last night. And she's talking about, I'm going to fight for you.
It's definitely two different tones, Richard. It is going to be very interesting to see, though. Ultimately, it doesn't matter, you know, what pundits think, what political analysts think. It's about the voter and what American voters think. We are going to be watching those election results in real time. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens. But as always, Richard, we appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox. We do have to step away for a 2-minute break.
Delight seeing you. I hope everyone goes to vote.
Absolutely. And we are going to step away for that 2-minute break. I'm Stephanie Quinn. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. We have been talking about Election Day, but now we are inching closer to Election Night. So I did want to share this look with you, and I did want to bring in a live look of one of the polling sites that is happening right now. This is live right here. This is some live coverage as we're taking a look right here. You're taking a live look from El Segundo, California, as folks are still casting their ballots. But now that we are close to those polls closing. I did want to just share with you when polls actually close on Election Day. And on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see, of course, all eyes are on those battleground states, those 7 swing states. We're talking about Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. Now, for the state of Georgia, polls are going to be closing at 7 p.m. Eastern time. For North Carolina, those polls are closing at 7:30, so half an hour later. And in Pennsylvania, those polls are going to be closing at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So we were talking with political analyst Richard Gordon, saying that he expects those first results to come from Kentucky and Indiana. That is because those polls close at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So those are the states that we are going to likely hear from first. Florida and Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia, Vermont, those are going to be at 7 p.m. along with some of these others, right? And then 7:30, of course, North Carolina. 8 p.m., there is a massive number of states that those polls are going to be closing, but I'm going to focus in on some of those key swing states. Michigan, those Eastern time counties, that is going to be happening, and Pennsylvania. So those are the swing states at 8 p.m. At 9 p.m. Eastern time, the swing states of Arizona, the central time counties of Michigan and Wisconsin, those are when the polls are going to be closing there. 10 p.m. Nevada. That is when the polls are going to be closing in the swing state of Nevada. 11 p.m. No swing states there. We're talking mostly, Western California, Washington, Oregon. Midnight, Alaska and Hawaii. So I did want to go over those with you right now. And also, it's interesting to note because these states have different rules and regulations as to when they can actually start counting their votes. So states that do not allow counting to begin until polls close, 14 states plus Washington, D.C. There are states that allow counting to begin today on Election Day, but can also do so before polls close. Those are 24 states. And then there are states that allow processing and counting to begin before Election Day. Those are 12 states. So if you're curious, Pennsylvania, we keep talking about Pennsylvania, the critical swing state of Pennsylvania. That state allows counting to begin on Election Day and can do so before polls close. So I did want to just recap that with you. What we're going to continue to do is we do have access to our Fox O&Os, and I did want to head to the swing state of Atlanta, as all eyes are also on Georgia. They have their Fox 5 Atlanta coverage right now. We're going to pivot to that and listen in.
And 15 minutes after the polls opened, so around 8:15, police immediately moved in, checked things out, and decided that they were just a hoax. But it turns out we talked to one woman who watched it all unfold. State Representative Lydia Glaze says she drove right into Union City Police evacuating C.H. Gallant Elementary School after the bomb threat was discovered Tuesday. The state lawmaker says she was trying to drop off voters to cast their ballots. Election officials say it was a similar scene at the Itris Community Center on Lakeside Drive. Both locations were temporarily closed, evacuated, and a security sweep done.
This is shenanigans. The fact that we had 2 major voting precincts in one city with bomb threats is, for me, strongly concerning. I see it as a way to oppress the vote in this area. People were waiting in line. People were inside ready to vote.
And a lot of people concerned. Fulton County election officials tell us they were working on court orders to try to expand the hours at those 2 polling precincts. We are still trying to confirm whether they have been able to do that. Reporting live in Fairburn, Angelique Proctor, Fox 5.
All right, Angelique, we'll keep watching it. Thanks for that live report. Meantime, after history-making presidential campaigns, former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris are waiting anxiously along with millions of Americans.
And that is to find out who will be the next president of the United States. Fox's Rebecca Castor reports from Florida, where former President Trump is watching the results roll in tonight. Rebecca?
And have voters
Courtney, Tom, we are at the Palm Beach County Convention Center where the Trump campaign is hosting its election night watch party. But the former president will be watching the returns come in from his home at Mar-a-Lago with a small group of family and friends.
I think we're going to have a very big victory today.
The former president is feeling optimistic that voters will put him back in the White House. But it will all come down to voter turnout today.
The country that I'm living in is not the country I was born into. The only one who's putting America first is Donald Trump.
I voted for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. It's time for a change, moving forward in a better and uplifting way.
It's likely to be a long night as results slowly trickle in, and there's a possibility that a winner will not be declared before the night is over, something Trump calls an outrage.
It should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over.
With 19 electoral votes, all eyes will be on Pennsylvania tonight. It's the state both candidates spent the most time and money in and see as a must-win.
The reality is whoever wins Pennsylvania is likely to be president.
Vice President Harris keeping a low profile today, speaking with several radio stations in a last-minute effort to get out the vote. She says Americans are ready for a fresh start.
Frankly, I think people are exhausted with this spirit and this approach that's been about trying to divide people and have them turn and point fingers at each other. I think people are done with that.
When asked if he would accept the results of the election if he lost, former President Trump said if it's a, quote, fair election, he'll be the first to acknowledge it. Tom, Courtney, back to you guys.
Yeah, so many of us just anxiously awaiting some results that we will be starting to get soon. Rebecca, thanks. On the other side of the aisle, Vice President Harris and her supporters spent the day working to get out the vote.
In just a few hours, Harris supporters will gather at the Hyatt Regency in downtown Atlanta to watch the election returns. Fox 5's Deidre Dukes is there tonight with the Harris campaign.
After months of heavy campaigning, numerous visits by VP Harris and her surrogates, final preparations are underway for tonight's watch party here at the Hyatt Regency in downtown Atlanta, where supporters will gather in just a few hours' time. Tonight's watch party hosted by the Democratic Party of Georgia. Final preparations underway in the Centennial Ballroom here for the big event, with polls showing the candidates running neck and neck in this battleground state. A record number of people voting during the early voting period, and Biden's victory decided by a slim margin in 2020. The Democrats are campaigning on Election Day to energize their base and get their supporters to the polls. Senator Raphael Warnock spent the afternoon canvassing for the Harris campaign in Fayetteville, East Point, and McDonough.
Happy Election Day. Yes. Let's get this thing done.
Yes.
Are y'all ready?
Yes.
I don't know. You don't sound like you. Are you ready to send Kamala Harris to the White House?
Doors opening here tonight at 7:30 for what Harris supporters hope will be a victory celebration. In downtown Atlanta, Deidre Dukes, Fox 5 News.
The presidential race, not only the decision on the ballot, we're also watching other elections, including the race for the state legislature. All 56 Senate and 180 House seats are also on the ballot. Races for the House and Senate will determine which party holds the majority, and several tax measures as well.
And don't forget to join Fox 5 Atlanta for complete election coverage throughout the evening. After the 6 o'clock news, we will have Fox's Democracy 2024, and we want you to meet us right back here at 10 for all things Georgia in terms of the election results here on Fox 5 News.
All right,
it's going to be a long night of news.
Yeah, but we had a great day to get out to the polls and vote today. We have less than an hour left as we take a live look outside over downtown Atlanta.
And we do thank our Fox 5 Atlanta team for that coverage. Time right now is 5:06 Eastern, 2:06 Pacific. Happening right now, just into our live now from Fox Newsroom. We are expecting an update from Maricopa County, Arizona, as election officials have been giving briefings all day long as those Election Day results are coming in. We're going to take a 2-minute break, head there live after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and we continue our live Election Day coverage. Our next live event taking us out to Arizona, where the Secretary of State there is giving an Election Day update. We're going to head there now live and listen in.
By all accounts, the Election Day is going very well across most of the state. We do have some minor issues that we will talk about, and some issues that we are working through right now and continuing to get updates from. So we'll have some stuff on that. Also, please, if you are messaging to voters, please let them know that if they are in line by 7 p.m., they don't have to be in the polling station, but if they're in line by 7 p.m., they are still eligible to vote. That's an important part of the way we do things here in Arizona. And then also along those lines, if voters still have their early ballots in their ballot by mail envelopes, they can cut right through the line, get up to the front, and drop those off immediately. They don't have to wait in line to drop off those ballots. Another quick thing, for any other voter information, Arizona.vote is going to be the general source for trusted information, and that's one of the things we want to make sure to get out there. All right, so we've got a couple of really important updates. As we get closer to the rush hour, voting is going to start increasing. We're already seeing a little bit more turnout, and the lines are getting a little bit longer right now. Folks are working hard across the state to make sure we get everybody through, and that's really important. But folks should be aware that the only people who are authorized to be in the polling places, aside from the poll workers and voters, are going to be folks who are official party observers appointed by the county party chairs of the major county parties, and officials from the Department of Justice who also have their written clearance or permission to be in there. My office has not authorized any other groups or affiliates to enter any polling places. We've heard hints that that is a possibility. I haven't been briefed completely on that. Apparently the issues were very easily resolved by some of the polling place officials on the ground, and so it didn't rise to any sort of a level of any sort of alerts. It's just we'll see how that little piece develops. We've been monitoring a particular threat that has emerged. We have a statement that we've gotten information from the FBI. Do we need to make an adjustment there?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. From the FBI. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. We are aware that there have been threats made not just here in Arizona, but Georgia, Minnesota, Michigan, and Wisconsin as to bomb threats in Arizona. The threats pertained to 4 specific locations in Navajo County only. These are unsubstantiated threats. We have no reason to believe that any of our voters or any of our polling places are in any sort of jeopardy. I was briefed just moments ago by my security team and some folks with state law enforcement who are working in conjunction with the feds. This is another, we believe, probing attack. We also have reason to believe, although I won't get into specifics, that this comes from one of our foreign enemies, namely Russia. They've been busy lately, I suppose. Let's see. We'll head over to Apache County for an update. There has been an e-poll book and a printer problem. Now, this is county-wide. This doesn't only exist on the reservations in Apache County. There are technical teams out in the field that are resolving these issues. Most of the sites in Apache County are up and running well. As we understand at this moment, there are still some residual issues out in Apache County. And we're doing our best in our office with our folks to work with the county election officials there to see if we can resolve any of the remaining problems. I did have a meeting with the speaker of the Navajo Nation Council and one of the delegates to the council and some of their staff, along with the state election director, excuse me, to talk about some of the details and continue those open lines of communication we have with our tribal governments as we try to facilitate voting that is not only in Apache County, but also on the Navajo Nation and in other spaces. So we're going to continue to have those conversations. We'll keep them updated as we get more information and back and forth. So the communication is very clear with the folks on the ground out there. We are doing what we can to help resolve those issues. We'll keep you posted on that. Again, back to, nope, I already covered that one. There is a little bit of what we understand, a couple of reports of some misinformation going on, particularly in Coconino County, as to student voters. Unless you are registered to vote 29 days ahead of this election, you are not eligible to vote, not even for president in Arizona. We do not have same-day voter registration. Some students, as I understand, are being informed otherwise, and they're being told that they can vote for president without being registered in Arizona. This is not true. And so if there are folks up there in the Flagstaff area, please understand that we're doing what we can to share on social media and in other ways to discourage this practice. But no voter can be turned away. And even if you vote with a provisional ballot, that's perfectly legal under the law. That doesn't mean it will necessarily count, and frankly, usually they do. But if you are not registered to vote within 29 days of the election, you are not eligible to vote, even if you are registered outside of Arizona. You've got to be an Arizona voter to be able to vote in Arizona. This is an unidentified group that has been telling this to voters, saying they can use a Fed-only ballot or just vote for president. Neither one of these things is true. And voters across the state can verify their voter registration status at my.arizona.vote. I'll repeat that website, my.arizona.vote. At this time, that's the update. We're doing it in this format because we've got a lot going on, and we wouldn't have had time for questions anyway, although I've been given a high sign that we may have a question or two that have popped up on YouTube, which is the only channel through which for this briefing we're going to be taking questions. Do we have anything that is up yet?
Not currently.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and leave the briefing at that stage for now. I just want to run back through here. I apologize and make sure I didn't miss any important points. If you'll bear with me, folks, I do appreciate it. All right, looks like we're good. I just want to close on this point, and again, to explain very quickly how our results come in Arizona. Just imagine 3 buckets. The first bucket is your 8 p.m. bucket. These are our early ballots. Everything that has been processed up to the point when the counties are ready to report at 8 p.m. That's bucket number 1. Bucket number 2 is election day voters, not the voters who bring their ballot on election day, but the folks who actually vote on election day, filling out their ballot in person. That number, that set of numbers will be revealed through the evening tonight, starting sometime well after 8 p.m. Now, as a caveat there, most of our counties in Arizona are central tabulation, so the ballots have to be transported to a central tabulation location to be tabulated, and then those numbers will come out. Even our counties, however, where tabulation happens on site, those data cards or the USB sticks or whatever the technology is they use have to be transported back to the disconnected server physically so we can get those numbers up. That's bucket number 2, election day voters. And of course, the third bucket is all of the early ballots that are either handed in on election day or which have not been processed yet. Bucket number 3 will go on for several days. We expect we expect official results to be prepared 10 to 13 days, and I think I'm getting the high sign over here. Are we done, or do we have a question?
Yeah, there was a question, sir. They wanted to know how you know it was Russian on the bomb threats, so maybe just clarify.
Yeah, we're not going to reveal that at this moment in time. We're still making sure to be as clear as possible with that, with our federal and local, our federal partners on that specific. But look, Russia wants to sow a lot of mistrust and distrust. They've been increasing their repetitiveness and their sort of directness in these attacks, spreading misinformation and disinformation. And, you know, Vladimir Putin would love us to hate one another, and so that doesn't surprise me that it is. I don't know that I'm at liberty to reveal anything more than my solid suspicion grounded in information that I don't know that I can share yet. So I'm going to have to leave it at that. And is there another one?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There was just ask if there's any update on numbers, which might mean you might just have to say when they can expect numbers.
When we can expect numbers?
Yes, or the first
8 p.m. 8 p.m. is when we do that bucket number one. That's the only thing we can really guarantee at this moment in time. We're not going to try to push the counties to get us updated numbers from this office, and y'all in the media can ask those questions, but we know how hard they're working on everything else right now. So many folks doing a lot of work. I know that we will get some good numbers later on this evening, but if we do get anything solid that we're ready to report, we could push it out there. Anything else?
Yeah, Jen wants to know if
Jen Fifield?
There's only one Jen, sir.
Blue Pen Jen?
Can you say if the threats to Navajo sites are credible, and if so, what is being done to protect those locations, and are they still open?
The federal and state and local law enforcement agencies are doing everything they need to do within the protocols, including, as I understand, folks have been deployed to the locations. We don't have any reason to believe that anyone is in jeopardy or any of these locations are in jeopardy. That comes from the folks who are analyzing these threats, not from me. That's not my gut. That's not my hunch. And so I got briefed right before I came on this call, so we can say with some confidence, as informed by those folks who take care of that stuff, that no one is under any threat as we understand it right now. But I think they are sending folks out to these locations just to verify that. But these threats aren't credible at this time. Anything else?
Did the polling places in Navajo Nation have to close down at any time?
No polling places have closed on Navajo because of these bomb threats at any point in time. This is my understanding, and I'm pretty sure, I can't confirm that, but I'm pretty sure none of them actually closed.
And that's pretty much it, sir.
Okay, well, thanks everybody. We're going to go ahead and sign off here. I don't know if we're going to do another briefing, but I'm sure there's plenty of stuff here that many of you will want follow-up on, and so we will continue to retrieve and process more information. And if we get another pile of data that we want to make sure you all are informed about, we'll make that happen sometime later this afternoon or throughout the evening at some point. All right, let's go ahead and kill the train.
All right, so that was Arizona Secretary of State giving a briefing live, just sharing some updated information, saying that they will not be expecting to get any of those election results until 8 p.m. And of course, that is when the polls will be closing. I'm just taking a quick look at this when it comes to Arizona right here. And again, polls close at different times depending on the state. And so Arizona is going to be closing at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Arizona, of course, being one of those key swing states. I'm taking a look at our list right here. Michigan, also a swing state, will also be closing at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Nevada, 10 p.m. Eastern time. So those are some of the later results that we are expecting from those key swing states. Georgia will be closing at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So that is the very first swing state where the polls will be closing. North Carolina just 30 minutes later at 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. And Michigan, Pennsylvania, 8 p.m. Eastern time. But it's interesting because Michigan is split, right? You have the Eastern time zones and then, of course, the Central time zone. So depending on which county, those polls will be closing at different times. But as we continue our countdown coverage, I did want to share this with you. This is a live countdown clock. The first polls closing on the East Coast in 1 hour, 36 minutes and about 30 seconds. So we are very close from pivoting from Election Day to election night, when those results slowly start to come on in. And so many people are going to be watching and waiting for those results to come in. I did want to share this look with you. We just got this into our Live Now from Fox newsroom right here, but take a look. A beautiful live look out of Howard University. This is where Vice President Harris is going to be watching those election results come in. Howard University being her alma mater right there. And so that is a live look right there. I also wanted to share this look with you. This is inside the Palm Beach Convention Center. This is the Trump election headquarters in Palm Beach, Florida. You can see the crowds already gathering right there. To note, though, former President Trump will likely not attend, as he is expected to watch those election results come on in at his Mar-a-Lago club. But I did want to share that with you, as we do have these live looks right here on Live Now from Fox. And I do want to invite you to stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox as we transition from Election Day to Election Night. Our primetime coverage with Andrew Kraft begins at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. As those results come in, our entire Live Now from Fox team has you covered with those real-time results. There's also going to be a panel of analysts and reporters spread across the United States, giving you those live looks inside those headquarters. All right, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. After that, we're going to be joined by Christina Evans, my colleague at Live Now from Fox. She is going to be covering the social media component. No doubt a lot of strong reactions and a lot of comments are expected to come throughout the night, and she has you covered on that front throughout the election night. All right, so we're going to step away for a 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 5:28 Eastern, 2:28 Pacific, and we're continuing our live coverage on Election Day. Just 30 minutes from election night. Our primetime coverage begins at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, and we invite you to stay with us as we will be getting those results in real time, sharing all of it with you, not just the presidential election, but of course the all-important congressional races as the balance of power hangs in question. and we're going to keep a very close eye on that. Of course, there are also a number of gubernatorial races that are very important and some of those ballot initiatives. And speaking of ballot initiatives, I did want to share these looks with you because abortion continues to be one of the biggest issues on the ballot. 10 different states have that on the ballot. We have highlighted all of those states for you: Montana, South Dakota, Nebraska, Colorado, Nevada, Arizona, Missouri, New York, Maryland, and Florida. And this really has been an important issue. In fact, Vice President Harris making it part of her campaign platform, appealing to female voters. And this is also the very first time, and I did want to read this with you, that since the overturn of Roe versus Wade by the Supreme Court back in 2022, this is the first presidential contest since Roe v. Wade was overturned. So how much of an impact could this have? That is what we are going to find out. Because both, of course, the presidential election, but also these initiatives are on the very same ballot. So we're going to keep a very close eye on that. And another big issue that we have is marijuana. A lot of people have very strong emotions on that. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Florida, all on that as well. No doubt, very important, strong reactions are likely to come on in. And for that, I do want to bring in my colleague, Christina Evans, who is keeping a very close eye on everything social. So we're going to pivot to her, bring her in. Christina, it's great to see you on this election day, almost election night. I know you're keeping a very close eye on everything social media. Can you bring our viewers up to date in terms of what you will be covering in the coming hours?
Absolutely, Stephanie. Thank you so much for having me here to kind of preview what we're going to be talking about on our social platform. So if you have your phone, grab it, pull it out right now. I want you to follow us at Live Now Fox. That's it over all of our platforms. We are, though, going to be particularly active on TikTok tonight as well. So keep that in mind. If you're not sitting there at the TV watching these results come in live, we've also got you covered on social media. Your phone goes with you everywhere, so Live Now will be with you everywhere you go. I also do want to show you a look here in our room so you can kind of see what I'm going to be monitoring tonight. As you can see, we've got all of these posts from X and Instagram and some from TikTok as well flowing into our newsroom as we're keeping an eye on the social stories that are going to start to define this 2024 election day. There's one in particular, though, that I do want to show you a closer look at right now. As I bring you here on our screen, take a look at this. We are getting these updates. Again, this is a post on X, some of the examples of those storylines that we will be following. Right now, we know that at least 200,000 people have voted in person there on Election Day as of 3:05 p.m. Eastern Time in Pennsylvania. So, again, some of these county election centers do put out posts so that way they're able to show exactly what's happening in their state so voters can be aware. But another thing that's trending on social media that I have to bring your attention to, this is in Maricopa County. We also know that Arizona, a critical swing state in this election, has got a lot of voters as they're going to the polls today, maybe feeling some anxiety. It's normal for an election day. But one thing that's going to be helping out this election day, as you can see next to me, puppies at the polls. So this is another example of a post that we found on social media that's starting to get some traction there in Arizona and in Maricopa County specifically, as the Arizona Humane Society decided to bring out these puppies to help ease anxiety for those voters who are seeking to cast their ballot in this election. So a lot is going on right now on the election front that we're keeping an eye on social media. Again, one more time, I want you to follow us at Live Now Fox. That's it on all platforms. You'll be able to find us there. I'll be giving you updates throughout the night, specifically on TikTok. So make sure you're downloading the app and hitting that follow button.
Christina, I have to say, this election season has been contentious. There's no doubt about it. But I could not help but smile when I saw that puppy. And we need sometimes that levity. I mean, Election Day, of course, incredibly important. But, those lighter moments also we need to embrace as we do await those election results. So you're going to have the serious to the lighthearted and everything in between, keeping a very close eye on everything social media. No doubt the thousands and hundreds of thousands of viewers are going to be keeping a very close eye on exactly what you are doing. So fascinating and so important. So thank you so much for taking the time to really just break it all down for us.
Absolutely, Stephanie. And yes, just like you, I'm going to show it here one more time. The puppies were definitely my favorite part so far that I've seen on social media today. Who can't smile when you see a puppy? So again, those are the storylines that we'll be bringing. Thank you so much for your work that you're also doing on the desk there in Orlando, Stephanie. Throw it back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Christina. And make sure to keep it on Live Now from Fox. Christina is going to be giving you all of the social media updates as they happen in real time, beginning at 6 p.m. Eastern time. That is when our prime time coverage does begin. We invite you to stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox as we continue that coverage, really now just less than 30 minutes away from our prime time coverage, transitioning from election day to election night. And no doubt about it, this is going to be an incredibly historic night for the United States, but not just tonight. Tomorrow as well, as many election officials are saying that they may not have their final results until tomorrow. You can count on Live Now from Fox for that 24-hour coverage. We are not going away. Every step of the way, every single result, we are going to be with you, bringing it to you in real time. So we do want to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. But before we do, once again, taking a live look out of Howard University. This is in Washington, D.C. And in fact, as we were speaking with Christina, they actually changed that live look right here. This is where Vice President Harris will be watching those election results. Howard University is her alma mater, and you can see it is nighttime there, just a little bit breezy, but a beautiful view as you can see that folks are already gathering right there as school also is underway. But you can see some of those lights right there sparkling there in the distance. Meanwhile, transitioning, I also wanted to share this with you. This is where former President Trump's election headquarters are. This is Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. You can see also a crowd starting to gather there right now. You can see the very big election board on the screen as those results come down in real time. Former President Trump, though, not expected to attend this particular election party. He is expected to watch those election results come down at his Mar-a-Lago club, and it is unclear as to whether either Vice President Harris or former President Trump will be speaking, delivering some sort of statement, but no doubt about it, if they do, we are going to be there with you, bringing that in real time. In the meantime, we do have a number of other cameras that I did want to share with you as polls are still open. And this is a live look from Phoenix, Arizona. I just wanted to make sure that I had my information correct, and the polls still open there as it is early in that area. In fact, they will be open until 9 p.m. Eastern time, Arizona being one of those key swing states. So we do have live looks around the United States. We are going to be everywhere, bringing you all the important coverage with live reports in the field, expert panels, and of course, those real-time results as they happen. We're going to step away for a brief 2-minute break. After that, much more live coverage, and we're also going to be checking in with Andrew Kraft. He is going to be your host for election night, along with our entire Live Now from Fox team. We're going to be talking about specifically what he and the entire team will be focusing on in the coming hours. We'll be right back. I'm Stephanie Quinnew. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We are continuing to cover Election Day, almost election night, as polls are still open, but now we are just moments away from them closing. I did want to share these live looks with you. This is a live look from the Palm Beach Convention Center. This is where the Trump headquarters are and where many of his supporters will be watching those results in real time. Former President Trump, though, not expecting to attend this particular watch party, as he will be watching those results from his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida, just a short distance away from this. Meantime, this is a live look right here at Howard University, where Vice President Harris will be watching those real-time election results. This is in Washington, D.C. And you may wonder, why Howard University? Well, this is where she went to college. This is her alma mater right there. So I wanted to share that with you. Meantime, we continue to follow the very latest out of all of the swing states. And we did want to share this with you. This is a live look at our swing state map. You can see that there are 7 states that are critical to either former President Trump or Vice President Harris to win the presidential election. Pennsylvania being the critical state. We have been hearing a lot about Pennsylvania, and for good reason. Pennsylvania has 19 electoral votes up for grab. That is the most out of all of these swing states. Yesterday, former President Trump and Vice President Harris both campaigning, making their final arguments to voters, those undecided voters in Pennsylvania, urging voters to get to the polls, saying, without you, I will not win. That's from both sides of the aisle. Georgia is next with 16 electoral votes, along with North Carolina also having 16 electoral votes. Michigan has 15 electoral votes, Arizona 11, Wisconsin 10, and Nevada with 6 electoral votes. And so it is interesting. So just to give you some context and a little bit of history, 2020, of course, the last presidential election, President Biden won every single swing state except for North Carolina. Former President Trump, he took that state in 2020. Going back even further to 2016, this is former President Trump against Hillary Clinton. Trump swept all of the swing states except for one. Hillary Clinton won Nevada. So as you can see, these 7 states really have been key in the past 2 elections and now currently in this particular election. Now, Pennsylvania officials say that it could take until tomorrow before they have any final results. So, of course, there might be a big question mark tonight. That has yet to be determined. We are going to be watching this very closely every single step of the way. Now, Georgia has also been under very high scrutiny with electoral integrity and election integrity. That was a big focus during the last presidential election. We have been hearing from the Secretary of State a number of times today, giving updates on the electoral process on this election day. And I did want to share one of those last briefings with you with the Secretary of State. Let's listen in.
And specifically, what kind of things have you done?
We're battle tested, and we'll have a process in place. We'll make sure we follow the law, follow the Constitution, and report the results accurately.
One last question. Several thousand Cobb County viewers got their, voters got their ballots late. They were under the impression, many of them, as of yesterday, that they would be able to return those ballots late. With the motion to stay now, any word to them or to the people who are in charge of submitting those ballots or mailing those ballots?
The Georgia Supreme Court had a ruling, and every voter needs to return those no later than 7 p.m. If they can't get to the election office for Cobb County, then they can show up at their precinct, and they can then, nullify their absentee ballot, and then they can vote in person. So there's a process.
All right, so that was Georgia's Secretary of State. That was mid-sentence, so I did want to bring it to you in its entirety. So I am going to almost rewind it just a little bit so we can once again listen in.
Your mic check?
Yeah.
Level check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check. Good.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Well, it's great to see you. Well, so far, it's been just smooth sailing, by and large. And I'm just really grateful for the team that we have. I've led the way to make Georgia the most secure, free, and fair place to vote in the United States. And we've done that by doing a citizen audit, make sure only American citizens are on the voter rolls. We've done 2 audits on that. Now we have photo ID for all forms of voting. We have photo ID for absentee voting. And I believe that has helped shore up security and also confidence. And then we have a multi-state organization that makes sure we have clean voter lists, so our lists are up to date and accurate. So far, we're tracking line times. Average line time in Georgia right now is 2 minutes. And then with the electronic poll pads, average check-in is 49 seconds. When I checked in, it was actually, under 49 seconds. It was actually about 47 on early voting. And I did want to share that because you probably thought I got special treatment. But today, it's 49 seconds for everyone in Georgia. And so people are having a great voting experience. So turnout looks like right now it's just solid, steady, and it's more than you would think because the lines are moving so quickly. So people are in and out in less than 10 minutes. So it's just a tremendous day. So that's where we are right now. And didn't know if anyone had any questions right now they'd like to ask. Yes, sir.
Hey, Secretary of State, when do you think Georgia will be able to call a win in the presidential race?
Well, we will have, with SB 189, all of this early voting, so that's over 4 million ballots that were cast early, and the absentees that were accepted. All of that will have to be uploaded and reported no later than 1 hour after the polls close. Most polls will be closing at 7 p.m., so by 8 p.m. you'll have probably 99% of all that. So that'll be uploaded. So you get a good idea of what the race looks like. Then all the voting that you're seeing today, before the end of the night, you'll have all of that. Many of the smaller counties are pushing to be done by 10:30 at the latest. But that's the type of response you're going to see in the smaller counties. But by the end of the night, you'll have all of those results.
One follow-up question. Regardless of the outcome, do you expect legal challenges?
Well, that gets into future predictions, and our job is make sure we have a secure election that's accurate, and we're really excited that's also going to be fast. The voters are having a great experience. Lady in the back?
Sorry to interrupt. We've received a lot of emails today about people who say their polling location was changed last minute. Signs outside of polling locations say it's actually this other location. Are there any reports of that? Do you know of any last minute changes? What should people do if they encounter this?
I haven't heard any reports about last minute poll changes.
Did all the polls open on time at 7? Any delays today?
As far as we know right now, it's been smooth, and so we obviously hear about that a little bit later. But you always have a couple precincts that will have a 15-minute or a 30-minute extension. When you have 2,400, there's always something that could happen right at 7 a.m. I know I was up at 5, but many of the people that are working here, when I checked with them, they were actually up at 4. So I guess they stepped in.
Still on pace for 1 million, you think, today?
Oh, I think we'll pass that based on where we are right now, just the feedback we're getting. I think it'll be a little bit north of that. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
You can't predict the future, but have you prepared for litigation if you need to go to court, and specifically what kind of things have you done?
We're battle tested, and we'll have a process in place. We'll make sure we follow the law, follow the Constitution, and report the results accurately.
One last question.
Several thousand Cobb County voters got their ballots late. They were under the impression, many of them, as of yesterday, that they would be able to return those ballots late. With the motion to stay now, any word to them or to the people who are in charge of submitting those ballots or mailing those ballots?
The Georgia Supreme Court had a ruling, and every voter needs to return those no later than 7 p.m. If they can't get to the election office for Cobb County, then they can show up at their precinct and they can then, nullify their absentee ballot, and then they can vote in person. So there's a process in place.
Have you heard of any threats at polling places? That we heard about one bomb threat. Have you heard any other verifiable threats at any polling places?
We've heard some threats that were of Russian origin, and so I don't know how to describe if that's viable. We don't think they are, but in the interest of public safety, you always check that out, and we'll just continue to be very responsive when we hear about stuff like that. We identified the source, and it was from Russia.
Can you elaborate on that? What kind of threats?
As he said, it's a bomb threat.
So of Russia, and you're confident of the Russians that did?
Yeah, just like we had the DDoS attack on Monday, October 14th, 420,000, pings, denial of service from Russians. So we added that interface that said, I am a human, I'm not a robot. So they're up to mischief, it seems, and they don't want us to have a smooth, fair, and accurate election, and anything they can get us to fight among ourselves, they can count that as a victory. So that tells you a little bit about the Russians. They're not our friends. Anyone that thinks they are hasn't been reading the newspapers. Thank you so much.
Can you clarify where they were from?
So that was Georgia's Secretary of State giving an election update right there. I also was going to share a live look with you from New Hope, Pennsylvania, as night, of course, has fallen in the swing state of Pennsylvania, and there was an incredibly long line of voters, but it does look like that live stream has now shifted, and so that's what happens. We have access to all of these live cameras all around the country. They come and they go, and that is the way that it is. But speaking of live, I do want to bring in Andrew Kraft, who, of course, is going to be your host for election night. Andrew, I know that you are so busy getting ready, so I appreciate you taking the time to chat with me. But specifically, as we are now really just minutes away from our primetime coverage at 6 p.m. Eastern time, can you walk our viewers through kind of the time frame that you're taking a look at when it comes to election results, when it comes to those significant ballot numbers? What are you keeping a very close eye on?
Well, yeah, good to be with you, Stephanie. Of course, at the top of the hour here on Live Now from Fox, we will begin our election night coverage. Happy election night to everyone watching right now. But that's what we're going to do all throughout the course of the evening. We're going to be bringing you results in real time, not just with the presidential contest, but with these down-ballot races for control of the House and the Senate, governor's mansions around the country, these major ballot questions that have been put to so many voters on issues like abortion and immigration and marijuana specifically, too. So we're just getting started here. We're going to give everyone a lay of the land at the top of the hour, tracking the number of Electoral College votes that each candidate is getting throughout the course of the evening. So right at the top of the hour in a couple states, ballots will close in parts of those states here. So it's going to move very, very fast. And I'll be looking for voter enthusiasm, same-day voter turnout, how that tracks with some of the record-breaking early voting numbers we've seen in some of these battleground states as well. So there's a lot of things to watch for tonight, Stephanie.
Yeah, and I just put up our map of the 7 swing states. You mentioned those battleground states. These are, of course, as you know, these are the key states that everyone is going to be keeping a very close eye on. And I know you're going to be giving those results in real time. But what a difference these 7 states will make, Andrew.
That's right. They're very consequential. And it's not only those 7 states, but a subset of voters within those states, undecided voters still. Can you imagine if you're undecided still at this hour, and independent voters as well? So you're going to have an eye into some of these polling locations, outside of some of these polling locations. And of course, breaking news pops up on election nights as well, depending on how the ballot counting is going. And so there's a lot of storylines to follow. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. We got a lot in store at the top of the next hour.
No, absolutely. And we ourselves are going to step away for that 2-minute break as we hand it over to you, Andrew, and the entire Live Now from Fox team as Election Day primetime coverage starts in just a number of minutes. We're going to pivot to you. We're going to step away for that 2-minute break. Stay with us, everyone.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Live Now look there at the White House in the nation's capital. This is the moment we have all been waiting for all year, and that is the prize of the night. Some would say it's the Super Bowl of politics. Welcome here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. I'll be guiding you through these results tonight in real time when we get them as well. Polls are about to close in just a couple of states and part of a couple of states. So we'll get some of those results coming in momentarily at the top of the hour. And let's talk about the presidential contest. According to some of these national head-to-head polls here, the race is very close between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris here. Voter enthusiasm, of course, and early voting turnout have remained high over the last couple of weeks here. We'll see if that remains the case for some of these same-day voters in these 7 battleground states we'll be watching throughout the course of the evening as well here. But we are live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to be bringing you these campaign rallies, campaign events, press conferences from election officials in states around the country as well here, just like we have been doing all throughout the course of the election cycle here. So right now, we do want to show you what we are watching at the moment here. Take a look at this. This is inside, we believe there, the Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. We also have a live look as well at Howard University outside the nation's capital at the Harris Watch Party. So these are all set, these events there. We're going all night. We're not stopping. It'll be live, raw, and unfiltered, of course. You'll be hearing the candidates from all across the country, whether they win or lose as well. Now, the question on everyone's minds is whether there will be a declared winner tonight. Of course, we can't answer that question right now. Each state has their own rules when it comes to counting ballots. But remember, just to set the stage, we are going to be relying here on Live Now from Fox with the Associated Press. All of their data, all of their numbers and metrics, that is who we will rely on here to bring you these results accurately in real time. Now, if you notice in the bottom left hand of your screen there, that is our Electoral College tally, and it will update in real time when these states get called. Now, below that, you see another number there. Right now, it's at 510,500. That means that is showing how many people are streaming Live Now from Fox at this very moment here. So just a really interesting, cool feature to let you know how many people are watching alongside with us and with you here. Now, and remember, it all comes down to that magic number in the presidential contest, 270. These battleground states will decide the election here. Let's bring into the conversation, though, some of my colleagues who will help us make sense of this night as well, including Live Now's Austin Westfall and Christina Evans. Austin, let's start with you. You're going to be our guy at the board there, and you're going to have some maps. You're going to help us make sense of some of these results. And Austin, it's not just the path to 270, it's the balance of power in Washington on Capitol Hill.
That's right. The top prize tonight, of course, Andrew, it's going to be this building right here. We do want to show you how we're going to illustrate these results as they come in through the Associated Press as the night progresses. You see a lot of gray on this map right now. This is going to start filling in with some red on this side as the night progresses. We're going to start seeing some blue on this side as the night progresses. We're going to be tracking results in all 50 states, of course, but the campaigns have really been focusing on 7 battlegrounds: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. So, what's the easiest path to victory for both candidates? Let's start with Harris. She's just got to get those blue wall states: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and then one in Nebraska. That gives her the presidency if all of the other 43 states and Washington, D.C. fall the way that we expect them to. How about Trump's path? Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. That's all it's going to take. Those are the easiest paths for both candidates. Of course, like you mentioned, though, that's not going to be the only story. We're going to be tracking the balance of power in both chambers of Congress as well. This is going to be pivotal. We also got maps to show you for the Senate and the House. This is how we're breaking down the Senate. We just want to illustrate here that all these darker colored pips, these are seats that are not up for grabs. Everything in the center, these are the seats where we're seeing challenges. As you can see, many more blue seats on the defense compared to red. Democrats have a slim majority in the Senate right now, 51 to 49. It's pretty much all but guaranteed at this point that West Virginia, Senator Joe Manchin, who's not running for re-election, his seat is going to flip independent to red. Jim Justice, the popular 2-term governor in West Virginia, likely going to be flipping that seat. So that is already going to be one seat that the Democrats are going to be losing. There's a number of other competitive Senate seats: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. Those are pretty much seats the Democrats are going to need to win if they want to maintain their control. There's also some seats where the Republicans could be on the defense. There's been a lot of chatter about whether or not Colin Allred can actually outpace Ted Cruz in Texas. There's an interesting race in Florida with Rick Scott. And then an independent challenger coming out of nowhere, giving us an unexpected challenge in a state that nobody expected a senatorial challenge to happen. So that's what we're tracking in the Senate. Finally, before we go, Andrew, let's talk about the House here. Again, a lot of gray, 218. That's going to be the magic number. This map is much more complex. We're starting to see every single district. There's competitive districts from as far east as Maine to as far west as Alaska. So many competitive races on the West Coast, including in southwestern Washington, Bend, Oregon, the Central Valley in California, Southern California. Those are House races that could determine the balance of the House, and those are races that may not be called for a long time. So I say all that to say, Andrew, that this building is important tonight because it's going to let us know just how powerful of a president we're going to be talking about.
You know, that's so true, Austin, depending on who wins the presidency tonight. You know, will they have a unified government on Capitol Hill or a divided government on Capitol Hill? You know, will Chuck Schumer in the Senate keep his job? Will Speaker Johnson on the House side keep his job? All of those questions remain outstanding right now. Austin, thanks so much. If it's election night, you do need a map. You got a map, and we'll check in very soon here. In the meantime, though, so many of these storylines will be happening on social media, particularly. We're going to get a lot of our news there, because even on election night, breaking news will happen live, raw, and unfiltered, as it usually does. And to join us to track all things on social media, my colleague there in the Live Now newsroom, Christina Evans. And Christina, what are you watching for tonight on social media?
Yeah, Andrew, it's great to be here with you guys on election night in Live Now's Social Center. That's what we're kind of calling it at this point. So if you do have a phone that's next to you, as many of us do when we're watching television, pull it out right now. Download some of those apps that we're talking about. X, also TikTok and Instagram. You can find us there at Live Now Fox. So on those social media platforms, I'll be guiding you through some of those other top headlines that we're seeing pop up on social media. I do want to show you just a look now as what we're dealing with here in our social center. Here's the look. We've got all of our boards in here pulling in these posts from X as well as Instagram and TikTok as things are starting to break on the internet. And when it comes to some of those storylines, an example of one that we're going to be following right now, I want to show you here on your screen a look of a story that's now coming out of Milwaukee. So this is some breaking news that we did just get into our newsroom as well. The city of Milwaukee says that it will recount around 30,000 absentee ballots after discovering each of the 13 high-speed tabulators here at Central Count had an open door. Right now, officials aren't sure of how that happened. They will zero out those machines and start again. Now, this is according to our news partners there at Fox 6 in Milwaukee. But again, another important storyline that we're covering there in Milwaukee. So what we have learned is that the city spokesperson, Jeff Fleming, said that those tabulators were sealed, but the doors to those machines were not properly closed. This issue, though, involved early absentee and in-person ballots and has affected all 13 tabulators. Live look that we have there in the city of Milwaukee as we're continuing to follow some of these breaking stories. That's just an example of some of those storylines that we're going to be following here on social media. Again, as you're stepping away from the TV, maybe you need to go pick up your kids from school or run a quick errand to the grocery store. Pick up your dinner tonight. Make sure you have your phone with you. You can follow us at Live Now Fox. I'm going to push our TikTok platform right now because we'll be there very active giving you those latest updates. So, Andrew, sending it back over there to you. But again, you can find us on Live Now socials as well throughout the night.
All right, Christina Evans, thanks so much. You're going to be very busy. We'll be checking in with you periodically here. Christina, thanks. All right, in the meantime here, we are well underway now in our election night coverage, and we're into the top of the hour. And a few states, not a lot, I believe about 2, some parts of those states, polls have closed there. I'm talking about Indiana. I'm talking about Kentucky. So we will get some of those results in momentarily here, of course. At the top of the next hour, some of these major battleground states, polls will close there. North Carolina and Georgia will have our eyes on that as well. Let's just give you a sense of what we're watching for right now. We have all of these live pictures, and that's what we do here, of course. You see there inside of the Trump campaign watch party as well, and that's in West Palm Beach, where this will all unfold tonight. Now, for the other campaign, the Harris campaign, this is at Howard University outside the nation's capital. Of course, you know Vice President Harris is an alum of Howard University, a historically black college and university, and that is where she has chosen to host her campaign election night watch party and rally here. So we also have some of these vantage points coming to us from polling locations. We just brought you that news out of Milwaukee there, so some snafus and flare-ups. But let's take our first commercial break of this hour. We'll be back in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and happy election night. We are just getting started here. We do want to update you. Remember, I had said that in parts of Indiana and Kentucky, polls have now closed there. We are getting race results there, some of these key House districts, and let's talk about them with my colleague here, Austin Westfall, yet again. Austin, race calls have been made there in Kentucky, I believe. Who?
So the way this goes, pretty much every recent election cycle, is the very first places that we see polls closing and we start seeing results coming in are portions of Indiana and portions of Kentucky. I gotta underline here, these are very preliminary results. In some cases, they are not indicative of some sort of larger electorate here, but we're starting to see, at least up here, that Republicans now officially have 2 seats out of the 218 that they're gonna need to take control of the House. So let's zoom out. Let's pick up here where exactly these seats are. And what I want to show you really is that these are uncontested seats. Kentucky District 5. That's Hal Rogers. As it says, it's an uncontested race. That's why as soon as the polls closed, they were able to call this one in Hal's favor. That's District 5. Let's also take a look at District 4. That's the other race that was called immediately because it's uncontested. Thomas Massie winning his seat. There are a couple of other races. These are in Indiana, District 8 right now, polling, and only 1% of the votes have been tallied so far. So very preliminary details. We're just going through these more or less to show you how the night is going to be working as we move forward this evening. So we see a strong Republican lead in this race with 1% of the vote tallied. So much more to go, Andrew.
That's right. Some of those Kentucky House districts, always ruby red there. Austin, thanks so much. In the meantime here, remember, we just brought you this news there out of Milwaukee from Sam Kramer there at Fox 6, saying the city of Milwaukee says it will recount around 30,000 absentee ballots after discovering each of the 13 high-speed tabulators there at Central Count had an open door. Now, officials aren't sure how that happened, but Fox 6 caught up with some election officials. This is a very brief update from election officials there in Milwaukee on what exactly happened. This is about a minute long here. Let's listen.
And the ballots that have already gone through the tabulating machine will be rerun through them. It's just out of an abundance of caution. We have no reason to believe that there was any compromise to any of the machines, but because they were not fully sealed, human error, and not fully sealed, we are going to zero them all out again, the 13 machines around, and then rerun the ballots that had already been processed. So most of what you're seeing on the floor here, the opening of the envelopes, the sorting through, that doesn't have to be redone. What has to be redone is just what's happening against the wall at the machines. It is going to extend the time that we will get the totals here. We don't know how much longer that will be. So it's not insignificant.
You said what was sealed.
Okay, so that's the bottom line there. It will extend some of the counting, some of these deadlines there in Milwaukee because of this error. And you got some clarity there from that election official in Milwaukee. In the meantime, Live Now look there at the White House. We are waiting on some of these results here in parts of Indiana and Kentucky. And of course, we are tracking the Electoral College count. We have this there at the lower left hand of your screen. We'll be popping that up once the races get called in certain states. Of course, has not happened yet, but that's going to be a key feature throughout the course of this evening here. In the meantime, though, we do want to bring in our first guest in to the conversation, and that, of course, is GOP strategist and operative Keith Nahigian. He joins me. Keith, thanks for being with us here. Let's talk about what the Trump campaign needs to do to close up some of these gaps here. You know, declaring on who wins tonight or whether or not there is a race called tonight. Do you think the former president, much like he did in 2020, will he prematurely declare victory? Or are Chris LaCivita and Susie Wiles telling him not to do that? Is that in the offing, you think?
I don't think they're talking about that from the standpoint of we're not in a COVID election. Last time they were tabulating things with COVID protocols and touching ballots and all these other things, and they had twice as many absentee and early voting ballots. They don't have that now. They have much better machines. I think you're going to see results tonight and then acceptance speeches even tonight or or recession speeches tonight for the most part. I think we're going to get to a conclusion way quicker than past elections.
All right, of course, live look there at the White House. I have to ask, though, I mean, if he does speak, if Trump does speak tonight, what will his message be if there is no conclusion yet?
I think if he does speak, he will say, you know, I don't have enough electoral votes. We're waiting. And then he'll come back tomorrow, kind of like I believe he and Hillary did that in the cycle that they ran together. You just never know. It depends what's withholding still. If there's enough that he can call a victory because he has enough electoral votes, basically, if he wins Georgia and North Carolina, which he has an advantage in right now of early voting ballots, all he needs is Pennsylvania. So if the trend line is that he's going to win Pennsylvania, that's it. That's 270. So none of these other states would matter. If he doesn't win North Carolina or for some reason Pennsylvania, then yes, it's going to be a much longer night waiting for other states and other time zones to close.
So, Keith, though, should the Trump camp be worried about the Latino vote in Pennsylvania, particularly the Puerto Rican American diaspora here? The Harris campaign has gone really hard with that constituency over the last week in the wake of those comments that Joke made at the rally at Madison Square Garden. Should they be worried? And if so, are they?
I don't think they're even thinking about it for a minute. It's a joke of a person that said something 5 days early. If that's what things are moving the electorate is about the economy, the immigration issue. Puerto Ricans are very upset about, illegal immigration in their communities. There's other big issues that are impacting people at the kitchen counter every day, and I think that's the number one priority for them. So there's 500,000 Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania. I think they're going to vote on what issues really matter to them most.
All right, Keith, I do want to bring in my colleague here, Austin Westfall, with a few questions for you as well. From the Trump side of the equation, we do have his election night watch party shot there in West Palm Beach. Austin.
We saw in the past week, Trump visited New Mexico and Virginia, Keith. We saw J.D. Vance in New Hampshire as well over the weekend. What does the Trump campaign see in those states? Those are not the typical battlegrounds that we've been focusing on.
I've been talking about New Hampshire for the last year. When Biden canceled the primary up there, it was very devastating to the process. It's their main way of life up there in terms of picking presidents and getting the no candidates. And when he canceled the primary, it really was devastating for the economy up there. And then he also instructed his cabinet not to travel up there for nearly 2 years. So in terms of Harris, she has never really been there. Remember, she dropped out before the Iowa primaries. And then this time as vice president, I think she's only been there, a handful of times. They really like to know who they're voting for up there. And I think there's a disconnect. I think these pollsters are missing the Democrats that are maybe not going to vote because they don't know the candidate well enough. She had a huge disadvantage of only having a couple of weeks worth of campaigning. In New Hampshire, they take things seriously. I can't imagine them going into the polls and voting for someone that they hadn't met in person because they didn't have the chance to. So New Hampshire, Virginia is another one to watch. I think he went to Salem also because that media market hits parts of North Carolina. But there's a lot of polling that shows it's within a couple of points in Virginia. And New Mexico, that was a little bit more of a stretch. I'm not sure why he was going to New Mexico. We'll have to see. But different polls have it widening the lane in multi ways of getting to 270. Harris is having a smaller and smaller lane in terms of how to get to 270, especially if she loses Pennsylvania.
So, Keith, I want to ask, though, are Republicans right now and those inside the Trump camp, are they too bullish on some of these early voting numbers we've seen that have trended and have favored Republicans in states like Nevada and elsewhere here? When you compare that, which we don't know yet, with the same day voting numbers, should they keep their powder dry with that or not?
I think the number to watch is not early voting, but registrations. The registration numbers in these states have moved 8 to 9%. Registration changes are real new voters that are going to be in their column. And if you're talking about 9% in Georgia, in North Carolina, and some of these other places, 6 to 9%, those are new voters registering as Republicans And a lot of those, that's the bigger number. So it's not it's not early vote, it's the registration changes that are the most dramatic.
All right, Keith Nahigian, we do appreciate your expertise for coming on tonight. I know it's a busy night. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, like I said, we're just getting started. We're going to be bringing on experts, analysts, surrogates for the campaigns themselves to help us make sense of some of these results that we're getting in. Some of these themes and storylines we'll be tracking throughout the course of the evening here. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
I do think we should pop up some of the Indiana and Kentucky results.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I think. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. Like I said, we do have these live pictures coming to us, both there at the Trump watch party and also there at the Harris watch party on the campus of Howard University. So we do have some results, though, we want to get to out of Indiana and Kentucky here. I want to take this right now. This is the presidential contest there in Indiana with about 5% of estimated votes counted. At the moment there, you see Trump over Harris, almost 2-1 there, 61 to 37%. But it's early, 5% only of estimated votes counted. We'll see whether or not Trump can maintain this very, very wide margin Indiana went for him in 2020 and 2016. All right, moving on. We're going to stay, though, in Indiana. Remember, there is a Senate race there. Remember, the senator right now, the Republican Mike Braun, opted to run for governor instead. We'll get to that race. But his chosen replacement, Jim Banks, the current congressman in Indiana, the Republican, over his Democratic challenger, Valerie McRae, right now. You can see there he's up 72 to 26. Still early, 2% of estimated votes counted, but that is a very, very wide margin there. So I wanted to stay in Indiana. We are getting some of these results in as well. Also, let's move not too far there in Kentucky, the bluegrass state. You see there 8 electoral votes there in Kentucky, about 2% of estimated votes counted. Trump over Harris, really 2-1. But like I said, it is still early, but Kentucky always ruby red here. Let's bring into the conversation Austin Westfall there in the Live Now newsroom. Austin, so we do have some of these results pouring in, only in Indiana and Kentucky, but some people have been watching these races.
Yeah, let's focus in on Indiana here. So Indiana has voted red 13 out of the past 14 elections. They voted for Obama one time. First off, let's just illustrate here that still no races have been called, but you're starting to see some of these colors shading in Indiana and Kentucky. These are light shades of red. That's to indicate that these states are leaning this direction. This is another feature of the maps that we're going to be working with all night tonight here. We can focus in on some of these counties. I'll focus in on Fort Wayne for the purpose of just showing what kind of information we're going to be seeing throughout the night. Are any of these counties bellwethers for the night? No, they're not going to be bellwethers for the night, but you can see Trump so far with a 51/47% advantage, a 4-point advantage over Harris so far. So those are some of the numbers that we're seeing at the county level in the presidential race. Let's pull up the House once again, because we're starting to see a little bit more shading coming in some of these races. Again, none of these are expected to be bellwethers, Andrew, but we're just starting to see that some of these counties that we expect to be red are starting to either be filled in with solid red, because those are uncontested races that were called immediately, or they are leaning red in some of these unsurprisingly red counties.
Sure.
Andrew.
Yeah, and Austin, of course, we mentioned the gubernatorial contest there in Indiana, in the Hoosier State. I mentioned Mike Braun. Remember, he's currently the Republican senator from Indiana. He wanted to do and try his hand at the governor's mansion there. We're getting results in around 4% of estimated votes counted for the governor's race in Indiana. Braun at 58%. His Democratic challenger, Jennifer McCormick, at 39% right now. Braun with a pretty sizable margin over McCormick. It's still early, though. But interesting, this opened up a seat kind of in the Senate for Republicans in Indiana, though Jim Banks, he tried his hand at Senate politics, and it's seemingly going well for him tonight as well. Austin.
And again, I'm pulling up Allen County behind me here. This is where Fort Wayne is, Andrew, just to illustrate some of what we're seeing in these bigger counties. So far, this is where the majority of the votes have come in, 36,000 for Braun, 34,000 for McCormick. But that's only 5% of the votes tallied so far. There's not too many competitive governor races so far in this cycle. In fact, the only competitive one that we expect, and by the way, I should introduce our map of all the governor's races around the country. We are, of course, following North Carolina closely. That's an interesting one with Mark Robinson. We do want to bring you results as soon as polls close in North Carolina. That'll be an interesting one to watch for. The real only competitive governorship that's happening this cycle is going to be in New Hampshire. We're going to be following those results closely. That red that you see in Indiana behind me, not a shocker.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. In the meantime here, we are anticipating some type of press conference there out of Philadelphia. We don't know entirely when that's going to begin, but I want to tell you why this is happening. This is what precipitated it earlier this afternoon. Donald Trump there posting on Truth Social, saying a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. He says law enforcement coming. Now, Philadelphia election officials and the district attorney in Philly, Larry Krasner, are weighing in on this. Krasner says this: my response to Trump's unfounded allegation of cheating in Philly's general election. He says the only talk about massive cheating has come from one of the candidates, Donald J. Trump. He says there's no factual basis whatsoever within law enforcement to support this wild allegation there from Krasner. Going on to say, we have invited complaints and allegations of improprieties all day. If Donald J. Trump has any facts to support his wild allegations, we want them now, right now. We are not holding our breath here. So want to just make sure we got that in. We are waiting for this press conference to begin there in Philly. In the meantime here, let's bring to the conversation yet another one of these guests, experts, analysts who will be joining us throughout the course of the evening to help us make sense of some of these storylines. Our friend, though, as well, former Biden campaign advisor, and that's Rhett Buttle. He joins me. Rhett, I wanted to ask, too, and thanks for being with us. Happy election night. Rhett, just your response and reaction to what we just brought our viewers happening in Philadelphia here. Do you think that's somewhat of a bellwether of how the night's going to go as far as rhetoric, as far as messaging?
Well, I hope so. But I think, we are expecting that, President Trump will, as he has always done, put out potentially incorrect things that are happening. But at this stage of the game, it's really important to know that this has been a very safe and accessible election. Everyone's votes have been very secure. America has the most safe and secure election system in the world. We saw that last cycle. And, in previous cycles where the Trump administration had brought forward, allegations of fraud, all of those, the vast majority of them were struck down by independent judges. So, we may continue to see some of this rhetoric. I don't think that it's helpful right now. We need to make sure that as polls are open, people continue to get to the polls. The most important thing is that people be able to know that their vote is safe and secure and it's accessible to everyone.
So, Rhett, I want to talk about the Harris campaign and where the Harris campaign stands right now. Last night on CNN, a senior Harris campaign advisor, David Plouffe, said this to Erin Burnett. that he believes they can win all 7 battlegrounds. He says they can, not that they will. He believes that, though. Is that feasible right now? Why is this race so close between Harris and Trump?
Well, look, we always knew that this would be a close election. That has been heavily predicted. The polls have been very close. But the vice president has said over and over she is asking for every American's vote, and she's leaving no stone unturned. Yesterday, she was, crossing across Pennsylvania from the top of the bottom of the state, talking to voters about her plan to lower cost and what she'll do as president of the United States to bring, down the cost of groceries, to make the cost of housing more affordable. And I think that that is a message that is really resonating, not just in Pennsylvania, but in places like Nevada and Wisconsin. And so, I think the campaign is really focused on bringing the message to working families about how they're going to make their lives better. And I think that that's why you heard David Plouffe talk about last night. All of these states are within the realm of possible.
So I want to talk also, though, about this narrative that has been front and center throughout the course of the campaign cycle. How Harris has had to redefine herself, especially in relation to President Joe Biden. Joe Biden withdrew from the ticket in July, and Harris allegedly, you can argue, charted her own course or did not chart her own course. Do you see any Biden drag in some of these early exit polls right now? That has been a key feature, how she would distinguish herself from Biden. We know this race is going to be decided among independents and among some of these late-breaking undecided voters. Has she done a good enough job of distinguishing herself from Biden?
Well, look, I think the vice president is very proud of the things that she accomplished as part of the Biden-Harris administration, which are mostly bipartisan things. The bipartisan infrastructure law, the bipartisan Chips and Sciences Act, all of those are investments in Americans, working families, things like roads and bridges that create jobs. But the vice president has also really talked about what is important to her, right? And so she's put plans together focused on working families and small businesses. She's made access to capital and tax credits for small employers and Main Street the hallmark of her campaign. She's focused on bringing down the cost of housing and groceries for families. Those are things that are plans and that are really unique to the vice president, I think are really identifying. And I also just think, she's been very focused on building a broad coalition. So in addition to really working to, talk to the African-American community, the youth vote community, we're really encouraged by the numbers we're seeing out of Pennsylvania with the Puerto Rican community, for example, and young voters, on college campus coming out to support the vice president. I think all of that is a really unique sign to the strength of the coalition that the vice president brings to this conversation.
So, Red, I got to ask also, because issues are front and center in this campaign, including reproductive rights and abortion here. Is the Dobbs decision from 2 years ago, is that fading or is that ramping up amongst the base of the Democratic Party here? Will we see any effect, especially amongst this key voting demographic, that's suburban women and young women here? It seems like the Harris campaign has put a lot of their eggs into that voting constituency here. Will it matter?
Look, Dobbs is very important, and a woman's right to choose is a key part of this campaign. The vice president has been clear, but there's a broader narrative here, right? This is about freedom. Do you want a candidate that supports freedom? If so, you want to support Kamala Harris. Do you want a candidate that will take us forward and continue to grow the economy? If so, you want Kamala Harris. Do you want a candidate who's more focused on bringing the country together, reaching across the aisle with people like Liz Cheney, for example? Then you want Kamala Harris. I think all Donald Trump has offered is tax breaks for his, buddies who run really large businesses and a lot of divisiveness. And I think a lot of folks that include suburban women, but also include many constituencies, right? We talk to everyone, are tired of division, and they really, really want to move forward. They want to feel joy. They want to feel optimistic about America. And I think Kamala Harris is a new generation. She's a new kind of candidate.
Brett, just lastly, what else are you watching for tonight? You have such a pulse on all of this. I'm sure you're watching a lot of metrics.
Yeah, look, I think, early on in the night, we're going to see Kamala Harris doing quite well and Democrats doing quite well. The reality is we will see some of the southern states be called early, and those are states that generally will be favorable to Donald Trump. But I think it is likely that we probably won't know the complete results of the election tonight. We'll have a better idea, I think, early in the morning around 5 or 6 a.m. about where Pennsylvania is headed. We have to remember that, until all the ballots are in, Pennsylvania can't start counting. And then there are several days where they can do this thing called curing of the ballot. Nevada also has rules where ballots can, still come in if they're marked by mail for 4 or 5 days. So I think, what we'll see is we'll see a strong night for the vice president in the beginning. Maybe we'll start to see some, tipping over to the Republican side. But I really think over the next few days, you'll see the vice president, as all of the ballots are coming in, begin to take the lead in states out across the West.
All right, Rhett Butler, I can't thank you enough. You've been really instrumental this campaign cycle. We'll talk soon.
Thanks so much, Andrew. Have a great night.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to take just another quick commercial break. The results will keep coming in. We brought you some out of Kentucky and Indiana especially. We'll be bringing in my colleague here, Austin Westfall, in the Live Now newsroom, and some more experts and analysts to help us make sense of some of these themes, some of these plots and storylines that we have been discussing all year. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Actually, no, let's not go to break. We have Philadelphia officials up there speaking to reporters about some of these claims the former president has made about voting in the city. Let's watch.
There is no cheating. There's no smoke to it. People say things, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. We've learned this in 2020. We have hardworking people trying to give the citizens of America the election that they deserve.
Do you know any specifics of the allegation?
Hold on 1 second.
So as I said in my social media post, there is no truth to the allegation that there is massive cheating in Philadelphia. We have been in touch with the RNC and anybody who has any complaints throughout the day. We've been responsive. Everything has been handled appropriately. So we look forward to the continued voting until 8 p.m. when the polls close. We also have ballots that still need to be counted inside the warehouse.
How concerning is it that one of the candidates says that you're cheating, put Philadelphia on blast on his Truth Social? What does that say?
Well, here's the reality. I mean, no one's worried, no one's concerned. We have hard-working Philadelphians who work on the election boards, who do the canvass. They're hard-working citizens. And again, that's an attack on the hard-working people who are honest. And we have evidence and proof to show that everything is on the up and up, and it has always been. And again, we're not going to be here all the time just addressing whatever is on social media. We have an election that we have to run. So we asking y'all to please respect that and let us finish our job.
What do you want to say to Donald Trump right now?
I don't want to say anything, Donald Trump. Only thing I want to say is us, citizens of Philadelphia, you're going to get the election that you deserve, and you have always been having accurate results and honesty. And we have great citizens here working to do their job.
Do you have any specifics of the allegations?
I mean, I saw something on social media. I mean, I saw he said something about he was cheating and all that kind of stuff. Again, that's not nothing new. I mean, this playbook has been played since 2020. We saw it, and we're going to do our job to give the citizens and give America the election that they deserve.
Did you investigate?
We have time for one more question. We got to get back to work. One more question.
And as we've done all day, if there are any specific allegations that would like to be brought to our attention, we'll be happy to look into them, and we will make sure that we are as responsive as we can be. But until we see anything specific, there's nothing here.
Do you have an estimate for how many ballots there will be, mail ballots, that you'll have to count?
So we don't have those exact numbers yet because people can still turn their ballots in until 8 p.m. So speaking of that, we're going to go back in and get back to work. But thank you so much.
So ballpark, I mean, it could be close to 200,000.
Okay.
Thank you.
About an hour and a half.
All right, so there you see our colleague at Fox 29, Chris O'Connell. All right, you just heard from two city commissioners there in Philadelphia talking about the electoral integrity of the votes there in Philadelphia after some of these claims made by former President Trump on his social media platform, Truth Social, claiming that cheating was going on. Those two officials you just heard there are saying there is no credence to some of those allegations being made and leveled by former President Donald Trump there. Essentially, they are saying there is no there. So wanted to make sure we got that in. We do want to get another quick commercial break. More expertise and analysis and results in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Happy election night here. We're just getting started, but we have a lot to get to, including some of these results coming out of states like Indiana and Kentucky as well. Remember, we're tracking the governor's race in Indiana. I want to take that there. Republican Mike Braun, he's a senator right now, and he's trying his hand at the governor's mansion there. He is 55% over his challenger, Jennifer McCormick's 42%, with around 9% of estimated votes counted. That's a pretty wide margin for Braun. It's looking good there for Braun's chances. We do want to focus, though, on the presidential contest in Indiana. Indiana reliably read for Republicans last two cycles. Trump 58, Harris 41 there, with around 9% of estimated votes counted. Remember, all throughout the night, we are relying on the Associated Press for their data, their metrics, their results as well. We bring those to you in real time. So remember, Indiana, 11 electoral votes. The Hoosier State in the Midwest there. Trump over Harris right now in Indiana. Now, let's go not too far. Kentucky, you see there, Trump over Harris, 65-33, almost a 2-to-1 margin there for Trump in Kentucky. Kentucky has 8 electoral votes. Still early there, but Kentucky usually a ruby red state. In the meantime here, wanted to make sure we got some of those results in. Let's bring to the conversation my colleague, Austin Westfall, and someone who we've relied on all year, political analyst Brian Sobel, for his expertise. You guys, thanks for being with us here. Austin, before we get to you, Brian, we're just getting these results in from states like Indiana, Kentucky. You could argue not as consequential as some of the battleground states. Polls will close there in Georgia and North Carolina at the top of the next hour. What are you looking at right now, Brian?
Well, I think we're looking, first of all, at Georgia as kind of the leader to see the results there coming out of Georgia. Obviously, Philadelphia with 19 electoral college votes is huge. We are going to see as the Times across the country close the polls where we are on this, but we may get a leaning, Andrew, sooner than later. But you know, in these either highly red states or highly blue states, I don't take too much from that. As an example, in California later when the polls close, 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 54 electoral college votes will go into the Harris ledger because it's an entirely blue state.
Let's talk about the demographic makeup of voters, Brian. What type of people are the people that are going to be swinging this election, possibly?
Well, we're looking at that, or we were looking at that. We want to see how frequently people vote, whether they vote reliably in presidential elections, and whether they lean Dem, lean Republican. Of course, this race has always been about trying to snag some independents, because clearly Harris has her followers and Trump has his followers, and so now you're really playing on the margins here, and it's a matter of people who just couldn't get behind Kamala Harris, who are Dems and decided to vote for Trump, or in the reverse, just could not vote for Donald Trump and just slid over into the Harris camp. But in the middle, 4%, 5% of those independents may very well decide this tonight.
Brian, I wanted to ask you, and this is somewhat of a long-winded question, or maybe the answer will be long-winded. Let's talk about the campaigns themselves. In the last week, or maybe the last weekend, in your view, what did the Trump campaign do right, and what did the Harris campaign do right, and vice versa? What do you think they did wrong?
Well, I think both campaigns really grounded out to the end. They were in a lot of places. They kept hitting these high swing state states to try to secure votes there. I think Donald Trump actually remained somewhat disciplined down the stretch, and Kamala Harris stuck to her message points. I think those are the positives. The negatives are that if you're not a Trump fan or you're not a Harris fan, nothing they said in the last few days will change your mind. Harris didn't really get into specifics through the entire 107 days of her campaign. Donald Trump kept with the same themes that he has talked about: the economy, immigration, these other things, right through to the end. So. In the last 7 days, I was waiting for something to kind of move the needle here a little bit. I didn't really see that.
It is very close, Austin.
Yeah, so Brian, we saw, and I was asking Keith about this earlier, we saw Trump making appearances in New Mexico and in Virginia. We saw Vance in New Hampshire over the weekend. We haven't seen Kamala Harris making any appearances in any of these states that we don't consider battleground states. What do you think they're seeing, and what do you think they're relying on?
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut everyone off here or interrupt. We're going to be doing this a lot. We do have some of these live events right now. We have some of these election officials, especially in Georgia. The Secretary of State there, Brad Raffensperger, speaking live. Let's just take it.
Was there. They brought in dogs, and they're doing a sweep there, so we're not concerned about anything like that. The area was fully secure.
Give a sense of how long the delays were?
Typically, what you saw, anywhere from 20 minutes to 40 minutes in that range. And so, we'll just be following that precinct by precinct.
How much later will they stay open?
Well, that's as we were just saying. If you had, they were doing their work, say 20 minutes to 40 minutes, something like that. I think there's one that might be 50 minutes, but in that range, so less than an hour. But we'll get those to you as soon as we can.
You said folks were there and that they sniffed the areas. Is that the case for all 12 of those locations where?
Yeah, and typically, I know that in Atlanta, they also just got a whole bunch of bomb threats come through, and Atlanta Police Department, they're keeping everything open. All the precincts are staying open, and they're just sending dogs around to sweep it to make sure that they're safe. But we know where it's coming from. FBI knows where it's coming from, but we want to make sure, interest of public safety, that everyone, make sure that it doesn't, slow down anyone from voting. And like I said, if you are in line at 7 p.m., you can continue to stay in line until you exercise your right to vote.
Do they seem to be coming from the same source as the earlier threats? And are they connected, do you know, to threats coming in and to other states?
We don't know that. And best as we can tell, these will probably be coming from the same source.
Are there any indications of threats coming into places where the ballots are being counted?
No.
Okay.
How will the how will the extension of the hours impact the counting of the votes coming in to you guys?
It's just a little bit slower because you have, I think that was 15 precincts plus the 2 in Cobb. It's a total of 15 precincts, so it just extends it out for there. But all those early votes have already been, all the early voting has already been done. There's no reason for that should not be tabulated and, uploaded quickly. And then all the other votes for the absentee that have been accepted, so that should come quickly also. Yes.
Do you have any frustration seeing some of these threats come in after you guys have done so much over the last 4 years to try to change the election process and make it more secure?
I'm frustrated as an American that people would threaten other Americans, and so or threaten, just to question the safety, and so that's what frustrates me. But we work through it. But our heart goes out for our voters, and that's what our concern is, and our poll workers.
You said early results will be in by 8 p.m., but that's a huge chunk of the total votes. So
correct.
We're going to see early results in Georgia, 4 million votes by 8 p.m.
Oh, some of the precincts may be extended a little bit now because they have this situation going on, but that's in 4 counties, 5 counties. So really, then over 150 counties. Yes, by 8 p.m. by state law, they are required when they close on time to have it 1 hour after they close. So yes, you'll get a lot of results really quick. Thank you so much. Stay tuned. We'll be here. I know you will be too.
All right, so Brad Raffensperger wrapping up there. You see his deputy, Gabe Sterling, there in Atlanta with all of these questions about when we might know results there in Georgia. Polls close at the top of the next hour here. I'm Andrew Kraft, back out live. I want to just put this tweet up here. This is a really good illustration of what election officials have had to contend with today. Anna Giratelli at the Washington Examiner tweeting out this: 7 new bomb threats received by election officials in DeKalb County outside Atlanta, Georgia, according to county officials. She says this as polls were supposed to close at 7 o'clock Eastern in about 9 minutes there. In the meantime, we still have Brian Sobel and Austin Westfall with me here in the newsroom. And Brian, election officials, they're trying to preserve the sanctity of the ballot today. They've had to contend with a lot, haven't they?
Yes, and these threats, if sources are correct, are coming not from a domestic source, but coming from perhaps Russia or other countries that are trying to upset the American election. You saw there that Georgian officials are on top of it, and other than taking normal precautions, it's not stopping anything.
Brian, I got to ask you, just remind our audience, why did he have to field some questions there about election integrity? Why is that important specifically in his county, in his state?
Well, I think because already you're having the former president, Austin, talking about reports of shenanigans in Philadelphia. I mean, this is these officials trying to get out in front of any of the rhetoric coming from one or more of the campaigns about whether the elections have integrity. We've come a long way in 4 years from 2020. The election system has been bolstered considerably. And so this is kind of, a 2020 playbook page. And people ought to be really, in my view, concentrating on other things tonight.
Right, yeah. And of course, got to remind it, we're not in a pandemic like we were in 2020. That's a major difference and mitigating factor as well. Brian Sobel, thanks so much. Also, we'll check in at the top of the hour. In the meantime, let's take our final commercial break of this hour. We got a lot more in store. Many states' polls are closing in just about 7 minutes' time, and some of those battleground states we're watching, including Georgia and North Carolina. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're almost at the top of a new hour here. Want to take this live picture there at the White House. You see, just wanted to give you this reporting. President Biden and the First Lady will watch election results tonight in the residence with longtime aides and senior staff, according to a White House official. Also, the First Lady voted in person this morning there in Wilmington, Delaware. In the meantime here, let's stay in Washington right now. Let's go to the campus of Howard University. That is where Vice President Kamala Harris is holding her election night watch party. Our friend Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen is there live. Connor, good to see you. What's the energy like there right now?
Andrew, it's building and building here as the crowd starts to fill up. A lot of the crowd's students, as you can imagine, here at Howard University. We're just minutes away from those first states closing, where we'll get a better look at where this election is heading. Before today, a record 80 million people had already voted. That's more than half the total number of ballots cast in 2020. Now, both campaigns relying on who showed up to vote today.
We, the people, have the power to shape our future.
Coming off a whirlwind day of energizing voters in battleground Pennsylvania, Vice President Kamala Harris is not holding any campaign events today, instead opting to do radio interviews, hoping to win over any more undecided voters.
We are tied. Every vote matters, and so I am working hard all day long, continuously, to get out the vote. There are two choices in this race, and it's about the direction of our country, whether we want to go backward or forward.
Harris wants to be the first vice president in 32 years to be promoted to the Oval Office.
I will work on your behalf as President of the United States to lift you up around dealing with, for example, the cost of living, bringing down the cost of groceries, the cost of housing.
As part of that effort, her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, making a final pitch to voters in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
This will be won by 1 or 2 votes per precinct in places like Pennsylvania. This is a time when there's a privilege to live in this country and a responsibility. Get out and vote.
And as you mentioned, Vice President Harris will be here to watch those results come in at her alma mater, Howard University. And she says this will be a full circle moment. This is actually where she first ran for office as freshman class representative. Andrew.
All right, Connor Hansen there live for us on the campus of Howard University. Connor, thanks so much. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, always appreciate Connor Hansen's reports there throughout the course of this election cycle. Remember, though, we are monitoring all things on social media right now. The candidates themselves are out there posting. Let's check in with Live Now's Christina Evans with more on that front here. Christina, what do you got for us?
Yes, Andrew, of course, like I said earlier today, we're here in our social center making sure that we're keeping you up to date as all of these tweets and posts that are happening on X, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok are happening. And here in our social center, one of the things we now want to highlight right now are the posts from the candidates themselves. If you take a look at your screen here, you can see this TikTok was posted from real Donald Trump's page there on the platform, asking voters to stay in line. That same sentiment repeated by Vice President Kamala Harris on X as well, and her running mate as well, Tim Walz, saying just 1 or 2 votes in each precinct could make the difference. If you are in line, make sure that you're staying in line. So that's been the message that's happening across the social platforms right now from the candidates as those hours are now winding down, when folks are able to make sure that their voices are heard across the country at those polling locations. Again, we're keeping a close eye on the social stories that are popping up, but again, we're keeping an eye right now, those candidates asking folks just to stay in line and vote if you are in line before your polling location closes, Andrew.
All right, Christina, thanks for that check-in. We'll talk soon. In the meantime here, it is a new hour. It is 5 o'clock here in Mountain Time, 7 o'clock there on the East Coast. Polls have now closed in some of these major battleground states like Georgia, like North Carolina. Speaking of Georgia there, we're waiting some type of press conference on some of the threats made to polling locations there. This is in Fulton County. So we'll wait to see if anyone steps up to the podium there as well. We also have a live picture of voters in line. I believe that's in Maricopa County. Polls obviously have not closed yet there in Arizona. In the meantime, though, we are tracking these results coming in as well. We're still waiting on some race calls here, but it is a new hour, and we want to bring into the conversation Austin Westfall yet again with some of those results, and he joins me. Austin, I wanted to ask, it's been Indiana and Kentucky we've been talking about here, but now these major battleground states, polls now closed there. We'll get results in very soon, right?
We will. We're watching them tabulate results right now in Georgia. We are going to be waiting for any type of result from that key battleground state. That is one of the 7 battlegrounds that we've been tracking so closely. So let's look at our map. We're starting to see it fill in with some colors now. 19 electoral votes on the Trump side so far, 3 coming in for the vice president. Where are those votes coming from? Vermont. That's where Harris is getting her 1 vote so far. As soon as the polls closed, they were feeling comfortable enough to call that one in Harris's favor. Let's take a look at why. And you know what? We're not even getting any official results in, but a safely blue state, Vermont, going to Kamala Harris. Indiana and Kentucky, we already knew, called in Trump's favor. Florida, we're finally getting some results in from the Sunshine State. Now, that is not dark red. It's not been called yet. The Associated Press has not called for Florida. That is 30 electoral votes that are expected to go red. There is an interesting Senate race that we're watching for there. And you know what? While we're talking about the Senate, Andrew, let's pull up our Senate map. We've so far seen 1 Senate race being called in Indiana. So, Indiana, and we will back up here a little bit because Jim Banks, the Associated Press, officially calling the Indiana Senate race in Banks's favor. He has 62% over McRae's 35%. That's only with 12% of the votes tabulated. The AP feeling comfortable enough to call that one in Banks's favor. We didn't expect that one to be a toss-up. Let's focus on one where we did expect somewhat of a competitive race. This is Rick Scott's race. Rick Scott facing off against Debbie McCarsell-Powell. This was 19% of the votes already coming in, and that's because Florida is one of those states that can tabulate votes before the polls close. So as soon as the polls closed, a big batch of ballots came through. In fact, 19% of everything counted has already come in, giving us about a fifth of the information we know before all of the votes are tallied. And so far, Rick Scott has just over 50% of the vote. Right now, it looks like Scott is up by roughly 4 points. The Democrats, they're going to need to win some of these competitive seats in states like Florida, Texas. There's even an independent running in Nebraska. The Democrats are on the defense when it comes to the Senate, Andrew. Florida is one of those key races that they're hoping to win.
That's right. We do have some of the head-to-head here with the results from the Associated Press there. Republican Rick Scott over his Democratic challenger, Debbie McCarsell-Powell. 51-47, still very early for this race there. But Austin, like you said, we do have some of these race calls for the presidential contest. Let's get those out of the way here. Indiana, the Hoosier state, has now been called for former President Donald Trump there, with around 14% of estimated votes counted, 11 electoral votes, like you said, Austin, going to Donald Trump from Indiana as well. Also, Kentucky, the bluegrass state, this is in Trump's column there. The AP calling Kentucky for Donald Trump. Trump gets 8 electoral votes there in Kentucky, and you see the vote differential, the vote margin there between he and Harris. So this is to be expected with, Indiana and Kentucky here. If we can put up the results as well. You mentioned the Indiana Senate race between Jim Banks, the congressman right now, and his challenger as well, the Democrat, that race being called for Banks. So this seat, Austin, remains in Republican hands here. Jim Banks beating Valerie McRae there. He stays on Capitol Hill, but he moves over to the other chamber there, the upper chamber. So just wanted to kind of give everyone the run through for some of these states. Like you said, we have the head-to-head matchup, Austin. Vermont, this goes to Harris, 3 electoral votes in Harris's column for Vermont there. So we are just getting started. We're in a new hour. And yes.
If we can come out to the map one more time, because there's going to be an odd color on the senatorial map. I just want to make sure everybody understands what we're looking at, because you're used to seeing reds and blues on these maps. The reason why you're seeing yellow in Vermont is simply because Senator Sanders is an independent. So Sanders there, they're able to call this one as soon as the polls are closed. We don't even see any of the numbers coming in for this race yet, but Senator Sanders with a healthy lead, a healthy advantage in order to get another 6-year Senate term. Andrew.
All right, and we do have live pictures there at the White House. Also, polls closing this hour in 13 states, like we said there in North Carolina and Georgia. The prize for the White House is on. We're monitoring some of these early results in as well. Let's bring into the conversation some more of our analysts, experts, and reporters, including Riley Rogerson there at Notice she joins me. Riley, results coming in quite fast here, but at the top of the hour, these states, so many people are watching. Georgia, North Carolina. Georgia has 16 electoral votes. North Carolina, 16 as well here. We're going to get results in those battleground states. What are you watching for right now?
Definitely North Carolina, definitely Georgia. Later in the night, absolutely Pennsylvania, which has a really important Senate race as well. Nevada, Arizona. I'm sure I'm missing some swing states there, but I'm watching the same states the rest of the country is watching, which are all supposed to be nail biters, and we'll see when we get results.
Yeah, and Riley, I wanted to ask too, other things that you've been watching for. I've been watching for enthusiasm, turnout, some of the same day voter turnout. It seems like the Harris and Trump camps are really contending with the early vote numbers and the same day voting numbers and the by mail numbers here. So it's all going to be a numbers game, is it not?
Oh, absolutely. This is all a numbers game. You see already the Trump camp is clearly paying very close attention in Philadelphia. The Harris camp as well has been projecting a lot of optimism about what they're seeing as good turnout in a very blue stronghold, which they hope will counteract where Trump is doing better in kind of the middle of the state and some of the suburban counties. So, the numbers are everything, and it's just a matter of which counties really turn out for, Trump or Harris.
Yeah, Wiley, I know that you cover Capitol Hill so much in your everyday life when we don't have an election night to cover. But will we know who has control of the House and or Senate by the end of the night or not?
I mean, that's a great question that I still don't know the answer to. I promise you my newsroom would love to know. The House, I think, could really be a while. I had a conversation with the DCCC chairwoman, Susan DelBene, last week. She reminded me that the House was decided in 5 races by about 6,500 votes last time. So some of these races are going to be incredibly close. It's going to take a really long time to kind of parse them out. There might be recounts in some cases. So the House, I think, could be on the scale of weeks before we have a solid answer. Right. The Senate, I think, will be maybe a little bit sooner, but we will see. Montana is important, and that's not going to come in until late tonight.
We've been hearing so much about how it's more likely than not that the Republicans will flip control of the Senate. But I wanted to ask you a couple questions about which states are in play for the Democrats to actually pick up seats.
Yes, there are 2 big pickup opportunities that Democrats have invested a lot of resources into. That's Florida and that's Texas. We'll see. It's an uphill climb for the Democrats there. In Florida, the incumbent is Rick Scott. In Texas, the incumbent is Ted Cruz. These are 2 conservative senators that Democrats would be eager to flip their seats. But we still don't know. It is an uphill climb in 2 states that are, Trump is counting on to be Republican for him. So these 2 incumbents, I think, are hoping that they will also be able to keep their seats there.
Yeah, and Riley and Austin, we do have results coming in the Florida Senate race there. Scott up over his challenger, the Democrat Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. I guess going into this race specifically, Riley, did Senate Republicans expect such a fight there for Scott in Florida, or were they thrown for a loop in that one?
Actually, the past few times that Rick Scott has run statewide, remember he was previously the governor of Florida as well, have been real nail biters. His popularity is not super high in the state. However, he has a massive war chest. He is a very independently wealthy and has put a lot of his own resources into funding his race there. So I think that this is to be expected, that it was going to be pretty close. It's always been close for Rick Scott, but that doesn't mean just yet that the Democrats are feeling great about taking it. We'll have to see as more votes come in.
Let's focus our efforts just on Georgia briefly here, because we have our live picture inside this counting location in Fulton County at the moment. We are getting results in Austin and Riley from Georgia on the presidential level here. Let's take that. All right, so Georgia with 16 electoral votes here, and I can't exactly tell how many of the votes have been counted.
Looks like
according to the Associated
1,500 for
Press.
Trump, 1,200 for Harris.
All right, so you see Trump there over Harris. So it's still early. What do we make, Austin, of these results here?
Yeah, so this is a very small batch of results that have come in. 1,500, it looks like, for Trump so far, 1,200 for Harris. Polls closing about 11 minutes ago in the Peach State. We're not expecting to get any bellwethers, and I think we just saw the results possibly update there And what I'll do is I'll pull up that race because we can, and there it is. So yeah, so we're seeing now 78,000 votes for Harris versus 63,000 votes for Trump. So we're getting in a little bit more context as to how people are leaning. We don't know exactly where these votes are coming from, but we do know that Harris, so far, with only 3% of the votes tabulated, Harris has a 10-point advantage over Trump.
Yeah, and of course, also to your point, it is still early. But Riley, if you can, I mean, give us a sense, how much did the campaigns, the Harris campaign or the Trump campaign, prioritize Georgia just in the last few weeks?
Oh, it's definitely been prioritized. Both campaigns have made trips down there. Georgia, alongside these other swing states that we're watching, has been the subject of a lot of investment by both campaigns, a lot of television ads, and a lot of rallies. So both campaigns are taking their chances here very, very seriously, and we'll see how it takes out later tonight.
Yeah, and Riley, of course, we know that Donald Trump lost Georgia in 2020 by, comparably a pretty small margin, more than 11,000 votes here. Is it going to be that close again? What are some of these trends in the state that have shifted at all since 2020? Maybe none.
Yeah, there's been a big question of whether Black voters will turn out to the same degree for Kamala Harris as they did for Joe Biden. That was a big part of his winning coalition back in 2020. So I think there's a big question now of if there will still be those strong numbers there for Harris. Obviously, Donald Trump sees an opening there, or he would not have invested quite so many resources into the state. But yeah, I think that's a big demographic that people will be watching there for sure.
Yeah, so can you give us some context into how we watch these states, these battleground states, over time? What I'm going to put up behind me here, and Andrew, if you can take my screen in full, I want to show. So this is our breakdown of the counties. So, and these are very preliminary results. We will say that up front, but we're starting to see a blue dot in Douglas County. It looks like Harris has a 32-point lead over Trump right now. Can you just lay out how this works? Typically, we see in these major metro areas, that's where Democrats run up the numbers, and then there's several rural counties where Trump runs up the numbers, correct?
Yes, that's the case. That'll be the case in Georgia. It will also be similar in Pennsylvania. I talked already about the importance of Philadelphia, but also Pittsburgh. And you'll see the same in Michigan with Detroit, in Wisconsin with Milwaukee. That's typically how this is going to go. So it's really a question of turnout in these big blue cities for the Democrats.
So we know that the Harris camp is really relying on turnout, like you said, in Philadelphia. What about Metro Atlanta? Help us make sense of the complexion there. Yes, it's usually solidly blue, but are there any red or purple shades in Metro Atlanta?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is really the question. And again, like I brought up, there's a question of where the Black vote and Black voters are trending in Atlanta, in these, urban areas, in these swing states. So, I think that there is a question. There's also a question of whether there's a, hidden Trump vote, a hidden Harris vote. But again, I think there's a lot more questions here than answers about how these cities are going to break down.
And I'll just mention that there is something that we're kind of watching. There's this really coalition of 9 counties that we talk about when we're looking at an area like the Atlanta Metro. There's 9 solidly blue counties. There is Fayette County just to the south. That's going to be one that could prove as a bellwether. That's one that's been a little bit tighter as far as last elections go. We've also looked at Cherokee and Forsyth counties. Those are just north of the Atlanta Metro. So there are 9 solidly blue counties that we talk about when it comes to the Atlanta Metro. There are a few that could be competitive, and those are going to be some of the things that we're going to be watching as the election progresses. Riley, one of my questions for you here as we continue on with the evening is how significantly could issues impact turnout in these races? I'm talking issues like abortion, issues like the border.
Oh, abortion is huge. The Harris campaign has poured a lot of resources into campaigning on abortion. We saw in 2022 and in 2023, after the Roe v. Wade was overturned, this is a hugely animating issue for women voters. So, the Harris campaign is banking on there being high turnout for women who are supportive of a Democratic ticket because of that issue. issue. I saw an NBC exit poll clocked the top issue for voters. And, this is just one exit poll. You should take it with a grain of salt, was, democracy and protecting democracy. That's another huge issue that the Harris campaign has talked quite a bit about, particularly as it relates to January 6th with Liz Cheney. For Republicans, the top motivating issues are, the economy and immigration. And I'll tell you, I was in Pennsylvania this past week talking to Republicans actually at an Eagles tailgate. And that's all that they were talking about, is how excited they were to vote for Trump because of his positions on the economy, non-immigration.
Yeah, we're taking a live look right now inside this ballot counting processing center in Fulton County. We just heard Riley and Austin from Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. He says about 10 polling locations in Georgia will stay open late due to some of these non-credible threats that briefly disrupted voting. So that is interesting. That is what election officials have had to contend with throughout the course of the evening here. Of course, when you talk about abortion, we can't fail to mention that just this year, in the wake of Dobbs, that 6-week heartbeat bill had been working through the state courts in Georgia. That is the law on the books in Georgia, a 6-week abortion ban. So to your point, Riley, and to your point, Austin, maybe the Harris campaign is relying on some of these suburban women in the Atlanta metro area to come out for the Harris-Walz camp on that issue alone. That remains to be seen here. All right, let's move from Georgia right now while we have you, Riley and Austin. We're getting some more votes in, some more results in the Florida Senate race here. You can see there 52% of estimated votes counted now in the Florida Senate race. And the gap has widened here between incumbent Republican Rick Scott and his Democratic challenger, Debbie Mucarsel-Powell here. So don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Only a little more than half of these estimated votes coming in, according to the Associated Press here. But Scott's lead is widening. So I don't know what that means for the rest of the night, for the rest of these Senate races here. But does this say that maybe Scott wasn't facing as much of a challenge as Democrats hoped, or is that Republicans feared?
We will see for sure whether that ends up being the case. Democrats were clearly very optimistic about their chances. That's why they put resources into this race. But I'll tell you, I talked to a number of strategists on both sides of the aisle who were not totally counting on this race to be a win for the Democrats. When I talked to a Republican strategist yesterday, he told me that Republicans losing the House would be a tremendous shock to the system. And part of that reasoning is that Republicans, they thought Rick Scott would keep this seat. So this isn't a totally unexpected outcome. It's not done yet. It was always supposed to be competitive, but I think this is kind of expected.
All right, Austin, you have the map there in Florida as well, looking at some of these counties and how they're going here. What does it say?
Yeah, and you know what? Let's pull up some of the counties, and really, this is something that we're going to start seeing, that some of these bigger metro areas are going to start filling in with more blue, and some of these rural areas are going to start filling in with more red. Miami-Dade County right now, as far as the Senate race goes, Scott has a 10-point advantage in Miami-Dade County, and let's make sure that we get those results up there. So basically, we're talking about Scott running up the numbers in a very populous county. This is just over 50% of the votes counted, quite a bit of votes being tabulated. This is going to be one of the biggest bellwethers about how Florida goes, is looking at larger counties like that. Let's look at Orange County. This is where Orlando is. Mucarsel-Powell has a 17-point advantage over Scott. But ultimately, Andrew, when we look at these maps and when we're talking about the balance of power in Congress, we're talking about an uphill battle for the Democrats. That's something that we've all been watching for. Florida was one of those few states where the Democrats could have made up some ground, but as more results coming in, it's looking like Scott is taking more of an advantage.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. We want to bring into the conversation yet again Riley Ronderson there at Notice. You've been following all of these themes really all year, and happy election night to all of our new viewers. This is what we do on Live Now from Fox. We bring you expert analysis and context on the biggest stories of the day and this one of the year. We are waiting for this live event to take place there in Fulton County. Caroline Elliott, Fox News multimedia reporter, telling us that the Secretary of State there in Georgia just confirmed Georgia will set a new record today with 5.2 million votes cast in this election here. We're also anticipating an update from officials in Fulton County there right now. Let's check in with Christina Evans. She has her pulse on what's going on there on social media, specifically there in Georgia. Christina, what is social media saying? What will they say in this press conference?
Andrew, so of course, like you just said, eyes are on Georgia right now just because of some of the news that has been coming out earlier today. In fact, if you did hear that Secretary of State earlier in the day, Brad Raffensperger, he made a comment in a live press conference talking about how this is the wrong Georgia to mess with as far as election interference. And here in our social center, we've been getting some updates directly from officials in DeKalb County as well, because more bomb threats were called there in the state. Now, this isn't the first time that we're seeing those happen across the social media platform again today, that we're getting those updates that they're happening at those polling locations. I do want to show you right now a full look at that screen there. This is what the DeKalb County Police Department has now tweeted out as well. So they let it know that DeKalb County has now responded to multiple bomb threats. Those locations are also being listed there, but they are now reopened as well. So we're taking a look again at some of the things that are coming out from the social media aspect. This is what we know so far from the Associated Press. These are overwhelmingly Democratic suburbs areas that voting had to be suspended at those locations until police were able to confirm that there were no bombs. But right now, as you can see on your screen, those locations have now reopened. County officials, though, say that they're also seeking a court order to extend voting. This is very routine in Georgia when a polling place is disrupted. Earlier today, again, polling places in Fulton and Gwinnett County were also targeted. The Secretary of State did point out that he believes that had to do with Russian interference. Those threats, though, did turn out to be false. So again, we're continuing here on Live Now from Fox to track some of the latest updates that we're having here in our studio with some of those updates again from Georgia as we're looking at those bomb threats, whether or not they were credible or not. But we do know that now they are seeking to keep some of those polling locations in DeKalb County, one of those counties that was really looked at in the 2020 election, open a bit longer so voters can make sure that their voice is heard.
All right, Christina Evans there. Thanks so much. We do have officials there in Fulton County stepping up right now. Christina, we'll check in just a moment here. Let's listen as some of these officials take to the podium here. Let's watch. All right, here we have it. This is in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's listen.
Thank you so much for being here on Election Night 2024. We are here in the Fulton County Election Hub, and we are about to begin our evening briefing, our post-election briefing. My name is Jessica Corbett, and I'm the Director of External Affairs for Fulton County. And I just want to thank all the journalists who are here from all over the world covering this election. You are about to hear from several officials here who've been part of our team today. You'll first hear from Fulton County Chairman Rob Pitts, followed by our Fulton County Election Board Chair. We happen to be joined tonight by our State Election Board Chair. You will also hear from our Director of Elections for Fulton County, Nadine Williams, as well as Fulton County Police Chief and Fulton County Manager. So I'll kick it over to Chairman Pitts.
Stand up close to the mic. All right. Well, thank you so much, Jessica, and thank you all for being here with us again. I told you in the beginning that we were ready, and the results of today's election proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Fulton County, Georgia was ready for the 2024 election. We have had 177 precincts, 1,800 well-trained professional poll workers who did an outstanding job today. In this magnificent facility here, which I think is due in large part because if you recall, those of you who were with us in 2020, we were scattered all over the county, different locations. But because of the $30 million investment that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners made, this facility has allowed us to consolidate all of our operations under one roof. And the result of that has been an outstanding 2024 election. I had the privilege of personally visiting 31 of the 177 precincts today, and I can report to you that I saw no unusual problems, no major problems whatsoever. Our workers were courteous, they were professional, and they were well trained and took care of business. Now, we are aware that there were several bomb threats. Those threats were handled professionally by our chief, and you'll hear from him in a few minutes. As a result of that, 5 of the 177 precincts will be staying open a little later, anywhere from a little later, meaning after 7 p.m., anywhere from 10 minutes to 45 minutes, based upon the time that they were closed. So I am personally well pleased, thrilled with the results of today's election, and I will give Fulton County, Georgia, an A for the great work that we've done. I'd like for you to hear from the chair of our Board of Registrations and Elections, Ms. Sherry Allen.
Good evening, good evening. Yesterday I said that you were going to see the best run elections in Fulton County, and I think you have. We did have bomb threats, we didn't control criminal activity, but there weren't waiting lines. Things were resolved fast for voters. I personally went out to sites when there were problems and resolved them, talked to managers. I want to thank all of the poll workers, all of the poll managers, all of the monitors, all of the poll watchers, everyone who helped make this a safe, secure, transparent, and accurate election. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm going to introduce the chair of the State Election Board, John Verveer.
Well, I really don't do interviews, so I guess I'm going to do all of them at once tonight. My name is John Verveer. I'm chairman of the State Election Board. I want to talk about the great things that I've seen, because over the last couple of weeks I've had a chance to go across Georgia, from South Georgia to North Georgia, and talk to election superintendents across the state and visit over 20 polling locations. And every one that I've been to, all I've seen is good things. I've seen some extremely dedicated poll workers, extremely dedicated superintendents and poll managers, and I am really optimistic that this may be the best election Georgia's ever held. Chairman Allen has invited me to see many polling locations in Fulton County. We went all the way from the north to the south, saw about 9 polling locations, and every one of them ran efficiently and effectively. The voters were happy, the poll managers were happy, the poll workers were happy, and when I see that happening, it makes you feel good. And the one thing, a lady told me today when I was in a poll in Gwinnett County, she said, the people that are criticizing the way the polling's going, if they would just come work a poll one time, and understand all the checks and balances that we have in Georgia to make sure that it's fair and safe election, then they would understand that we do have fair, safe, and honest elections in the state of Georgia. And I want to thank the Secretary of State's office. They've done a great job with that. I want to thank all those poll workers out there and all those election superintendents and Chairman Allen for helping turn around what admittedly was not the greatest election in 2020, but Fulton County hopefully is going to have a great one this year. I got confidence in them, and I'm appreciative for all that they've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And our Director of Elections is Nadine Williams.
Thank you. Good evening. On behalf of the Fulton County Department of Registration and Elections, I want to extend our sincere gratitude to the poll workers and election staff for their dedication into conducting today's successful election. We want to provide a special thank you to the County Manager, Board of Commissioners, Board of Registration and Elections, and the numerous Fulton County departments that supported us in this important effort. We planned, we prepared, and we delivered. Today, over 92,000 voters cast their ballots, adding to the 417,000 who participated in advance voting, and more than 26,000 absentee by mails that were accepted. These numbers surpassed the total turnout for the 2020 election. Despite a few attempted disruptions, our staff and poll workers remain steadfast in their commitment to ensuring a smooth process. In regards to these disruptions, there will be 5 precincts that have to remain open past the 7 o'clock Poll closing, those locations are C.H. Gallant Elementary School, which will remain open until 7:15, Etris Darnell Community Center, which will remain open until 7:45, Lake Forest Elementary School, which will remain open until 7:10, Southwest Arts Center, which will remain open until 7:43, and Northwood Elementary School, which will remain open until 7:45 p.m. Those locations and times are posted on our website and have been posted at the precincts. So now we are going to proceed with the election night tabulation, and we'll post final results tonight on our website when completed. You should be able to see the advanced voting and the absentee by mail results before 8 today. And again, we thank everyone who made this election possible.
All right, now our police chief for Fulton County, Georgia, Chief Yates.
Good evening. As I told you yesterday, we had 177 voting locations that we put. Hold it up. Is that better? Yes, a lot better. Good evening. As I told you yesterday, we had 177 polling locations, and we placed an officer at each one. That wouldn't have been possible without the help of every law enforcement agency within Fulton County coming together to make that happen. We planned heavily for the incident of a bomb threat being called in, and it's a good thing we did, because that's the only thing that happened today was 32 bomb threats at different polling locations. 32. We were able to clear 27 of them very quickly without the need for an evacuation. 5 of them, the polls were temporarily closed down at the poll manager's request while we conducted the sweep, and they were reopened. We don't know where the threats came from at this point, and it is an active investigation, but we do intend on doing our best to locate who made the threats and prosecute them fully. Thank you.
Now, County Manager Dick Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to wrap up at least 4 questions by telling you how much preparation went into tonight and today and all of the advanced voting. Starting in 2020, we began a whole of government approach. While the tip of the spear is Board of Registration and Election, it involved every aspect of Fulton County with a clear expectation set by our chairman and the rest of the board that we would have a tremendous experience for voters and a free and fair election, which we've obviously accomplished. Everything that went into it, from this building that you stand in, to the technology that was used, to the processes that were planned and practiced, to our leadership. And I want to give a special recognition to Nadine Williams, who has led our efforts and done a terrific job. I also, of course, want to recognize Chief Yates for his efforts working with every municipality and all the police chiefs across Fulton County to provide the safety and security necessary today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Pitts, for being our MC again today. This time we can take a few questions. Yes, Fox. Have there been any bomb threats called into this facility?
Say it again.
Have there been any threats called in for this facility?
Not yet.
How concerned are you about that possibility?
Very concerned about it. But the good news is I don't have 177 other locations to worry about. Now we just have this location. And I think you saw when you came in a very heavy law enforcement presence here.
All right, so you have some of these Fulton County officials, including law enforcement there, update us on some of these bomb threats that have been made, these hoaxes to polling locations that have caused some disruptions there, not only in Fulton County, but in the state of Georgia writ large here. So you can see that some of these officials are taking questions on, how ballot counting and how the voting will proceed henceforth from there. You heard there from Raffensperger, the Secretary of State. They are keeping 10 locations open a little bit later because of some of these disruptions there. But you heard from some of these county managers there in Fulton County that there's no credence to some of these bomb threats. They called them hoaxes there in Fulton County. In the meantime here, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We do have a few race calls that we do want to make here. I want to bring this up. All eyes right now are focused on West Virginia at the moment here and the presidential contest. Take a look at this. 4 electoral votes from West Virginia going to Donald Trump here. Well, it's not just the presidential election contest there in West Virginia. It's some of these other down ballot races as well, including a key Senate race. Austin Westfall joining me yet again. Austin, I believe we have a Senate call in the race there.
Yeah, you know what? Let's pull up our Senate map because let's show the balance of power. This is no surprise, Andrew. I mean, we expected that retiring Senator Joe Manchin would be replaced by a Republican. Jim Justice, he was a popular two-term governor in West Virginia. You may know him from his English bulldog, Baby Dog, who made an appearance at the Republican National Convention. So Justice and Baby Dog making their way into the Senate's upper chamber. We don't have any numbers in from the Associated Press quite yet. You see here, I mean, we're looking at all zeros here, but nonetheless, the Associated Press, knowing that this is a reliably red state, not a surprise at all that Justice comes away with the victory. They feel comfortable enough to make this one red.
So I think that's a good moment to kind of pause, and for the viewers who might not understand this, you know, we're relying on the Associated Press. How can a media organization like the AP project a race call without numbers there? And I think this is really important to kind of hammer home here. Why, Austin?
You know, ultimately, this was one of the races we knew was going to flip red. There was Senator Joe Manchin. He was an independent. We knew Jim Justice, the Republican, had a huge advantage over the mayor of Wheeling, West Virginia. This was not going to be surprising at all. And as soon as some of these numbers do start coming in, most assuredly, they're going to be heavily lopsided in Jim Justice's favor. In the meantime, let's look at the wider senatorial map here because this is the balance of power. There's still a lot of empty notches to fill in. As we've been mentioning, the Democrats have a lot more seats to defend, but the Republicans so far with one flip, that's what this candy cane, I'm gonna call it a candy cane. Let's zoom in on it. It's basically pinstriped there.
Right.
That means that a seat has flipped. That seat went from independent to Republican. We're going to be watching out for more of those types of races as the night progresses.
All right, to your point, no surprises here. This was projected, but you're right. We got a seat flip there in West Virginia for Senate Republicans gaining this seat there. And so Joe Manchin, to your point, retiring, not seeking re-election, and all intents and purposes, many expected this race to go this way as well. But Jim Justice is vacating, Austin, the governor's mansion. Just briefly here, who will replace him there in Charleston, West Virginia? You see there the governor's race in West Virginia. Pat Morrisey besting his Democratic rival there, Steve Williams, to take the governor's mansion there in West Virginia. Pat Morrisey, Austin, he's, I believe, the current Republican Attorney General in West Virginia. So it just seems kind of like musical chairs in West Virginia politics tonight. Justice to Washington, Morrisey to the capital of West Virginia.
Yeah, ultimately, what I'm going to say about this race, again, we're working with the AP's figures all night, and I've got the results up here. And again, we're looking at all zeros, but that just gives you some sense of how reliably red some of these states are. The West Virginias, the Kentuckys. As soon as we start to see some more calls in places like Kansas and Oklahoma, we may see similar things. You might be wondering, how can they call a race with 0% of the results in? My guess is they're going to be filling these in very shortly, and Pat Morrisey is going to have a sizable lead over Steve Williams. Pat Morrisey headed to the governor's mansion.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. Wanted to definitely get in all of those race calls there. So we still have officials speaking in Fulton County, Georgia. We also have some of these live vantage points as well. That's at a polling place in Maricopa County, Arizona, I believe. It's about 5:40 there, Mountain Time. We also have live looks in Washington, D.C., not too far from the White House there on the campus of Howard University. That's where Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate, Tim Walz, will hold their election night watch party. We also have the one there in West Palm Beach where the Trump-Vance election night watch party will be held there as well. But like I said, all eyes briefly were focused on West Virginia, and this is an AP race call. Republican Jim Justice defeating Democrat Glenn Elliott in the West Virginia Senate race. Justice, and here, to your point, Austin, his dog, baby dog, going to Washington here. In the meantime, yes, please.
Ultimately, what we're looking at here are a number of gubernatorial races across the country. Only one of them was expected to be competitive, and we're starting to get an idea of what those results are looking like. Only 7% of the vote is in so far. New Hampshire is the one gubernatorial seat that we didn't know which way it was going to go. Chris Sununu, the outgoing governor, deciding not to run for re-election. So far, Democrat Joyce Craig has a very small lead over Kelly Ayotte. So we're looking at 49.4% to 48.5%. Only 0.9 of a percentage point separating the two right now. But again, only 7% of the votes tallied. It'll be interesting, Andrew, to see how that gubernatorial race in New Hampshire plays out as the night goes on.
Yeah, let's bring into the conversation more expertise and analysis, Austin. We're going to do that with our friend there, Bill Scher at the Washington Monthly. He joins us. Bill, thanks for being with us. I know you're really busy tonight. If we can, let's just get you to respond to some of those race calls we just brought our viewers coming to us from West Virginia. No surprises there, right, Bill?
Yeah, no surprises. Nothing that I think you should treat as a bellwether. In 2020, almost the entire country shifted a little blue relative to 2016, but with some notable exceptions. Florida actually got more red. So when 4 years ago, when the Florida numbers came in trending Trump, a lot of people freaked out, thought perhaps that was going to be the bellwether for the rest of the country, and it was actually the opposite. And so this year, maybe there isn't a nationwide shift one way or the other. Maybe it's more of a mix. So we're looking at, some people are looking at particular counties with partial returns, but it's still very early to be doing extrapolations right now, in my opinion.
Okay, so that's the theme right now, where we stand. You're saying too early for any of these extrapolations to get some of the bellwethers out there reading the tea leaves. You and I and Austin Westwell, we've done that all year covering this election here. We actually do have a live picture up right now. Okay, you can see there, this is live. So we're going to be getting these in throughout the course of the evening at these election night watch parties. This one there for Mark Robinson in North Carolina. Of course, he's the lieutenant governor right now. He was embroiled in scandal in the latter half of this campaign here. We also have some results coming in from the North Carolina gubernatorial election here. Let's take that. All right, his challenger, the Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein, up 75 over Robinson's 21. This is only with 2% of estimated votes counted here. Bill, I got to ask, Robinson's in for quite a tough night, is he not, here over Stein?
Yeah, this is not going to be a nail-biter. Robinson's campaign imploded with the revelations about his posting on porn sites and calling himself a Nazi. The question is, does that drag down Donald Trump in the state, or did Trump manage to fully separate himself from Robinson and have the races be treated, separately? Obviously, Trump's going to outrun Robinson, but it's been a very touch-and-go race. Polls have showed statistical dead heat. Remains to be seen, who has the upper hand in the state.
I want to talk. I don't want to put the cart before the horse here, Bill, but will Republicans do any soul searching about candidate choice and selection when it comes to these primaries in these especially kind of purplish, bluish, reddish states like North Carolina going forward? Will any lessons be learned from Mark Robinson as a candidate? I mean, he's the sitting lieutenant governor right now.
I mean, they should, but it all depends on how well Donald Trump does, because Donald Trump is sets the tone. The candidate recruitment for Republicans in 2024 was better than 2022. You had fewer Kari Lakes, but you do actually still have Kari Lake running for an office in Arizona. So they didn't wipe the slate clean, and obviously Mark Robinson was an obvious misfire. But other candidates were more traditional, like McCormick in Pennsylvania or Sheehy in Montana. Moreno in Ohio, and we don't know how well these people are going to do yet either. But you had less ticking time bombs than you did with Mark Robinson. But again, if Trump pulls this out, he is not someone that's going to tell Republicans that letting your freak flag fly, can still work, and they may take more gambles. If he loses another presidential race, Donald Trump, then you got a much bigger reckoning that goes on inside the GOP.
And let's just put a fine point on North Carolina. I've got the map behind me showing the Tar Heel state right now. So we're looking at the major metro areas of Charlotte, Greensboro, Raleigh. There are a lot of rural communities out here that are going to be discussed, but also Western North Carolina was hit by Hurricane Helene, and there were a lot of questions over whether that would impact voting there. Can you just put into context for us how important the Tar Heel state is in this cycle? It is one of those 7 crucial battlegrounds that we've been talking so much about.
Kamala Harris has a path to 270 without North Carolina and without Georgia. Those 2 states we're looking at right now, because those are the battleground states where polls close on the early side. If she wins the blue wall, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and she picks up the 2nd congressional district of Nebraska, which she is expected to, and she holds all the other states that were blue last time outside of the battlegrounds, that's 270. If Kamala Harris wins North Carolina or Georgia, that is a very strong indication that she's going to have a good night tonight. But I'll give you a caveat there. If Kamala can't trade North Carolina for Pennsylvania, she can't trade Georgia for Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania is 19 electoral votes and Georgia and North Carolina are 16 each. So if we call North Carolina for Kamala early, I'd say that's a pretty good chance she's going to be the president of the United States, but I wouldn't say it's a done deal yet.
So, Bill, though, back to Austin's question about the impacts of Hurricane Helene, have we seen any in some of the early voting in North Carolina and same-day voting as well? That was a key concern, especially from Republicans and the Trump campaign, about electoral integrity, voter integrity, especially in parts of Western North Carolina. Have you seen anything to suggest that those fears came to fruition?
I haven't seen it, but I would not put myself as the expert on what was happening in Western North Carolina right now. And obviously final turnout numbers are not, we're not going to know for a little bit. So we're going to want to compare those to 2020 to see if there was a dip there.
So I want to go to some of these other gubernatorial races. This one there in New Hampshire. So we have 10% of estimated votes. I know we're kind of ping-ponging over the map here, but it's gubernatorial cycle as well. Kelly Ayotte, the Republican, very, very closely over her Democratic challenger, Joyce Craig, and the numbers changing in real time. Only 10% estimated votes count. It's still early. Chris Sununu, the incumbent Republican, I believe either term limit or opting not to seek re-election there. Bill, what do we know about New Hampshire and with the presidential contest too here?
Well, this is a light blue state. It has gone Democratic for the presidentials for some time, although it got a little close in 2016 when it was Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump. But it's also a bit of an old school New England Republican state on the gubernatorial level, libertarian streak. Chris Sununu was a popular Republican governor there, not seen as extreme, not seen as a Trumper. And Kelly Ayotte was trying to run in that mold, and that's why it's a more competitive race, and the presidential race is going to be there.
All right, so I want to move away from this. We're staying in New Hampshire, though. We do have some of these results coming in on the presidential level in New Hampshire there. Harris up over Trump 55-44, but only 10% of estimated votes counted. Austin Westfall and I, we were discussing earlier today the campaign's key focus or lack of focus thereof on New Hampshire in the last couple of weeks here. Bill, have you noticed that? Should we be paying attention to New Hampshire at the presidential level right now?
Well, Vance did a late trip there, but I think that was more bravado than serious play. But of course, the Trump campaign might be a little delusional at times and do things that they think they have a shot at when they really don't. So there's no evidence in those numbers there that this is going to become tighter, tight enough to actually make this something that's a jump ball. So this is looking pretty safely blue to me.
Did Trump put boots on the ground in 2016 or 2020 in states that nobody thought he would win?
I mean, he's never been one to really have a robust get out the vote operation, and I think that's one of the big looming questions about this race. He took a real gamble on get out the vote operations by outsourcing it to Elon Musk and this other group called Turning Point and a couple others. What Trump has done in every race he's run is visited states that he has little chance in to try to show a sense of bravado. He spent a lot of time in Virginia and Colorado in 2016. He went to Minnesota in 2016 and 2020, and this time around he went to New Mexico and Colorado and New York City infamously a week ago. So he's always tried to give this sense that he's going to really, scramble the map when the map looks to be, pretty rigid.
All right, and we are tracking more of these races here. Bill Scher, we're going to take, and also we're going to take just our final commercial break of this hour, and polls will close soon in more of these battleground states at the top of the next hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here as we continue to monitor, track all of these results as we close in on the top of another hour here. Just want to stay in the Northeast very briefly. We just brought you some of those results from New Hampshire. This is the the Vermont gubernatorial election between Phil Scott, the Republican, and his Democratic opponent there. This was called. Scott with yet another pretty handedly easy victory over his Democratic challenger there in Vermont, and he'll spend another 4 years in the governor's mansion in Montpelier there. So wanted to get that in just briefly. Let's take that final commercial break. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on this election night. Elections are historic moments in U.S. history, no doubt. This night will be historic as well here. Like I said, I'm Andrew Kraft. I just want to give your attention to some of the graphics on your screen, including that number in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. You see there it says 750.7K. Well, in addition to myself and 750,000 others, you are watching us in real time here on Live Now from Fox, and we thank you. If you're new to us, we thank you again. This is what we do here. Now, you also notice what just rose up there in the lower left-hand of your screen. That is our Electoral College tally, and you see there Trump with 23 electoral votes right now, as it stands, Harris with 3. But like I said, it is still early. That magic number, 270 for the Electoral College as well. Bringing into the conversation, Austin Westfall again in the Live Now newsroom and Bill Scher at the Washington Monthly. We do have some of these numbers in from West Virginia. Yes, the races have been called there, but we finally have a good sense, especially in this Senate race there between Justice and Elliott. Justice with the race call there from the Associated Press. You see the breakdown, 57 to 40. This was only 7% of estimated votes counted, and that was to be expected there. Just kind of wanted to tie a bow, Austin, on these results coming to us out of West Virginia. Jim Justice going to the Senate in Washington.
And that was not a surprise, Andrew. There's another race that we're starting to get some results in for that is something that's been hotly contested. That is Ohio. This has been a close one, reportedly one of the most expensive Senate races on record between Senator Sherrod Brown and businessman Bernie Moreno. Sherrod Brown is a 3-term Democratic incumbent. He has built a strong coalition in this red state. Ohio, by the way, not too long ago, was considered a battleground state. It's not anymore. It's expected to vote for Trump. So that means that Sherrod Brown very much could be facing his toughest challenge yet in 18 years in Bernie Moreno. Ohio was once, of course, the prototypical battleground. Now this could be the last example of Ohio being a true battleground if Moreno is to take this seat. Again, though, only 9% of votes tallied so far. There's still a lot more before we know how this one falls.
Bill, I know you have to go at the top of the hour, though. Everyone's watching this key Senate race there in the Buckeye State, Brown versus Moreno here. Any thoughts on that? We have some early numbers in.
Yeah, the early numbers seem to give Moreno a little bit of an edge. And look, if Moreno wins that race and flips the Ohio Senate seat, pretty darn good chance Republicans are going to be taking the Senate because Democrats, because you already have West Virginia, the Republicans need a net of 2. So I'm sorry, they would need 2 to if Kamala Harris is president. If you would need to offset a Ohio flip with a win either in Montana or Texas, which are both uphill for Democrats. Weird things can happen, but you feel pretty good about the Republican chances if Ohio gets called for Moreno.
All right, Bill Scher with the Washington Monthly. Bill, I know you have to go. Thanks so much for making time. We'll talk soon.
My pleasure. Take care.
All right, still, though, with Austin Westfall here in the Live Now newsroom. Austin, let's focus our efforts a little bit more, though, on the Ohio Senate race.
Yeah.
This is a very expensive race. So many people are watching this, and for Republicans, it's a pickup opportunity here. Sherrod Brown in the political battle of his life, isn't he?
Democrats and Republicans have been sweating this one out, Andrew. And let's just highlight here some of what we're seeing, because this helps us visualize just how things are going. As he mentioned, we are talking about a closing path for the Democrats to gain or to remain in control of the Senate. There are still a lot of these seats that are still undecided. There are so many toss-up Senate races still to be decided. The key ones, as he mentioned, though, and I'll focus in, Florida, which is leaning for Rick Scott already. That's one that the Democrats are going to need to pick up if they want a fighting chance. Texas is the other one. Colin Allred will need to pull off an upset against Ted Cruz. There's also this kind of surprising race in Nebraska. An independent candidate has been giving a surprising challenge to the Republican that's in that seat there. Nonetheless, I mean, if we're looking at the map, there are so many Democrats that are facing very close races. We're talking Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, as he alluded to. Jon Tester, who is another 3-term Democratic incumbent who has built a strong Democratic coalition within his red state, he's facing his first real challenge against Tim Sheehy. One could argue that the past 3 Senate cycles have been in the Democrats' favor. The first one came in an unpopular year for Republicans because of the war, and then the second time Tester was elected, that was a blue wave because of Obama. The third time Tester in Montana was elected, it was that midterm year after Trump was elected. So we saw another blue wave. Montana, Ohio, a lot of parallels to draw there. Both of those 3-term Democratic incumbents facing perhaps their toughest uphill battle. Polls, by the way, say that this seat is more likely to flip than Ohio.
All right, and Austin, Apologize there. Austin, we are in a new hour. It's 6 o'clock here Mountain Time. It's 8 o'clock there on the East Coast. That means polls have now closed or are about to close in states like Pennsylvania.
Like we're getting some results in Pennsylvania and Texas.
That's right.
These are populating in real time. And you know what? Let's hover over these and see what we can from these. So this is the Texas Senate race. Colin Allred and Ted Cruz. This is something that a lot of people have been fascinated by. Very early results. Only 8% of the votes counted so far, but so far we do see Colin Allred with a 13 roughly point lead over Ted Cruz. Only 8% of the votes in. You can't really draw anything from that few of the votes being tabulated. I think we're hearing a little bit more out of Florida as well. I think I saw this go darker red. It used to be lightly red, and now it looks like this has a check mark on it, which would indicate that the Associated Press has actually called this Senate race in Florida for Rick Scott. We're seeing Scott with a comfortable lead over a 10-point lead to McCarcel Powell. It looks like one of those, some might say, small chances that Democrats could steal one from the Republicans. It looks like that door is closing in Florida specifically.
All right, so you're right. We do have a race call there in Florida. It seems like Republicans breathing a sigh of relief there in the Sunshine State. Rick Scott stays there in the Senate. Let's put up the numbers here because it looks like, to your point, the Associated Press did call that race. This is the breakdown right now with 82% of estimated votes counted between Scott and McCarcel Powell. To your point, though, we are tracking yet another Senate race in Texas that Democrats were somewhat bullish on as well here between Colin Allred, the Democratic congressman, and Republican Senator Ted Cruz. Too early to tell yet for this race, but we are getting results just in here. In the meantime, though, we do have some new vantage points coming to us from the election night watch parties of both Trump and Harris here. That one there on the campus of Howard University. Take a look at that. You see a lot of Harris Walz supporters gearing up. They're watching the results. This one there at West Palm Beach in Florida. You also see a lot of MAGA, red, Make America Great Again hats as well. In the meantime, though, we do have a live event. We want to go up north to Philadelphia. DA there, Larry Krasner, about to brief the media on how the election is going there. So this press conference is going to get underway in any moment here. We'll wait until Krasner starts speaking as well. So things are moving very, very fast. We are in a new hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. But to that point, these are just really compelling live vantage points in and around some of these election night watch parties there for the Harris Walz ticket and for the Trump Vance ticket as well. We are getting some new reporting from Fox News Digital about how the Trump team is feeling at the moment. We'll bring that to you in just a moment. And here you see an updated Electoral College tally there. Harris with 35 and Trump with 95 there. Remember, the magic number is 270. So you see there at the election night watch party for the Trump Vance ticket and the election night watch party for the Harris Walz ticket there on the campus of Fordham University, Howard University outside of Washington. In the meantime here, we are waiting for the district attorney in Philadelphia, Larry Krasner, to begin this kind of highly anticipated press conference there about some of the threats that have been made there in Philly, about some of the voting numbers, about some of the ballot counting in Philadelphia. It looks like he's beginning. Let's listen.
We're good? Are we ready? Okay. All right. Thank you all. I do want to cover one small point, and I want to stress that it's small, but it's time sensitive, so I want to address that first. There is one polling place, 1013 Ellsworth Street, that is going to be kept open late. It will be kept open, as I understand it, from very recent information from election court until 8:23 p.m. I believe that means that if you're in line at 8:23 p.m. at 1013 Ellsworth Street, then of course you'll be able to vote even if there is a line. That polling place was closed for what I understand to be a period of 23 minutes earlier today. And for that reason, there has been a very recent extension of that time. So I say that up front, just in case There may be people out there who tried to vote earlier during that 23-minute period. They were denied access. I want to make sure they get back over there and are able to exercise their right to vote before that time ends.
DA, was that a result of a bomb threat?
I will be getting into that very shortly, but the short answer is yes. All right, so.
Can you expand on it or just give us details?
I'm about to.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. All right, so the big picture is that we were all very hopeful that the city of Philadelphia would have a very smooth election day, and that very smooth election day would look like other ones that we've had, where there were the usual significant number of insignificant complaints. That is essentially what occurred here, with a couple of small exceptions. One of those exceptions does have to do with bomb threats, and the other exception has to do with an individual who has been detained, and we'll get into that. But the essence of it is this: people have been here all day. They have been out in the community. I have been out in the community all day. We have been making sure that when there was any sort of a concern or a complaint, we dispatched an attorney. We dispatched law enforcement. I want to give a special thanks to the Philadelphia Police Department, to the DA's detectives in this office who have done an exceptional job today of responding to everything that came up. There wasn't that much, but they were great about responding to it. And that, I think, has had a lot to do with how well the day went. The two exceptions that we are going to talk about, and then we'll do a larger summary, but the two exceptions are that there were some bomb threats in Philadelphia. If you've been monitoring what the Federal Bureau of Investigation has said publicly, they have recently stated publicly that this did happen in other locations as well. They stated publicly that there was some attribution to potentially Russian source. They further stated that they were fake bomb threats, and in Philadelphia they were fake bomb threats. All the locations were cleared. As I said before, only one was briefly closed. That was for about 23 minutes, and that one is being extended for another 23 minutes. So let me say it again. Phony bomb threats. No bombs. No one hurt. No boom. None of that happened, okay? That did occur. There is a second event that occurred, which is a little unusual, which is that an individual walked into a polling place. That individual made a threatening comment to the effect of he was going to bomb that place. He was detained. Police are continuing to investigate that case. It has not been referred to us for charging yet. That is a developing story, and obviously when we have more information, we will know about it. But once again, there's no indication that it was any more than words. There's no indication that there was a capacity to carry it out or anything of that sort.
Which location was that?
I will get you that information. We're going to have people who know everything, because I was out in the community making sure that the work that was done by this office and done with our law enforcement partners was done correctly, that people were satisfied with that work, that polling places were aware of how to interface with us so that we could do that work. So they are in the details a little bit more than I am, and frankly, they deserve the credit more than I do for the work that they have been doing all day. Standing behind me are a couple of familiar faces. Shoshana Silverstein, Matt Stigler, who spoke earlier. They're available to follow up on the information that was provided earlier today. We also have Brian Collins. He's going to provide updates on the big picture of what happened today. Vinnie Corrigan is behind me working away, as he was this morning. And also Josh Barnett, a key player with the Election Protection Task Force, is off-site right now, as he has been for most of the day, dealing with other aspects of our work here. So let me start out by asking Mr. Collins to come forward and give you a general summary of what has been going on today, so you can have your more or less day's end update.
Good evening, everybody. I can talk a little bit more in detail about the incident with the individual at the polling location in a moment. Let me start off by saying it's obviously been no secret that this particular election was hotly contested throughout the entire election season. There was a lot of heated rhetoric. Passions were high. Given all of that, we are extremely pleased with what we saw today. The vast majority of what we responded to were situations where we simply had to explain to everybody who was out there what the rules were for what they were allowed to do while campaigning, where they were allowed to stand, what sorts of things they were allowed to do, and we tried to be as proactive as we could be, given the number of people that we had available, to try to send them out to do that kind of community outreach, to talk to people and let them know what's going on, what the rules were, so that people could continue to express their opinions about who they wanted to vote for, and people who wanted to vote were able to do so safely and without any disturbance to their ability.
All right, so you've been listening there to Philadelphia officials led by DA Larry Krasner updating us on some of these incidents that took place in and around Philadelphia, some of these bomb threat hoaxes and the like there. And so just an update out of the city of brotherly love. All right, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We have a lot of race calls to get to right now, including and especially at the presidential level here. Let's just start because so many race calls have been made this hour already. We're still very fresh in the hour. Let's go through them right now. All right, we do have race calls for the president. This now in South Carolina, Trump beating Harris there. He gets 9 electoral votes in the Palmetto State. If we can keep going as well, Trump with Florida, take a look at that. 30 electoral votes in the Republican column there. Trump winning Florida yet again like he did in 2020. Over Harris with around 87% of estimated votes. Kind of the AP calling this for Trump. Trump will win Florida there as well. In the meantime, though, we do have a race call on the eastern seaboard, Massachusetts, going for Kamala Harris. Harris getting Massachusetts's 11 electoral votes. Moving back down south to Mississippi, this going for Donald Trump, former President Trump, getting Mississippi's 6 electoral votes there in Mississippi. So like I said, a lot of these race calls coming in just at the top of this hour here. No surprises, no shockers there. This was to be expected. Austin Westfall tracking it with me as usual here. A lot of race calls at this hour. Austin.
A lot of race calls. We started out the night with a big gray map. Now we're starting to see a little more blue, a little more red, starting to be shaded in here. Let's take a look at what all these states are looking like. So Florida, deep red, being called in Trump's favor. Now, you're going to see some lighter shades of red. Georgia, that's one of those key battlegrounds that we're watching. That means that it's leaning in Trump's favor. Let's pull up. So right now, Trump actually has a 14-point lead over Harris, and that's with 36% of the votes counted. So with just over a third of the votes counted so far, Trump maintains a 14% lead in one of the key battleground states. Let's check out another key battleground state. This is North Carolina, the Tar Heel state, where Harris is above right now. Harris has an 8-point lead over Donald Trump. We do know that those are the battlegrounds that we're tracking. We're Pennsylvania, and yeah, let's focus in on some of these other ones. So we're getting preliminary, very preliminary results, I will say. Pennsylvania, some consider this to be the biggest prize out of them all. The easiest path to victory for both Trump and Harris is through Pennsylvania. Only 5% of those votes have been tallied so far. There's still a lot to go. The early returns are favoring the Democrats. Harris has a 50-point lead up on Trump right now. Some say that there's something called the blue mirage. Sometimes we see that early votes can be tabulated first. Sometimes those can favor Democrats. They call that the blue mirage in some cases. There's some states where a red mirage could be possible as well. So it's possible that that's what we're seeing in these very early minutes in Pennsylvania. And while you have me here, Andrew, let's also take a look at Michigan. That's one of these other battlegrounds. Only 2%. Can only stress, this is very preliminary data, but so far, Harris with just about almost a 50-point lead over Trump right now. So are there any bellwethers from any of this data, Andrew? Of course not. It's way too early. We're going to be waiting for quite some time as they tabulate results in some of those bigger counties. Specifically, we're going to be watching the Detroit area. That's where so many of those votes come from in Michigan. In Pennsylvania, we're looking at Philadelphia and some of those suburbs around Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh. There's still a lot to learn tonight.
That's right. And it is, to your point, very early still. Blue and red mirages can be operative at the moment here, but we are in for a long night. Austin, stay with me here. We do want to just get in some more of these race calls at the presidential level here. I want to put this up. We also have battleground states, too. To your point, you just put some of those up. I believe we're getting some race calls in for Harris and Trump there in states like Oklahoma and states like Maryland. Oklahoma going for Republicans in the Trump column. Maryland going for Democrats there for Harris in the blue column as well. But these are the numbers that we have. We want to put that up again. Oklahoma there, you can see Trump getting this into his electoral college tally, those 7 electoral votes. Harris getting Maryland there in her electoral college tally, 10 electoral votes for Harris. And to Austin Westfall's point, a lot of results coming in there in Georgia, also in Pennsylvania, and in Michigan. All right, we do have a race call in Tennessee here. 11 electoral votes going to the Trump column there for Republicans there in Tennessee. In the meantime, speaking of Tennessee, Austin, we do want to bring into the conversation more of our experts, analysis, and reporters who cover this election day in and day out, or at least have. That's including the New York Post's Cameron Arcand. He joins me. Cameron, good to see you here. So give us a sense. Yes, we've gotten a lot of race calls in for states that aren't necessarily surprises, but we have gotten some of these results in from some of these battleground states. There's a lot of dichotomies at play right now when you look at the vote share with Trump and the vote share with Harris. Rural versus urban and suburban pockets. Also, some of these key demographics as well, the elderly and the youth, men and women, but also between early voting and same-day voting here. Cameron, what are you looking at right now?
I'm looking at the difference between the Sun Belt and the northern states right now and the dynamic between those two, particularly because we saw a lot of people move to states like Florida, like Georgia over the past several years in the post-COVID era, and really trying to figure out how those people are going to vote compared to 2020, where they might have not have even lived in these states at this point yet. So obviously it's still early. I've seen exit polling showing that issues like border and the economy are at the top of the list, and keeping an eye on which ways those independents are going to be breaking.
So, Cameron, I got to ask you, Andrew and I were just chatting about the concept of mirages in the early minutes and hours of these races. We're seeing some of these lightly shaded battleground states right now, and I'm going to point specifically to Michigan and Pennsylvania, which have light blue, but very early results so far in those states. What's a blue mirage? What's a red mirage? What do we need to know about mirages on Election Day?
So I'll use the example of here in Arizona. Going to see a drop of ballots that came in early, some of those election day votes, and a good chunk of those as well. So I think we really got to keep an eye on those ballots and seeing how that evolves throughout the night. Are we going to see more mail-ins that tend to favor Democrats? Or are we going to see a situation where it kind of flips slowly over time? As these races tighten, it really boils down to the different ways these people decide to vote. And so we'll see a different impact in different states in terms of how that plays out. But I think the key here is for people to be patient. And if you see a close margin, you see that margin flip, keep an eye on terms of what those ballots are coming in those ballot drops.
Yeah, that's such a good point, Cameron. Almost like the object in the mirror isn't as close as it would appear, or is as close as it would appear here. So, yes, I think a lot of people are kind of just keeping their powder dry on that one, knowing that some of these results you got to take with a grain of salt right now because they come in piecemeal. But we do have our electoral college tally, if we can just bring that up here. I was told by my executive producer that in 2020, at this very same point in the night, the tally was identical to then and now, 2020 to 2024. At this point in the night, you see it there in the lower left-hand portion of your screen. 95 for Trump, 35 for Harris. It is really, really early so far. We have vantage points as well, though, inside of the Trump election night watch party there in West Palm Beach. We also have vantage points outside on the campus of Howard University in the nation's capital at the Harris Walls ticket. So wanted to get all this in. I think that was a kind of a good pausing moment. Let's take a quick commercial break, you guys. Austin Westfall, Cameron Arcand, they'll join me on the back end here. We'll see everyone in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on this historic election night here in the United States. Happy election night to all of you. Let's get into more of these storylines throughout the course of the evening. Going to be joined by my colleague here in the Live Now newsroom, Austin Westfall, and New York Post reporter Cameron Arcand with the latest here as well. Cameron, we were discussing some of these battleground states. We're getting results in from some of them here. But let's talk about the campaigns themselves, the Trump campaigns specifically here. I know you have sources within the campaign. How are they feeling tonight? We have a live picture inside their election night watch party. We have some reporting as well from Fox News Digital. Who have you spoken to there tonight?
There is definitely a sense of cautious optimism from the Trump campaign when it comes to the outcome tonight. I think there is definitely still a push to make sure that these votes get counted, because keep in mind, they had a massive early voting push, and you saw that in a lot of states. This big advantage for Republicans here in Arizona for these early ballot returns. But the matter of it is they have to make sure that that slice of vote that they have on election day didn't just transfer to early voting. They need to make sure they're getting those election day people out, as well as your low propensity voters, and maybe those people who have changed their mind from 2020 and 2022 and now want to back the former president. So that's kind of what they're keeping an eye on, keeping tally on who are these voters that we maybe did not see come to the polls for Trump in prior elections.
So, Cameron, I got to ask you. Oh, and go ahead.
Yeah, so we just have some of the more reporting that Cameron was alluding to. This from Fox News Digital's Brooke Singman. She's talking to Trump campaign officials. They're telling her early signs are the night could be shaping up like we hoped, on track for a great night. They say the direction indicated by early voting is continuing, and people who voted early did not cannibalize Election Day voting. Based on network exit polling, Trump campaign officials saying Trump is doing better with female voters than Harris is doing with male voters. Also, they say GOP turnout in Philadelphia is high, where Trump was successful in 2016 and 2020, like South Philly and Northeast Philly. Also, they say rural turnout for Republicans is, quote unquote, through the roof. They say exit polling has a very, quote, anti-incumbent mood here. So this is to be expected, from some of these campaign officials, Austin, going into election night. They want to project confidence here. That seems like what you're getting from some of these quotes obtained by Fox News Digital on the Trump side.
That's right. And if we can, I want to bring Cameron back in because I want to ask him a little bit about his state. We've been talking all day about the 7 battleground states. I said earlier today the easiest path to victory for Harris would be the blue wall: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, 1 in Nebraska. The easiest for Trump would be North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. That's the path of least resistance for both candidates. Notice I didn't mention your state, Cameron. How does Arizona play into this? What if the path of least resistance is not the way it plays out with these states? How does Arizona fit into the equation?
Well, Arizona fits into this equation where we backed Trump in 2016, but backed Biden in 2020. I'm going to read you a text that I got earlier today from the GOP chairwoman. She says she feels great. She says they feel like they were unified and voted early and on the big day. She told me this weekend on a phone call that they did not cannibalize those votes from Election Day to early voting. And how does this play a role into this? We also have in Arizona a unique situation with independent voters who make up about 1/3 of our registered voters in the state. We're also looking at those disaffected, more moderate Republicans and seeing how they're voting. I want to point this stat out. Nikki Haley, before she dropped out of the primary, received over 100,000 votes in opposition to Donald Trump. The Harris campaign, with their whole Republicans for Harris coalition, whether or not that's going to work or not, is banking on those votes. I'm in regular contact with the Harris campaign. This is part of their strategy, seeing if they can close the gap with those Haley voters in getting them to vote for Kamala Harris.
All right, Cameron Arcand there with the New York Post. Cameron, thanks so much. Have a good election night. Great reporting this cycle, as always. And in the meantime here, we do want to bring you out to some of these live events that we have at the moment here. Austin and I and Cameron were talking about Arizona specifically, major issues put to Arizona voters on the ballot, like immigration, like abortion. Same with Florida, though. We are getting some of these reactions from some of the candidates there in Florida, including, remember, that key Senate race between Republican incumbent Rick Scott and his Democratic challenger, Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. We have Mucarsel-Powell. Okay, it looks like this just wrapped up here. So we're a little off on our timing at the moment there. But Debbie Mucarsel-Powell most likely conceding the race to Scott there. Let's take this here. You see that Scott was declared and projected the winner of the Florida Senate race, 56%, with Mucarsel-Powell's 43%. So this is going to happen here on Live Now all throughout the course of the evening. We're going to try to get to some of these campaign speeches, election night watch parties, but also victory speeches and concession speeches as well. In the meantime here, let's take yet another quick commercial break. Almost at the bottom of the hour. There is so much more where that came from on this election night. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are at the bottom of the hour here on this election night, 6:30 Mountain Time, 8:30 there on the East Coast, as we continue to track some of these results and bring you these live events, live, raw, and unfiltered here. We do have this as well. This is a live vantage point inside of Senator Rick Scott's election night watch party. We're expecting Scott very, very soon here to give his victory speech. We just heard from his Democratic opponent, Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. She conceded the race to Rick Scott there, and this is the breakdown we have in the results according to the Associated Press right now. You can see there the race was called about an hour ago, and so Republicans breathing somewhat of a sigh of relief there in the Sunshine State. We also know Trump has been projected to be the winner of Florida as well, besting Harris. So Florida looking very, very solid for Republicans, as it has in the last cycle in 2020 as well. In the meantime here, we do have more and more experts, reporters, analysts joining us on the stream, including and especially Anna Giartelli at the Washington Examiner. She joins me, and Austin Westfall here at Live. Anna, good to see you here. We got a lot of live events to contend with, but let's focus our efforts on the Harris campaign right now. This is their election night watch party on the campus of Howard University. And Anna, I know you have some sources in the Harris campaign. How are they feeling tonight?
They're feeling very good. Certainly a lot of joy. I think that would fit with the campaign theme. But the Harris campaign, I was with them last night in Atlanta for a concert, parties, lot of high expectations. They're really confident that this is going to be their time, that their candidate has stuck on message. Certainly she has, possibly to a fault, according to Republicans, because she has, jumped on positions, gone back and forth. And really, on a number of issues, particularly immigration, which is what I cover every day, we haven't heard Harris's border plans. And so that's to Democrats' advantage at this point. They just need someone to run against Trump, pretty much stay quiet, not make problems, and defeat him. And they think that's going to happen tonight.
Yeah, and I wanted to just bring up a race call that we're getting. Speaking of Harris here, let's go to the Garden State at the moment. We bring you all these in real time, as you know. The Associated Press calling the race for Harris. She beats Donald Trump there in New Jersey. Also, Westfall, Harris winning New Jersey.
Harris winning New Jersey, and if you'll come out to me, let's show the electoral map. We are seeing more and more blue filling in. A lot of these smaller states are now dark blue. That means we're seeing finally that they're being called. No surprises there so far. We're still hearing for more results from battleground states like Michigan and Pennsylvania, preliminary results coming in from those states. But nonetheless, Andrew, that race call, not a surprise.
All right, and Anna, let's get back to some of the Harris campaign, I guess, the vibes within headquarters there on the campus of Howard University here. What does Harris need to do if she has the momentum to maintain that momentum? And what have they done in the last 4 or 5 days to shore up any support here?
Yeah, what the Harris campaign has done is it's very similar to Trump's, but they had the closing message at the Ellipse on Tuesday.
Anna, sorry to cut you off here. We do have Rick Scott at his election night watch party. We'll get to that question and answer in just a moment here. Let's listen.
Well, Florida, we did it. And for once, we did it before midnight. I want to thank God. I want to thank my beautiful wife who put up with me. My wonderful daughters, Allison and Jordan. Oh, Allison and Jordan. And their husbands, Pierre and Shane. And my perfect grandsons. And I want to thank my mom, who couldn't be here. So, and guess what? We won Miami-Dade. So I think we won every constitutional officer down there. We have a new sheriff, Rosie. It's unbelievable what happened. Together, this is a team event. Together, we get to celebrate a great victory tonight. There's a lot of people to thank. There's a lot of people that knocked on doors, made phone calls, did text. We had a lot of people just busted their butts in every one of these races. So we had a great campaign team led by Jackie Zeckman. We have a great office team. We've got 10 offices led by Craig Carbone. Now, let's do something fun. Keep your hands up if I ask you. Raise your hand if you worked in the governor's office. Raise your hand if you were appointed by me when I was governor, or you have a family or friend that was. How about you worked in my Senate office? Keep your hands up. Or you worked at the National Republican Senatorial Committee when I was a chair. Or you worked at the RNC in my last election. Or you volunteered or you're donated. Almost everybody is part of that. This is a team win. We won, they lost. Every person in this room has a dream. My dream is that every child, I don't care the color of their skin, their religion, where they were born, has a chance to live the dream of this country. If that's true, it's a hell of a country. And that's what we're going to do. But our work is not done. Next week, we have another election. Senate Republican leader. So 2 years ago, I challenged Mitch McConnell because I know there has to be a change. We have a great Republican Party all across this country. We need a Republican Party in D.C. We need a Republican Party to start solving the problems of this country, and we have a significant number of problems. Florida is the center of the Republican Party of this country. Washington could learn a hell of a lot from what we've done right here in this great state. We are the best melting pot in the world. Los votantes hispanos son republicanos hoy. Hoy enviamos un fuerte mensaje al mundo. Florida is roja. Y no hay lugar para el socialismo en los Estados Unidos, especialmente la Florida.
Okay, so as Senator Rick Scott there accepts victory in Spanish there in the Sunshine State, wanted to let you listen into some of his remarks there alongside his family as well. We also have the results in the lower right-hand portion of your screen coming back out here. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. So that's what we're going to do all throughout the course of the evening. It really is still early yet here. I want to bring into the conversation yet again Austin Westfall and Anna Giratelli there at the Washington Examiner. Before we do that, we do have some race calls that we want to make as well. We just brought you that New Jersey going for Vice President Kamala Harris. Remember, there's a Senate race there we're watching. Let's take this. All right, so Congressman, the Democrat Andy Kim beating Republican Curtis Bashaw there in New Jersey. And this race just called by the Associated Press with around 28% of estimated votes counted. Remember, this is Senator Bob Menendez's seat that he resigned from this summer after being found guilty of 16 felony corruption counts, and he was convicted of that. He gets sentenced on those convictions come January here. Andy Kim will replace Bob Menendez there in the Garden State for this Senate seat. Democrats keeping the seat there in New Jersey. But we also have some race calls coming in on the presidential level as well. For Vice President Kamala Harris, we brought you Delaware for her. We brought you Maryland for her. We brought you New Jersey for her. Take a look at this there in the Garden State. Harris beating Trump in New Jersey. New Jersey solidly blue, solidly Democratic. I believe, okay, also we do have a race call. Let's go to Illinois right now. 19 electoral votes there in Illinois going to Kamala Harris here. She bested Trump there, 56 to Trump's 43, with 9% of estimated votes counted there. So you see the tally in the lower left hand of your screen there. That's the Electoral College. Remember, the magic number is 270. Harris has 71 right now. Trump with 101 here, bringing Anna and Austin back in here. Austin, we'll start with you. So we got an updated Electoral College tally. Still no surprises there? That was to be expected, right?
Yeah, no surprises so far. Let's take a look at our bar. It's been filling in 71, as you mentioned, to 101 with Trump. We're starting to see, though, and this gives us a little bit more context, the lighter shades are some of the more interesting ones, specifically in the battlegrounds of Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Let's very briefly just look at what little information we have out of Michigan. So with 7% of the vote in so far, we do see Harris with a 14% advantage in Michigan. Pennsylvania, only 12% of the votes have been tallied so far. And right now, Harris has a sizable lead. Looks like she's got a 40-point lead right now. That very well could be one of those blue mirage situations that we were just discussing very early on in the tabulation cycle. North Carolina, let's go to the Tar Heel state here. Let's see what they're working with. They have a fifth of the votes in, 20% of the votes in North Carolina. And Trump right now has about an 8-point lead over Harris with a fifth of the votes tallied. Finally, let's hit Georgia. And it looks like we have Trump up with an 11-point advantage. That's with over half of the votes tallied. So Trump with an 11-point lead in a battleground state. We don't know exactly which ballots were being tabulated in that. We, again, don't know if this is a red mirage, if you will. We will be waiting to see more results as they come in. There you see on your screen right there, Georgia, 52% of this state has been called. Georgia was so important. It actually had a record number of early voters. It was so robust that a top official told the Associated Press that the big day could look like a ghost town at the polls. Biden became the first Democrat to take that state since Bill Clinton in 1992. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out, guys.
And Anna, of course, you've spent so much time in Georgia this cycle. Let's talk about it. You saw the vote spread there between Trump and Harris, a little over half of estimated votes counted there in the Peach State. I want to focus our efforts on Harris, too, because we've been showing a lot of the Trump election night watch party. This is the Harris night watch party right now. It looks to be quite raucous there. A lot of performances at the moment on the campus of Howard University here. So if you could, Georgia first, and then what are we seeing right now?
In Georgia, you know, I was at a polling site today, and Georgia has 159 counties. 2 of them could be flipped. And I was in one that's leaning blue. And I spoke, actually, I kept finding voters who were saying, we're going to vote for Trump, even though, you know, we may be Democrats, we may be Black. That's the way that we're going to vote this cycle. And people were concerned about the economy. I mean, we've seen it over and over again in the polls being conducted since the caucuses and primaries. It's the #1 issue, followed by, you know, threat to democracy, the border, immigration, those types of things. But, you know, tonight, I think the Harris campaign is taking an early victory lap. It seems to believe it's going to win. Certainly, it looked like it last night when I was with Harris in Atlanta, or I should say the Harris campaign at a party in Atlanta with 2 Chainz. And that's what we're seeing on Howard campus. People are excited. But, you know, the election night is just getting started, as you and I know.
So, Anna, I wanted to also ask you, because it seemed like, and this was evident yesterday, moving from Georgia to Pennsylvania, Harris was in Pennsylvania all day yesterday for stops before election night. And she was visiting Puerto Rican businesses. It seemed like the Harris campaign went all in on the response to that joke that was made at a Trump rally at Madison Square Garden in New York now about a week and a half ago here. Was that kind of strategic on the Harris's part, or, you know, a waste of time, money, and effort here? How do you see that? How is the Harris campaign kind of spinning that to their advantage here. It seems like they think there could be some benefit to it, right?
Yeah, definitely. Pennsylvania, out of the 7 battleground states, has the most electoral votes up for grabs. And so what we've seen is the candidates jumping around between these 7 states, sometimes multiple per day. But Harris is really focused on Pennsylvania in the end. And so, with the Puerto Rican thing, I should say Pennsylvania's makeup of Puerto Rican isn't high compared to other states like New York and Florida. But it's something that they've realized we can really get a lot of life out of this incendiary remark that was made at the Trump rally at Madison Square Garden a couple weeks ago. And you're right, Andrew. They've continued to hit on it again and again and again and play the racism card. And, will it work or not? It's going to be interesting to see the exit polls among Hispanic and Latino voters, even if you get really into the weeds and look at Puerto Ricans and see, did that move the needle at all? I think people's minds were already made up before that comment was made.
Anna, we were speaking earlier about the Senate and the balance of power in the Senate. We saw the race being called for Rick Scott in Florida. He's somebody that's thrown his name into consideration to become the leader of the Senate. Can you walk us through how that process works?
Yeah, so once Congress does get back this month, there's going to be a vote and move forward similarly with the House Speaker, move forward on who's going to be the best candidate for Republicans, and then as well as Democrats. But depending on who takes control tonight, if we know tonight, will determine, if it's going to be a House and Senate controlled by one party, by both, if the White House is going to be controlled by a separate party. But I think Rick Scott is throwing his hat in, and very interestingly, Florida is a state of immigrants. Even with the situation at the southern border, we've seen millions of people released into the country and choosing to go to Florida, specifically South Florida, Miami-Dade area. And so Rick Scott has a firsthand understanding of, not only how to help immigrants in his state, but this population that's technically illegal in the country, and what that looks like. So I think he's got an interesting perspective.
Interesting in his very in his very same election night victory speech, he mentioned the Republican Senate leader race as well, that he has thrown his hat into the ring here. Anna, thank you so much for being with us. Also, we do have some of these candidates stepping up to the podium at their election night watch parties as well, including Mike Braun, who's leaving the Senate. He's going to the governor's mansion there in Indianapolis. Let's listen.
I think it was up at the Moontown Brewery that we celebrated. And the journey that I've been on over the last 7 years, most people would think you'd been crazy to do it in the first place. Dear, what do you think about that?
No, it's good.
Okay. All I can tell you is 7 years ago in August, when I declared to run for the U.S. Senate, there weren't many believers. And even folks close to you wondered, did you really have a game plan? Well, my game plan started very simply when I got to be the luckiest man alive to marry this lady here. Now you do all these fancy commercials and they don't even talk about you, they talk about my wife. We were lucky, I think, going way back when we made the decision, unlike most did then, to move back to our hometown. And when we did that, that set the stage for everything else that followed. Most people didn't think that made sense either. But had we not done that, I'm almost certain we wouldn't be here this evening. Yeah. When you marry someone that says the priority is to have my own business and raise a family, how in the hell could you argue with that? So we came back and did just that. We lived the American dream. Blessed with 4 kids, 3 of them running the business I ran for 37 years, and a family that's always been behind me and Maureen in anything that we did. That truly is what life is about. And so often you get caught in the groove where you don't want to get out of it, because that's success measured in one way. To me, once you do it, I think you need to look beyond that. And that's what I decided to do 7 years ago. So that was a tricky navigation when you didn't really have any real experience at it. As I've always said, politics and government are a lot easier than running a business. Any of you that own businesses, yeah. Hell, in government, you just got to be smart enough to not spend more than you take in. In business, you're signing the note. Your livelihood is on the line. And by the way, there are dozens of competitors in a real market that want to take a bite out of your flank. That is difficult. Now, the difference is when you jump into the political arena, business is over a span of time. 2 hard deadlines in politics, May and November. And then you need to take all the skills that you've learned in the real world, to where you've been understated, underestimated, and you've overperformed, and then it's like shooting ducks on a pond. Because it's so assumed that you got to come from that pathway. I never did assume that. When you go to the U.S. Senate and you get a crew mostly of Hoosiers that come out there with you, you end up being the most successful freshman Senate office. That's something to be proud of. And yeah. And then in issues that really count, like healthcare, education, agriculture, you get more done than the senators out there you got to wheel out of there after 3 decades. Do you think I believe in term limits? Yes, I do. Everybody campaigns on it, and then they have amnesia once they get there. And let's throw in a balanced budget amendment to boot. As hard as it was to get there, it begs the question, why would you give it up? Wasn't going to do it more than 2 terms anyway. And when I saw the fork in the road to burn another 6 years there, when the numbers, the fact that they're borrowing now $1 trillion every 6 months, and it was annually just 6 years ago, the interest on the debt's as much as what we spend on defense. We need to shock that place into reality. And when you're an entrepreneur by trade, you generally, if you survive, know how to pick the best fork in the road. And there are many of them. And to me, if it was coming back to lead our state, where you can set the agenda, where you're going to get along with a legislature, imagine what you can do with that.
All right, you've been listening there to Indiana Governor-elect Mike Braun, former Republican Senator Mike Braun, Republican Congressman Jim Banks taking his seat there in the Senate. So we got some race calls in there in Indiana. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are fastly approaching a new hour. You know what that means. Polls will be closed in even more states, though, but we do want to give you a lay of the land. Remember, we're tracking, and we have vantage points inside the Harris Walz Watch Party. That's live. Also at the Trump-Vance Watch Party. That's live there in West Palm Beach, Florida here. But let's talk about some of these gubernatorial races as well. We are getting a race call in a pretty big one, the Tar Heel State, Austin Westfall, joining me in the Live Now newsroom to break it down here. What's going on in North Carolina between Mark Robinson and Josh Stein?
All right, so this was not one that we expected to be a red state gubernatorial-wise, because there has been so much controversy surrounding the GOP candidate there, Mark Robinson. There was that bombshell report that discussed some of his alleged online postings from over a decade ago on an adult web forum. He already had an uphill battle before that scandal came out. Once the scandal came out, he stopped being invited to Trump events when he was in that state. Mark Robinson's campaign basically floundered at that point. North Carolina, let's pull up some of these results and let's zoom in so that we can see how this thing played out. Josh Stein, he's the AG in the state. He will be the next governor. He's going to be succeeding Governor Roy Cooper, who was term limited. So Josh Stein going to be moving into the governor's mansion there. He won by a margin of about 8 points. North Carolina, that's a fascinating one. I want to keep it moving here because on this map too, Andrew, again, North Carolina, we kind of expected that to fall the way that it fell. New Hampshire, that's something I want to focus in on. That's the only real toss-up gubernatorial race that we were following. 32% of the votes counted so far, and Kelly Ayotte, the Republican, so far has exactly a 2-point lead over Joyce Craig. Looks like there's still a lot of ballots to be counted in that competitive gubernatorial race. We'll keep you posted. I think we have some props to get to.
Yeah, that's right. So we have now a resolution to the North Carolina gubernatorial contest that got so much attention with those bombshell reports about some of Mark Robinson's alleged online behavior. This is the election night watch party for Robinson's supporters here, Austin. So if we see any campaign staffers or Robinson himself take to the podium there, we'll bring this live as well. So that's a live vantage point we have coming to us from North Carolina. We also have a live vantage point coming to us from New Jersey. We're expecting Senator-elect Andy Kim, the Democrat, to address his crowd of supporters here. But to your point, Austin, we got to get in some of these race calls in on these ballot proposals and ballot questions put to voters in several states on a lot of different issues, including and especially, though, in Florida. Remember, the issues of abortion and marijuana were put to voters there in the Sunshine State, and we have some calls to make on that. I want to put this up here. This is Florida Amendment 3, Austin, to legalize marijuana in the state. 91% of estimated votes counted, and this fails. Austin, you see there.
You know, and this is fascinating, Andrew. Every time a statewide measure relating to abortion has been put to the states, every single time, and it looks like our graphic is having some trouble there. We will say that we're not seeing exactly what we believe is happening there with that race. But if this measure were indeed to fail, we'd be talking about the first statewide abortion measure that would be shut down, and that would be notable. Every single time that this thing has been put to a state, the pro-abortion side has won out. Of course, the overturn of Roe is what returned the power of these types of decisions to each individual state. We will, of course, work to get that graphic updated. I think we had some other propositions to get to as well, Andrew.
Yes, Austin, of course, we're tracking Florida Amendment 4. Like you said, that's the abortion referendum there. But both, according to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, both of these ballot questions have failed there in the state of Florida. Austin, you noted the higher than usual threshold that was needed for these to pass here. Well, our colleague Christina Evans, she's tracking some of the reaction to the failure of some of these proposals on social media. Christina, what are they saying?
Absolutely, Andrew. You pointed it out. Yes, the Florida Governor, Ron DeSantis, was one of the first people to come out and say that both of these amendments had failed when we're talking about marijuana and abortion as well. Taking a look here inside of our social studio, I want to pull up for you some of the tweets that we have been monitoring right now. Here's a look at that tweet from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He says, with the polls now closed in Florida, Amendment 3 has failed. Amendment 4 has failed as well. Again, one of the first people that we saw call this. But again, an additional reaction is coming in from the state. Take a look at this tweet there from Florida Representative DeSantis. He says spent tens of millions of taxpayer money against abortion rights and legalizing marijuana. This criminal and abuse of state dollars must be investigated by the Department of Justice immediately. So, of course, that is, again, Representative Maxwell Alejandro Frost there in the state, upset at the way that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis went about going on a blitz to make sure that these amendments did not pass in the days before the election. Here's also some results as well that we're getting from an NFL legend here, Tony Dungy. The polls are now closed in Florida, and Amendment 3 and Amendment 4 both failed to pass. Thank you to all the Florida residents who helped to protect the lives of the unborn, and we want to help people to realize that those expectant mothers who need help will still be able to get it. So just some of the reaction that we're now seeing come in on social media in response to these amendments failing. Again, with the Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, one of the first people to speak out on social about this amendment failing. Andrew.
All right, Christina, thanks so much. Those were definitely key to watch there in Florida. We'll check in very, very soon. We are in a new hour. It's a little past 7 o'clock here Mountain Time, 9 o'clock there on the East Coast. Let's go to New Jersey right now. Congressman, the Democrat Andy Kim, giving a victory speech there in New Jersey, winning his Senate race. Let's watch.
I know that many of you took risks to join this campaign. You had people doubt your choice to join this campaign. You worked long hours and struggled and stressed about the challenges we confronted. I hope you take pride in this moment. Whoever says young people don't care about politics haven't met the young people that are the engine powering campaigns all over this nation. And to our supporters, look what we've accomplished. Look what we've been able to do. By most standards of what is possible, this moment right now should not be occurring. A year ago, 6 years ago, few believed we could show that what we could accomplish. That we showed that politics isn't some exclusive club just for the well-off and the well-connected. Right. That we built something that epitomizes the grassroots. I hope this experience has brought you closer to understanding the essence of our democracy, that you have a deeper understanding of what it means to be a citizen of this great country, and that you feel empowered by that. You've heard me say this line a lot, and I'll say it again tonight, that I believe that the opposite of democracy is apathy. And by extension, I hope that you've seen our campaign as a means of being the opposite of that helplessness. Yes. Yes. I hope this moment is every bit as meaningful for you as it is for me. I want to say thank you to my family. My parents and my sister are here, who gave me the grounding in service and purpose that powers me every day. To my wife, Cammie. Cammie, look what we've accomplished. Look what we've done. For them, right? Yep. I'm just so proud of our family and what we've been able to do, our humble family, be able to take this kind of actions. To my boys. I'm proud of the two of you. You know, I know that this has been tough. I know it hasn't been easy. And I know there have been moments where I haven't always been there for you in the way that I wished I was as a father. But I hope you're proud of me. And I hope that when you learn about this moment in America, that you come to understand why I did what I did and why I fight for you. That's what this is about. I chose this hotel for a particular reason. 37 years ago, when I was 5 years old, my family and I lived out of this hotel for several weeks when we first moved to New Jersey. My first nights in this state were right here in this hotel. My dad had just accepted a job, his very first job ever, working at a lab in Camden to do cancer research. And we were looking for a home for us to rent. My very first nights, as I said, were here, and some of the strongest memories I have ever had in my life, early moments of my life, were here. I remember staying here. I remember there's a restaurant here. I think it was called Circles. I can't remember, but I just remember feeling like the food was amazing. I was like, people in New Jersey live good here. Quality of the food, high class. I felt like a prince. And I just have to say, I wanted to be here tonight in this hotel. I wanted to pay tribute to my parents, to my family, to the state, for giving a kid like me a chance to be able to dream, for giving me the tools through public education and a kind community. Yeah. It wasn't easy initially. We had no family to lean on here, no friends to help us get started, but New Jersey welcomed us. And I wanted to return here tonight to give perspective. For my parents, this hotel was an important step in achieving the American dream and in ultimately giving back to this state. My parents taught me something I'll never forget. They taught me to love America. I revere this country. I am in awe of America. When I worked at the White House, I've shared this story before, when I worked at the White House, I had a pair of black, pristine leather shoes that I would only wear whenever I was asked to go into the Oval Office. I wanted to treat that room different. I wanted to remind myself that I'm part of something bigger than all of us. And it's because of my reverence for this nation that it also pains me to our core to see the struggles that we are going through. That we aren't just having policy debates and fights, but instead the very foundation of our democracy is rendered fragile. People tell me they simply didn't trust their public servants. They simply didn't trust that the politics was working for them. That they didn't think that the big challenges we face in our family and as a state are solvable because they thought nobody was looking out for them. While we know what happened in our race, I certainly recognize right now that we are at a moment of profound anxiety about what comes next for our country. Yep. That the coming minutes and hours and days could very well be excruciating. But regardless of what happens next, we need to recognize that we face significant challenge regardless of the outcome. That the divisions we face are deep to the bone. They will not be fixed by any single election, and it isn't just about the politics. We live in a time of the greatest amount of inequality in our nation's history, too. In Salem, I visited a public housing complex and talked to a mother who showed me the black mold growing on her home, on the walls where her kids live. She told me about her pleas for help that did not go answered. I heard from a young man who felt so pessimistic about his life. He said to me that he didn't think that he could ever afford to buy a home in this state because of the high costs as well as the high student loan burden that he was facing. Regardless of what the final results are from this election, our nation is on an unsustainable trajectory. But let there be no doubt that this is a...
All right, so you've been listening to now New Jersey's new Democratic Senator-elect Andy Kim there giving his victory speech, besting his Republican rival Curtis Bashaw there. This is, remember, Bob Menendez's seat that he vacated after resigning his Senate seat there. All right, I'm Andrew Kraft. We are in a new hour. We want to get in more of these presidential race calls, especially here. And we have a lot of them to make now that we are 10 minutes removed from this new hour. And let's take them here. So going now there to Wyoming. Wyoming's 3 electoral votes. Going to Donald Trump there, you can see with only around 2% of estimated votes counted, Trump besting Harris there right now, at least. There 3-1. So wanted to make sure we got that in. All right, Louisiana here, 8 electoral votes. Louisiana being called for former President Donald Trump over Vice President Harris. Trump getting 8 electoral votes out of Louisiana. Louisiana staying in the red column here. Also, we do have more of these election results coming into the South Dakota here. 3 electoral votes going to Donald Trump here. This race just being called within the last couple of minutes here. We also have more, another Dakota here. We have a North Dakota race called there. So both Dakotas going into the Republican column for Donald Trump there. 3 electoral votes for Trump in North Dakota. Harris, of course, coming up short in this predominantly red state there in North Dakota. So moving on to Nebraska. Okay, Nebraska District 1. Nebraska is somewhat of an interesting, peculiar state in the way they count their electoral votes. It's not a winner-take-all state there. Harris up on Trump with around 31% of estimated votes counted, 57-42 there. And Austin Westfall joining me here in the Live Now newsroom as well, commenting, responding to some of these race calls and results coming in. We have Nebraska District 2. This is Omaha. That's that congressional district here. 1 electoral vote there is up for grabs. And Harris over Trump 61-38 there with 46% of estimated votes counted. Also Nebraska District 3, Trump over Harris. This is like the rest of Nebraska, central and western Nebraska here. And you see there 10% of estimated votes counted. Trump up on Harris, almost 2-1 there. So wanted to get in some of these numbers. Now, all of Nebraska has 5 electoral votes. Austin, let's talk about Nebraska here. Why does it all have 5 votes there?
Yeah, it's a little deceptive, Andrew. Basically, what we're talking about here is 2 of the electoral votes out of those 5 go for the entirety of the state's popular vote. That's how they determine 2 of those votes. The other 3 votes are split between the 3 congressional districts in Nebraska. Each one gets 1 electoral vote. The second one specifically is going to be part of Kamala Harris's easiest path to the presidency. If she gets that 1 electoral vote in Nebraska District 2, as well as the blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, that would give her the presidency, as long as all of the 43 other non-battleground states and D.C. fall the way that they expect them to fall. You just gave us a lot of data. Here's what that means for our Electoral College tally. Right now, Harris is at 99, Trump at 177. Here is how the map is filling in. You see a lot of these states that we expected to go red, they're being called as soon as the polls are closing, because the Associated Press knows that these are going to be reliably red. They're going to be dominated, really, by Republican voters. We see Texas going red, Oklahoma, Georgia, and let me just say that none of the battleground states have been called so far. Let's talk about Nebraska, because Nebraska is interesting. It's these little tiny dots here off to the corner. You see Nebraska has District 1, 2, and 3. Maine has a similar dynamic where their electoral votes, 2 of them go to the state at large, and then both of their congressional districts each get 1 congressional vote each. So those 2 states, they operate a little bit differently than the rest of them. Ohio going red, and let's zoom in here, because Ohio's interesting, Andrew. I mean, we've been following elections, and Ohio used to be that prototypical swing state. Not anymore. Look at the results. The AP, with just over 50% of the vote tallied, says that Trump's going to take this state with about a 9-point lead. That's just with over 50% of the vote counted. Ohio's interesting, not so much because of the presidency. We expected it to go that way. Let's switch over to our Senate map here, and let's look at how Sherrod Brown and Bernie Moreno's race is going. So this is fascinating, because Moreno does have the edge over the incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown right now, but you see the difference. There's a lot less room between these 2 candidates than there was between Harris and Trump. Trump had a much more commanding lead at this point compared to Moreno over Sherrod Brown. This is one of those Senate seats that will decide the balance of power in the upper chamber of the House. You see there that over 1.5 million votes have been cast for Bernie Moreno, just under 1.5 million votes so far have been cast for Sherrod Brown. As I've been mentioning, both parties have been sweating this race out. A lot of money has been pouring into this race. I'm curious to see if this is the last true example of Ohio being a battleground. It certainly looks like this race is a tight one, Andrew.
Yeah, that's right. So many resources put into the Senate race there in Ohio by Republicans and Democrats alike. And to your point, yes, Ohio has been called for Donald Trump. So we just brought you a lot of race calls for Trump. We do have a race call as well, though, in a solidly blue state. That's the Empire State as well for Harris. Let's take a look at this. Harris getting New York's 28 electoral votes there. The Associated Press calling New York for Harris. So we do want to bring into the conversation as well Tom LoBianco at 24 Sight. Tom, bear with us here. We have a lot of live events going on right now. Let's stay in New York right now. Democratic Senator out of New York, Kirsten Gillibrand. She's speaking there at her watch party. Let's listen.
With our Cyber Academy, so kids can actually go to college free in exchange for public service as our cyber defenders. That will help us keep our country safer. So we have a lot of work to do, but one of the issues that I think people in New York feel most passionate about is guaranteeing women equality in this country. Making sure that we have our civil liberties and civil rights, making sure that we get to make those life and death decisions over our bodies, when we're having children, under what circumstances. We have to guarantee an equal rights amendment in New York State. I hope everybody will vote yes on Prop 1. Get the ERA added to our U.S. Constitution as well. So, other things that I hope we can work on in this next Congress, we need a national paid leave policy. We need to make sure that families don't have to make these tough decisions about caring for a child or a loved one and bringing home a paycheck. We have to make sure we keep supporting our workers, strengthening our abilities to join unions, to collectively bargain for wages and benefits. Yes. We have to expand access to health care and keep bringing down the cost of medicine. And last but not least, I will fight against the politics of hate and division in this country. No student should feel unsafe being on a college campus because of anti-Semitism. Any kind of bigotry of any kind. We have to, as a nation, figure out who we are. We are a country that used to love one another, that used to care about our neighbors, that treated others the way we wanted to be treated. We have to focus on all that is noble, all that is right, all that is pure and admirable, and we have to lift that up into our national dialogue. Now, I know you're thinking that's a lot of things to get done, but we are going to have a Congress to pass this agenda. Because of the work the governor has done, because of the work that Hakeem Jeffries and I have done, we are going to have a majority in the U.S. Congress, and we are going to elect our new speaker as Hakeem Jeffries. Now, this coordinated campaign that the governor and I, Hakeem, worked on is extraordinary. We were able to work with Chairman Jacobs to build the greatest turnout machine that has ever been seen in New York State, and I'd argue anywhere in the country. We have 40 offices across these battleground districts, 23,000 volunteers, 150 staff. We've knocked on 1.3 million doors, and we have made over 5 million phone calls to voters. So I'm going to tell you tonight, we are going to see victories up and down the Hudson Valley, all across Long Island, in Syracuse. We are going to flip the House of Representatives right here in New York State.
All right, Senator Gillibrand there at her victory watch party. I want to put up the results there for Gillibrand. Quite an easy go at it against a Republican challenger there. This wasn't necessarily one of those competitive races, but also we just brought you the news. Harris getting all 28 of New York State's electoral college tally there, electoral votes rather. And so in the meantime, though, we do have yet another state call. Let's move from New York now to Texas, and the Associated Press is calling Texas for former President Donald Trump. So Trump getting Texas's 40 electoral votes there. This is with 58% of estimated votes counted. And I'm bringing into the conversation Austin Westfall yet again here. So Austin, right now, Texas going to Trump. Kind of knew that. New York going for Harris. Definitely knew that here. I think right now, and we want to bring in Tom LoBianco, because I think all eyes right now are on this Ohio Senate race, aren't they?
Yeah, all eyes are on the Senate race. And real quick here, just because we mentioned them, no, New York, Texas are not surprising, but nonetheless, they both carry a lot of electoral votes. So now that we see that New York is officially in Kamala's bin, she's at 99. Texas, Trump is at 177. I'm interested to see how this Senate race in Texas plays out as more results come in. I'm also interested, as you said, Andrew, in the Ohio Senate race. And Tom, I'll start with you here. What are the stakes of the Ohio Senate race? So far, we've seen that Trump has a sizable lead over Harris in Ohio, but we don't see that Moreno has the same sizable lead. He has a lead, but not that same sizable lead that Trump had. What do you make of that?
Well, you know, it definitely looks like the Senate is going to be a Republican at the end of all this. That's one thing think feel pretty confident about with some of these early race calls. So, that's really important. But how Republican then? If Sherrod Brown's able to hold on, then that probably hurts the control there. But this is really interesting this cycle. The split ticket voting. We talked about that before. We're starting to see this in play, especially with working class voters, working class men. And that's a really big dynamic this cycle.
Yeah, and just to set the stage here, Tom LoBianco with 24 is going to be with us throughout the hour, kind of popping in, reacting in real time to some of these results. Though we do have some live events going on right now. I want to go out to North Carolina. Josh Stein there, the Democratic Attorney General, just won the governor's race over Lieutenant Governor Republican Mark Robinson. He's at his election night victory party here. Let's listen.
When we go together, not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as independents, but as North Carolinians. And I know we can do this because I know who we are. I have met so many inspiring people across this state. Debbie and Cornelius, who tragically lost her son to fentanyl and is fighting to protect other families from that same fate. Lauren, a teacher in Greenville, who digs into her own pocket to buy school supplies for her students to give them a better chance. I want to thank everyone I have met along the way for sharing your stories with me. And to the thousands and thousands of people from every corner of this state who helped to build this campaign, I am forever grateful for your support. Thank you for believing in the promise of North Carolina. And if I didn't earn your vote in this election, I hope to earn your trust by working hard for you as your governor. I pledge to listen and work across party lines to do what's right for North Carolina, because no person or party has a monopoly on good ideas. To all of the smart and smart aleck young people on my campaign, thank you for the long days and late nights. Thank you for the hard and high quality work. And thank you for the laughter along the way. They, by the way, are incredible. I also want to thank Governor Cooper. Let's give that man the hand that he deserves. Roy Cooper has led our state with a steady hand through an unprecedented global pandemic, a 1,000-year storm in the west, and 2 500-year floods in the east. He expanded Medicaid, strengthened our business climate, and fought for our public schools. Roy, I could not be more grateful for your service and your friendship, and do not even think about changing your cell phone number on me. My parents, Adam and Jane, raised my brother Eric and my sister Gerda to try to do what is right, just like they did. It's truly one of the best gifts that parents can give to their children. I want to thank them, and I hate that my dad got a bug yesterday working early voting, and so they're watching it here on TV. Let's all say thank you, Adam and Jane. To my wife, Anna. Otherwise known as a rock star. Thank you for being the glue that keeps our family together, for keeping me focused on the things that really matter, and for being you. She is going to be a remarkable First Lady. We are blessed to have our 3 kids here today, Sam, Adam, and Leah. Mom and I love you very much and are incredibly proud of you. Fundamentally, this campaign is about you and all of the young people of North Carolina. We want all of you to want to call North Carolina home the same way we do. Friends, we are so blessed to be of this place. And while nowhere is perfect, I firmly believe that whatever may be wrong with our state can be repaired by all that is right. After all, North Carolina is where the Greensboro Four sat down and the Wright brothers took flight. It's where my father joined Julius Chambers and James Ferguson to form North Carolina's first integrated law firm to fight for equality and opportunity for all. It's where people come together to solve tough problems and believe that our best days are ahead of us, not behind us. This is our North Carolina. This is our home. Tonight, let's celebrate this hard-fought victory, and tomorrow we will get back to work to building a North Carolina that is safer, stronger, and more prosperous for everyone. Thank you, and may God bless you, and may God bless the state of North Carolina. Thank you.
All right, there you have it. North Carolina Governor-elect Josh Stein at his victory party there, thanking his family, thanking his supporters. Of course, the incumbent governor right now, Roy Cooper, term limited there. So this stays in Democratic hands. So Stein there besting the Republican gubernatorial candidate, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson there. And you can see right now the race is called by the AP, but there is right now a 15-point margin there. And this was to be expected. You see it there on your screen as well. All right, I'm Andrew Kraft. We are at the bottom of the hour. Let's step away. Let's step out of North Carolina. Let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be giving you the latest updates. We'll get an electoral college vote tally. Also, we'll be tracking some of the results coming in key Senate races in Ohio and Texas as well. A lot more on this election night in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from on this election night. I wanted to bring into the conversation my colleague Austin Westfall here in the Live Now newsroom, and 24 Sites, Tom LoBianco. We all are here tracking all of this, and we have a lot to get to. Let's first start off right now. Where does the Electoral College stand at 9:30 Eastern, Austin?
Right now, the Electoral College, and let's get over to this because we are starting to see Trump 178 here, and we'll make sure that we've got the map up because Trump is getting, right now, he is just under 100 points away from that magic number 270. Harris with 99. There are still a lot of big Democratic states that are yet to be called. California, Oregon, Washington, those are going to be some of the bigger states that are going to put some more votes on the Harris side. Nonetheless, we're, of course, tracking all the battleground states, that being Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia. We have no results yet out of the two western battleground states, Arizona and Nevada. But as you can see so far right now, as we look at Wisconsin, at least where it stands, with 12% of the votes counted, it looks like this battleground state, Trump has a 4-point lead so far. That state leaning red at this early hour. Michigan, let's look at that. 12% of the votes counted. Right now, Harris has about an 8% lead in Michigan. Pennsylvania, what many consider to be, it's an easy argument to be made, that this is the most crucial battleground state of them all. Just over a quarter of the votes have been tallied so far, and right now Harris has an 11-point lead over Donald Trump. We'll see if more Republican votes file in as the night progresses. Of course, every single poll has indicated that that is as tight as can be. Moving down to some of these southern states, let's focus on North Carolina. 58% of the vote being tallied so far, and right now Trump has about a 4-point lead. Excuse me, that's looking more like a 3-point lead for Trump in the Tar Heel state. The final one I'll get to here is Georgia. Andrew, 75% of the vote tallied. 3/4 of the vote is in the Peach State. Trump has a 5.4% lead. That's where we're at right now.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. Tom, with whatever Austin just said there, kind of giving the roundup of the battleground states, can we glean anything from them, from the results coming in right now?
Yeah, and super helpful there. Look, the numbers that we are seeing right now from Georgia and North Carolina really seem to show him running away with it down in the Sun Belt, okay, especially in Georgia. All right. Now, this is very tentative, but some of the early exit polls we have seen have shown Trump performing, a lot more men voters showing up and supporting Trump. All right. And that's a really big dynamic. We've talked a lot about women voters with Harris. All right. But up in the Rust Belt, Wisconsin, Michigan, all right, Pennsylvania, especially in Wisconsin and Michigan, we're still not too many returns yet. I think I saw like 9% returns, something like that, up in Wisconsin. So it's going to be a little while before we see what's happening up in the Rust Belt, Blue Wall. But down the Sun Belt, especially in Georgia, it's looking really good for Trump right now.
All right, we do have live pictures there inside the Trump-Vance election night watch party. We also have live pictures outside there at the Harris Walls election night watch party as well there on the campus of Howard University in Washington. Tom, let's talk, though, now about some of these key Senate races that we're getting the results in. Let's focus our efforts first there in Ohio between the Democratic incumbent Sherrod Brown and his Republican challenger, Bernie Moreno. And we were talking before the break, Austin, you and I, about the Senate map and the Senate makeup here. This is where it stands between Moreno and Brown. What can we glean from this?
Yeah, and I'll just do a quick run through here because there was a number, and if you can come out to the map here, I want to show off a little bit of what we're working with here. So you'll see an odd color, that's yellow, that's because, and Vermont and Maine both leaning for their independent incumbents in both of those cases. Senator King and Senator Sanders expected to win in Vermont and Maine. That's why you see yellow. As far as battleground states go in the Senate, there are toss-up races, at least what have been considered to be toss-up races before the election, in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We've been eyeballing Nebraska to see if the independent challenger there could make some noise. It appears so far that that state is leaning red. So Montana, that's going to be an interesting to glean from once we start getting results in. But Tom, and this is something that we're going to be focusing on a lot, is Ohio. Many thought that the three-term incumbent senator there, Sherrod Brown, he has been elected in favorable Democratic years. I believe the first time he was elected was in light of the war that was back in 2006. That was a favorable year for Democrats. 6 years later, that was an Obama year. That was another favorable year for Democrats. The last time he was up for election was in the midterm after Trump was elected. There was a blue wave there. Is this the toughest challenge yet and the most polarizing race we've seen Sherrod Brown participate in so far?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, look, I was talking with one of my longtime Republican sources about this a couple days ago, and we're going to know a lot after we see all the tallies. But Democrats still have a problem up in the Rust Belt with working class voters, okay? And, you know, big questions on what happens with the presidential. But Sherrod Brown always was one of the, more populist Democrats and was able to outpace national Democrats in Ohio. That might be changing, okay? That's really important to watch. And if that is, I think that's a leading indicator of a bigger problem for Democrats right now. But again,
Tom, just want to chime in here. We are getting a race call because we're talking about Senate races, Tom. This is a Senate race in Maryland. This was an open seat here. Angela Alsobrooks, the Democrat, beating former Republican governor of Maryland, Larry Hogan, there in this Senate seat. It's being vacated by retiring Democrat Ben Cardin there. So this seat stays in Democratic hands here. Tom, Austin, let's comment on this. A lot of Republicans, and you and I have talked about this race, Tom, had thought this could be a pickup, that Hogan would somehow materialize a victory. That's not the case here tonight. 55-43 with a little over half of estimated votes counted here. This was also Brooks to lose. She has not done that. The AP calling the race for her.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I remember years ago when then Lieutenant Governor Michael Steele ran against Ben Cardin. All right. And there was a lot of talk that he might be the Republican to do it, especially because he was the first elected black statewide politician in Maryland. Okay. He ended up losing by a pretty similar margin to that. Now, we don't know because we've only seen about 55% or so right now. But if that divide holds up, it just really goes to show for Maryland. I mean, Hogan was an incredibly popular governor of Maryland and did a lot to break away from Trump, which is what you need to do in, traditionally blue Maryland. Maybe you just can't win statewide, or at least in these Senate races.
Yeah. So, Tom, talk to us, because there are several examples around the country, correct, of some of these competitive races where the candidates have had to move more to the center in order to win votes in these battleground states. Can you talk about some of the notable ones?
Well,
I mean,
we
did
used
Larry
to say
Hogan
4 years
try to do that?
ago,
Tom,
or 50 years ago, all politics is local. I think it's all politics is national now. I'm not sure that you can break away from this stuff. I remember I was up at the state fair in Maryland not too long ago, and you had the Larry Hogan signs next to the Donald Trump signs at the Maryland Republican Party booth, and you could tell he didn't want anything to do with it. All politics is really national now. It's changed so much from the way it used to be.
All right, we do have some more of these results coming in. We want to stay, though, on the Senate races. Let's focus our efforts on Texas right now. We just got this live picture up there. This is in Texas at the Colin Allred election night watch party here. Let's put up that race right now. This is quite a sizable lead Cruz has over Allred at the moment. 64% of estimated votes counted. Democrats were somewhat bullish here, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, were Republicans worried about how Ted Cruz would do? The race hasn't been called yet, but we see the vote spread here.
Well, my Republican sources were never really worried about the Cruz race. I think you heard more from Democratic sources that, they might be able to, ride a wave of support from women in this election and, maybe potentially get Allred up over the top. Cruz historically has been fairly unpopular, as statewides go for Texas. but that doesn't seem to be the case right so far. But again, we still got 1/3 of the vote still to come in. That could change. But as these race calls go, it becomes harder later in when you have more of the precincts reporting. It becomes a lot harder for these candidates to overtake a gap of that size. So it looks like Cruz is in pretty good position right now.
Even though Texas is a deep red state, is there anything to learn from some of the counties within a deep red state like that?
Well, we've been talking about this as the gender election. And, boy, you talk about, groups of voters that are not a monolith. Men and women are not monolithic. They do not vote uniformly. Okay. I think we really got to look at and especially as the exit polls come back more, and we match that up with the actual vote tallies. I think we're going to have to look at some of the key dynamics, what people are talking about, what concerns them. Abortion is not the only animating issue for women. I heard a lot about the economy, too. And Trump seems to do better on the economy with women. But that's also not always the case, because Harris had been cutting into that. So it's elections are always wild. There's always surprises on election night.
Tom, while we have you, though, let's focus our efforts on one more key Senate race we're watching. Let's go to Wisconsin now, between Democratic incumbent Tammy Baldwin and her Republican challenger, Eric Hovde there. This is only with around 22% of estimated votes counted. Baldwin up over Hovde, not by much, though. How much trouble is Tammy Baldwin in? Should Democrats be worried?
Could be. This is, okay, so we were talking earlier about split ticket voting. This is one of the strangest things I've seen this election. Tammy Baldwin had put out some mailers or advertisements where the Democrats was talking about supporting Trump trade policies back when he was in office. I mean, the political bedfellows this cycle are some of the strangest I've ever seen. Now, she could be in good shape. One of the things, over on the 24 Site podcast, the Ground Game podcast I run out of 24 Site with my friend Patrick Finkston, we had on Charlie Sykes a little while ago, and he was talking about how Republicans used to have a very good ground operation in Wisconsin. Scott Walker, Reince Priebus, back in the day, about a decade ago. Democrats have usurped that and have done a lot better under Ben Wickler, Democratic Party chair in Wisconsin. Ground games, turnout, operations, those things matter, especially in tight races like this. So, it's not unforeseeable that she wins and Trump wins too in Wisconsin. That's not out of the realm of possibility here.
Let's back up here. Let's go back to Political Science 101 for a minute, Tom. Explain to us why we're talking so much about the balance of power in the Senate and the House. How does that dictate how powerful of a president we're going to be working with?
Well, I'll tell you, you hear voters complain a lot about how Washington doesn't get anything done and need to return to normal order. It is incredibly hard to pass legislation through Congress and get it to any president's desk these days. And certainly a lot of that has to do with the Senate. You'd need to be able to break a filibuster. And, with the exception of the courts, it's 60 votes. And, neither side, the traditionalists in the Senate, have wanted to touch that. Okay. So in a strong sense, no matter if you get a Harris presidency or a Trump presidency again, it's not a guarantee that you're going to be able to move things. Now, where that comes into play is those nominations, and whether you're able to get actually confirmed, the judges, but also the secretaries, the cabinet. If you're able to get them confirmed, that gives them more power, and that's really important here. And the Senate Republicans could be. I mean, they look to be in a very strong position right now. And if this goes as it looks, it might go with John Thune potentially becoming the Senate Majority Leader. And again, a lot of things still yet to play out within the Senate Republican Conference. That would give Senate Republicans and Senator John Thune out of South Dakota a lot of power.
Yeah, Tom, speaking of who would be in charge of Senate Republicans, who would be the leader there, we aired Rick Scott's victory speech last hour, and almost in the same breath, he moved on to yet another race he's waging, and that is for Republican leader in the Senate. He's thrown his hat into the ring. He's been very critical of current leader McConnell. McConnell stepping back but will remain in the Senate here. So I believe those elections take place internally for Republicans on the House and Senate side, November 13th. We won't put the cart before the horse here. We'll focus on today's election. But I just want to get your sense here. Let's focus on the Harris-Trump campaigns right now. And Tom, you got a lot of sources within the Trump campaign. That's their election night watch party. We have this, what we call a switched feed here. We're seeing a lot of folks there with red MAGA hats. I also just saw one of these Jewish Trump voters as well. You see there people taking selfies. So, you know, you can get a sense of the vibes. You can't really glean anything results-wise from how the parties are doing. Maybe a little bit later on you can. But what do you see when you look at this shot we have inside Trump HQ?
Well, you know, this campaign, and we've talked about this extensively throughout the election, is, you know, as Trump campaigns go, has been remarkably disciplined. All right, and you got to give credit to Susie Wiles there and Chris LaCivita and Tony Fabrizio, kind of that trio at the top of this operation. All right, but there have been a lot of concerns. I mean, look, when the Iowa poll came out, Ann Selzer showing a lot of problem with women voters in Iowa for Trump. You know, you started seeing that reflected by Trump himself on stage at these rallies. All right, whether it's performative on purpose or whether he's just getting tired and, you know, worn out, whatever the reason, he's very transparent in his emotions and how he's feeling about things. We've always known that about him. So I don't know. Look, the early results that we're seeing, again, go back to the Sun Belt, especially Georgia and North Carolina, doing incredibly well there. And if these exit polls turn out to be correct, with a larger number of men breaking for Trump, especially with minorities, Black and Latino voters, that gives a lot of confidence, all right? And you can see that reflected in the crowd. But there's still a lot of concerns with with women breaking hard for Harris, all right, in the last couple of days of the race. So still a lot to be determined here.
Yeah,
it's still,
Tom,
this is early.
It is early, Tom. I mean, I keep reiterating that point. We have a live picture, though, at Harris's election night watch party there on the campus of Howard University. Of course, she's an alum there. So let's talk about how the Harris campaign might be feeling. I've been citing this all day today, Tom. Senior advisor to the Harris campaign, David Plouffe, was on CNN last night at this time with Aaron Burnett. He says the campaign, they believe they can win all 7 battleground states. Now, is that what some political pollsters and pundits call hopium or not here? What does that mean?
No. I just, based on what we're seeing so far tonight, that looks incredibly unlikely to happen. Okay. And, you know, that's standard for any campaign, you know, top of the campaign. They're always going to say that. But look, you know, we saw some of the early exits from NBC News. There was a lot of talk a couple days ago about the Madison Square Garden rally and the Puerto Rico comments really damaging Trump with Latinos and Puerto Ricans, okay? That does not seem to have translated among the electorate, especially among the men, all right, and 3rd and 4th generation younger Latinos, all right? So if that is the case, it's going to be a lot harder for her. Especially, you can't even talk about places like Arizona at that point. Nevada could be a little bit different. All right, Nevada is it's its own unique beast, but in Arizona, you know, if that trend stays true, you can pretty much write off Arizona for Harris. And you know, again, and then it becomes an issue in Pennsylvania. All right, we got to look at Allentown, the Lehigh Valley. All right, and you got to watch the returns coming out of there. That was the big concern. All right, Pennsylvania is really a must-win for Harris. Okay, it's not as much of a must-win for Trump, but for Harris, it looks like she needs that blue wall to hold.
Sure.
Before we go, Tom, I got to ask you about Puerto Ricans, because there's an interesting statistic coming out of Osceola County. This is just south of Orlando. Right now, Trump, with 95% of the votes counted, Trump has 50%, Harris 48%. So Trump's up by 2 points. If I'm looking back 4 years ago, Biden won Osceola County by 14 points. So we're seeing a sizable shift. This county is important because I believe around a third of the population there are Puerto Ricans. What do you make of Trump seeming to gain some ground in a county like this?
Yeah. You know, one of the big things, and this is really important, we had Mike Madrid on the Ground Game podcast recently. He specializes in Latino voters. Look at the way Trump talks about immigration, the wall, wanting to crack down on immigration. Especially, you know, of course, now we should note here, of course, that Puerto Ricans are Americans, all right? But culturally, the problem was Tony Hinchcliffe dumping on the entire culture. It was very racist. Trump, if you listen to him, you know, he talks a lot about illegal immigration. And among Latino voters, especially people who have been here 3 and 4 generations deep now, all right, they agree with that. And you start to see that movement among the younger Latinos towards Trump. And that's really key in understanding this dynamic. You also got to remember, too, especially for Latinos, you know, large South American population, Colombian, Venezuelans, you know, Cubans are getting older now, or the expats down in Florida, very traditionally conservative, socially conservative. And you got a lot of that down in South Florida, okay? So it's you know, when we talk about voter groups, no group is a monolith. And sometimes Democrats seem to forget that.
All right, Tom LoBianco with 24/7. Tom, can't thank you enough. This entire year, you've been so instrumental.
Thank you, guys.
Austin, thank you, too. We're going to take our final commercial break of this hour. More results where that came from. We're also going out live to the Trump-Vance watch party in West Palm Beach. Some of our reporters standing by. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here as we approach yet the top of a new hour. In the meantime, like I said before the break, let's go out now live to West Palm Beach, Florida, to the Trump-Vance election night watch party. That's where we find Fox News' Rebecca Castor with the latest there. Rebecca, good to see you here. How's the energy there in the room?
Hey, Andrew. Well, of course, with this being filled with Trump supporters, they are excited and encouraged. The Trump campaign advisors, they tell us that they feel they're on track for a good night. They're encouraged by some of this exit polling that is coming in. The supporters here, they cheer every time a state is called for the former president. Trump, though, is watching this all go down from Mar-a-Lago, where he's watching the returns come in with family and friends. Former President Trump is spending election night where he kicked off his campaign in Palm Beach, alongside one of his biggest supporters, Elon Musk. And his team is feeling confident they can secure the magic number of 270 electoral votes.
For early voting, it was definitely, we didn't have as much male turnout, and that's not just for our party, that's for any party in terms of voting. But after today, we're seeing a change, and we're seeing such optimism.
Millions of voters braved long lines to cast their ballots, each with different issues in mind.
Under a new Trump administration, I think we're going to have more secure borders.
We have everything going for us, but we're going to lose a lot of that if Trump wins.
But with the race neck and neck, it could be days before we know the final results. During a visit to thank his campaign staff, the former president expressed his frustration with the vote counting process.
They should do paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and be done. One day, same day. And you'd have it by 10 o'clock.
No matter the outcome, the winner of this election will have a challenging task on the first day of their administration.
One of the most important jobs of whoever the president-elect is going to be has got to be unifying the country.
Donald Trump was asked earlier today if he'll accept the results of this election if he loses. He said, if it's, quote, a fair election, I'll be the first to acknowledge it. Andrew, back to you.
So, Rebecca, I had a question because remember, a lot of reporters have been asking Trump whether or not he would be voting in favor of Amendment Question 3 and 4 on marijuana and abortion in Florida. We haven't really gotten a sense of how he voted on that, though we do know those questions failed there in Florida.
Yes, so we didn't really get a clear answer from Trump on how he voted on those measures, but as you said, really not a big deal. They failed today.
All right, Rebecca Castor there live for us in West Palm Beach. Rebecca, talk soon. Thanks so much. All right, in the meantime here, we do have yet another race call that we have to make. The Associated Press calling Missouri for Donald Trump here. Let's take that. You see there, 30% of estimated votes counted right now, though this was enough to call the race for Trump there in the Show Me State. There you can see the vote margin. So in the meantime, we do want to bring you into the conversation as well. Remember, we're checking in on some of the trends going on social media as well, because we are about 15 seconds away from the top of the next hour. That means polls will close in some of these western states as well. Let's check in with Live Now's Christina Evans, and she joins me. Christina, what's going on social media right now?
Absolutely, Andrew. It's been a very busy night on social media as well. We're getting a lot of updates and able to see what's happening on the ground in certain states, including Arizona, one of those critical battleground states. I do want to show you another look here in our social center so you can get an idea of kind of how we're tracking these tweets and these other posts as they're coming in to our newsroom. But let's talk about the latest one that we're seeing out of Arizona. This is thanks to Fox 10. We're getting this update. What you're seeing now on your screen, this is an update there from Fox 10 reporter Kenzie Beach. She's there on the campus of Arizona State University in Tempe. As you can see, polls have closed in this location, but the lines are still long there, with students still putting in their opportunity to cast their vote for the presidential election and some of those other elections happening there in the battleground state of Arizona. So she did say that folks are encouraged to stay in line so that way their votes will be counted. But in areas like on college campuses at Arizona State University specifically, lines are still long, even though the polls have closed in Arizona. I do want to also give you an update here on Live Now. Another look at another place in Arizona where the polls are going to remain open. This is the Navajo Nation area in Apache County. This is all thanks to the Navajo Nation president that he filed a lawsuit to extend polling hours to accommodate voters. This after the Arizona Secretary of State said that voters in the county experienced issues with e-poll books and printers. So We do know there in the Navajo Nation, those polls will remain open until 9 p.m. local time. That's just another hour or so in the state of Arizona. So again, they will stay open so that way the Navajo Nation members can cast their vote there for the presidential election. Again, Arizona, one of those critical battleground states that we're keeping a very close eye on in this election. Will be interesting to see how these things shake out. But long lines are happening on social media, but folks remaining in place to make sure that their voice is heard.
Yeah, that's, of course, so true. If you're in line, stay in line. That's the message from some of these election officials there in some of these battleground states. Christina Evans, thanks so much. We'll talk soon. In the meantime here, we do want to kind of reset here at the top of the hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. So we are going to go through some of the Electoral College vote tallies at the moment. If we could pop that up there in the lower left hand of your screen. You see where the tally stands right now. Trump with 198 Electoral College votes. Harris with 99, though it is still early, of course. Polls now closed in some of these western battleground states like Nevada, like Arizona, like Montana, like Utah as well. We're tracking some down-ballot races in those states, including some of these key Senate races there as well. In the meantime, we do have, let's go back to Michigan now. The Secretary of State there, Jocelyn Benson, she's addressing the press. Let's watch.
Clear and unequivocal will of the voters. This is an incredible day for Michigan, and this is an incredible day for our nation. My thanks to clerks and staff all across the state who worked long and difficult hours over the last several months preparing for today. Their preparation paid off in a smooth and successful election. And I'm grateful to so many members of my team here tonight who helped facilitate that work all throughout the state, all day today, and the many partners we have had along the way, from our faith leaders to, yes, our sports teams. And that's one of the reasons why we're here in Ford Field tonight, to really emphasize how important these partnerships were, from faith leaders to sports leaders to business leaders to law enforcement and our Attorney General, all of whom share with us a belief that our democracy is at its strongest when every voice is heard and when every vote is counted. Finally, I want to thank the millions of voters who participated in our democracy this election. Just like our Lions, you have made winners of all of us. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions. Go ahead.
Darylyn Horn with WWJ. Were there any instances of any issues or any misinformation spread today? And if so, how was that addressed?
Yeah, one of the candidates, the former president, said there was a strong law enforcement present in Philadelphia and Detroit. That was not true. We quickly debunked it. To the extent that other people were upset, it was usually just because they couldn't get one of these stickers. We saw some of them sold on eBay, which I don't recommend. But at the same time, we also made these stickers available at our Secretary of State branch offices for the rest of this week. But no.
All right, Jocelyn Benson there. She's the Secretary of State in Michigan, talking about all those I voted stickers and how the voting has gone there in Michigan as well. But in the meantime here, let's step away from Secretary Benson. We do have one of these candidates conceding the race there. Let's go out to Maryland. Former Republican governor of Maryland, Larry Hogan, losing this Senate race to Democrat Angela Alsobrooks there. Let's watch.
Who inspired me to get into this race, and my entire family. Give them a big round of applause. I stepped up to run because I was concerned about what kind of a future we would be leaving for all of our kids and grandkids. And for me, the greatest title wasn't governor or senator, it's dad and pop-pop. I also want to thank our incredible campaign staff. Please give them a round of applause. They did an amazing job. And the thousands of volunteers all across the state who worked their butts off. You know, some campaigns drag on for years, but this one was a 9-month sprint. We ran full speed from day one, from early mornings and late nights to every corner of the state, knocking on doors, making calls and meeting voters from Oakland to Ocean City and everywhere in between. And we built a broad coalition of Republicans, Democrats, and independents, and we brought together first responders, police, veterans, longshoremen, teachers, small business owners, young people and retirees, and hardworking families all across this state. This was truly a grassroots campaign. And most of all, I want to thank my fellow Marylanders, especially all those in deep blue Maryland who were willing to put country over party and split their tickets. If the pundits and the politicians were more like the good and decent people that I meet every day on the campaign trail, our country would be so much better off. We got into this race for the right reasons, to fix the broken politics and to put our country on the right track. And we ran the kind of campaign that represents what politics can be and what it should be, driven by the people, not the party bosses, and focused on the issues that actually matter to families all across Maryland. From day one, this was the only campaign in America that reached out to Republicans, Democrats, and independents alike, because that's what it's going to take to solve the serious problems we face. Americans today are thoroughly convinced that we're hopelessly divided, that Washington is completely dysfunctional, and that our entire political system is fundamentally broken. The voices of the exhausted majority are ignored in deference to the demands of the loudest and angriest few who seem hell-bent on tearing America apart. No matter what happens in this election, we as a country must move beyond talking only with those we agree with, and we need to stop dismissing or even hating those we disagree with. We have got to find a way to come together, to listen, and to believe in each other once again, because there really is far more that unites us than divides us. While tonight did not bring the outcome we had hoped for, we can all hold our heads high. I can tell you, we left it all on the field, and I'm so damn proud of the effort. Thank you all. Thank you.
All right, there's Larry Hogan, former Maryland governor there, trying his hand at Senate politics, coming up short there in Maryland, losing to Democrat Angela Alsobrooks. Of course, Alsobrooks currently is an executive with Prince George's County there, and this seat stays blue. This is Ben Cardin's seat, a longtime Democratic incumbent there. Ben Cardin opting not to seek re-election in Maryland. In the meantime here, we do want to get in some more race calls that we have right now as well. Let's move from Maryland to Massachusetts here, staying in the Senate. Elizabeth Warren fending off this Republican challenger in John Deaton. About 25% of estimated votes counted right now. The Associated Press calling the race there for Elizabeth Warren, the Democratic incumbent. She gets another 6 years in the upper chamber. In the meantime here on the presidential contest, on that level, we do have a race call. Remember, these states out west, Utah, Montana, Arizona, Nevada, polls just closed there 10 minutes ago, and we just got a quick race call there in Utah. Take a look at this. The Associated Press projecting Donald Trump will win Utah's 6 electoral votes there right now. Okay, let's stay out west right now. Let's move from Utah to Colorado there. Take a look at this. Colorado being called for Vice President Kamala Harris. You see there over Trump. 48% of estimated votes counted. Harris getting Colorado there. And you see that margin, 56 to 42, Colorado trending blue in the last, really, 3 cycles, if you think about it. So in the meantime here, let's take yet another quick commercial break. When we come back, more experts, more analysts, more reporters, more results, more race calls. Yes, it's still early. I'm Andrew Kraft. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We have more of these candidates taking the stage at their respective election night watch parties and rallies. I want to focus our efforts right now on the Texas Senate race there. The Associated Press has not called this race yet. Other outlets have, though. For Ted Cruz, you see there 67% of estimated votes counted. You see the wide margin in the differential between Cruz and Allred. Cruz just stepped up at his election night watch party. Let's listen live.
And I believe, and I hope and pray that Donald Trump will be reelected as President of the United States. I want to say thank you, number one, to my extraordinary wife, Heidi, my best friend in the world. Such an amazing partner on this magic carpet ride of life. And I want to say thank you to our two beautiful and amazing girls, Caroline and Catherine. You know, politics at times exacts a price on the family. And I want to say I am so grateful for their love and support, and you guys are amazing. Thank you. I also want to give a special shout out to Alexis Nungary. Alexis, thank you for your incredible courage speaking out for your precious Jocelyn, and your courage has made such a profound difference in this nation. We're going to. I also want to thank all the Democrats across Texas who crossed over and supported my campaign. Including especially Harris County District Attorney Kim Ogg. Who has stood strong for prosecuting violent criminals. And I want to thank every Texan across our great state who has stood with us in this fight, who worked and who fought for Texas. I want to congratulate Colin Allred on a hard-fought campaign. And I want to say to all of those who didn't support me, you have my word that I will fight for you, for your jobs, for your safety, and for your constitutional rights. But tonight, the people of Texas have spoken. And their message rings clear as a bell across our great state. Texas will remain Texas. You know, the media were ready to write off Texas. And Chuck Schumer poured in more than $100 million to our state. Well, I want to say thank you, Chuck. And I hope we win a few more Senate seats tonight because you wasted so much money in Texas. They deployed every trick, every lie, and every Hollywood celebrity they could find. Chuck Schumer tried to buy this Senate seat like it was a piece of Manhattan real estate. But he learned what we've always known, that Texas isn't for sale. And Texans can't be bought. Amen. Over the last 2 years, I've traveled every corner of this state, from the Panhandle to the Valley, from deep East Texas to far in West Texas. We have traveled 9,094 miles, 53 rallies all over the state of Texas. I've worn out my boots, at times my voice, and certainly the patience of my incredible political team, who did an amazing job on this campaign, and I think is the very best team in all of politics. And what I found traveling the state of Texas was worth every single mile. Because everywhere I went, I found something that gives me profound hope. Common sense isn't dead. It is alive and well in Texas. Everywhere I went, I met Texans who share a simple dream: to keep their families safe, to keep their freedom secure, and to keep their Texas values strong. Tonight, we are witnessing incredible results, especially with Hispanics across the state of Texas.
All right, you've been listening there to Senator Ted Cruz, the Republican winning re-election there, speaking to a crowd full of his supporters there. And you can see there, some have called this race for Cruz, though the Associated Press has not. And that is what we rely on here. You see there the numbers, Cruz up on all red, now about over 10 points. And so we'll be waiting to see whether or not this race gets called sometime soon here. Let's take that full. We have it. So 68% of estimated votes counted there in this Senate race. Like I said, Cruz declaring victory there. We wait for the Associated Press, although some outlets have called this race for Cruz. In the meantime here, we do have some more race calls to get to. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. Let's get to them right now. We want to focus our efforts on the presidential contest right now. Remember, some of these Western states, polls closed there at the top of the last hour. I'm talking about Montana. All right, so Trump getting Montana's 4 electoral votes there. And so this is not a shocker, not a surprise. Montana ruby red there, though the Senate race, I believe, is too close to call there between Tester and Sheehy. In the meantime, let's move from Montana now to Utah. Remember, we brought you the results in the presidential contest from Utah, Trump sweeping Utah there. But there was a Senate race we had our eyes on because, remember, this is the seat being vacated by current Republican Senator Mitt Romney. This was the race to replace Mitt Romney and Republican John Curtis, the current congressman right now there from Utah, winning this race, the Senate race in Utah, over his Democratic challenger there as well. So wanted to make sure we got some of those race calls in moving forward. In the meantime here, we do have some tweets. Want to put this up. This is from Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Let's go back to Texas. You see there, he says, congratulations, Senator Ted Cruz, on your big win. Senator Cruz will continue to defend Texas values of freedom, liberty, and prosperity in the U.S. Senate. Working together, we'll keep Texas. Texas, you heard that common refrain there from Ted Cruz at his party. All right, in the meantime here, we do want to bring into the conversation my friend and colleague, Austin Westfall, in the Live Now newsroom, who we've been relying so heavily on for what to make of these race calls. He joins me also with some viewer engagement. We want to hear from the viewers tonight. Take a look at the lower left portion of your screen. About 800,000 of them are watching alongside us. But first, Austin.
We've been checking in with Christina throughout the evening as she's been traversing social media and seeing what's going on there. Let's ask you all who's watching. Let's ask you what's going on and what you're thinking about. We're asking you, and by the way, we'll say QR code right there on your screen. Andrew, if we can take that in full so that the people can point their smartphone camera at that QR code, it'll send you to a web page where you can vote on this poll. We've already had a couple of results come in. That's because some of you are looking at our website and you're voting on this before we even brought it to air. Arizona, Michigan, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Georgia, Nevada, Pennsylvania. Those are the 7 key battlegrounds we've been following. The question is, which battleground state do you think will have the most impact on the presidential race? Right now, it appears with 51% of the vote, Pennsylvania is looking like it's taking the cake. But again, we've only gotten a few dozen, I believe, answers to this poll so far. So if you want, you can either scan that QR code on your screen, or if we take it off the screen before you're able to do that, you can simply type in livenowfox.com/connect. livenowfox.com/connect. You can tell us which battleground state you think will have the most impact on the presidential race. We've been talking about this ad nauseum, Andrew. Pennsylvania is going to be the common denominator for both Harris and Trump's easiest path to the White House. Pennsylvania so far winning in our poll. Okay, so as you mentioned, let's bring up the map. This is what we're working with right now. We've got Harris with 112. We have Trump with 198. Trump is 72 electoral votes away from the magic number. We have had so many race calls in the last few minutes here. So we're seeing a lot of this dark red being shaded in. Most of these not necessarily a surprise. I want to focus on the battleground states, though. Let's start with Wisconsin, and let's zoom in. 48% of the votes in Wisconsin have been tallied, and so far, this is a tight one. Trump right now, 1 point above Harris, 49.8% versus 48.8%. That's with nearly half of those votes being tallied so far. Looks like Michigan is leaning blue right now. Only 21% of the votes called so far. Less than a quarter of the results have been tallied in Michigan. Of course, so much attention is going to be on the Detroit Metro. How are those votes going to fall? That's also, I believe, the largest hub of Arab Americans that are going to be voting as well. It'll be interesting to see how they react to some of the news and how the Biden administration has handled the Israel-Hamas war. Moving on to more battlegrounds. Pennsylvania, this is the one that our viewers say is the most important. Just over half of the votes have been tallied so far. 55% has been counted in Pennsylvania. And Trump right now has just under a 3-point lead in this.
Don't mean to cut you off here. We do have more of these now winning candidates stepping up to their election rallies and watch parties, including Maryland's Senator-elect Angela Alsobrooks there. Let's watch.
Doesn't it feel good to be in Maryland tonight? Oh, yes. Well, first of all, to Alex, you know, she forgot to tell you one important part of that story. She's the one who got on the bus after I had to race after her first grade friends and said, well, we have to wait for a certain 40-year-old to come across the park. Well, I have to say, first of all, tonight, I must give credit to the absolutely unfailing God that I serve. One whose grace has been sufficient at every turn. I don't have enough words to say thank you to God, whose faith has been unfailing. I want to thank him so much. And just a moment ago, I received a call from Governor Hogan congratulating me on tonight's victory. Offering his congratulations and the congratulations of Yumi. And I know that we both share a very deep love for Maryland and commitment to Maryland, so I certainly want to thank him so much for his service. Now, I start off with something that is so obvious, and it's that it couldn't be overstated, but tonight absolutely could not have been possible without you. Without every single person in this room and the people of Maryland. So to the people of Maryland, thank you so very much. Thank you to Marylanders. Thank you. Now, if I named every person who shares this victory with us tonight, we'd be here for a few hours. But I can't leave the stage without thanking some very special people who made tonight possible. First and foremost, to the single most incredible, the baddest campaign team, let me tell you, ever to have graced the earth. This team is incredible, and they are led by the incomparable Sheila O'Connell, our campaign manager. Thank you so much to Sheila, who is what I love to call a super bad woman. Sheila led this, she flew this plane, no matter what the winds were, against over $100 million that was spent against our campaign. And we're here tonight for every single person on this team who gave everything they had. They left it all on the field. This was the single most talented team. I've seen every single one of them. I want to thank them so much for their commitment. I want to thank them for sharing their talents with me, and I can't wait to continue working and making your efforts worthwhile. I'd also like to thank some of our partners, Emily's List. I want to say thank you so much to Emily's List and the super incredible Jessica Mackler, Higher Heights, and Glenda Carr. There's a network across the country electing women. I want to thank them so much. And also want to thank all of our partners in labor who are here tonight, many of whom are here tonight. All of our faith leaders and faith community, want to thank them so much. To the super bad Divine Nine, my brothers and sisters of the Divine Nine. Yes, the coalition. Yeah, yes. Yes. I'd also like to say thank you so much to the Democratic Party led by Ken Ullman and also Dr. Charlene Dukes. I want to thank them so much for all their incredible support. All of my friends in elective office, don't we have the baddest captain of Team Maryland, Governor Wes Moore? I want to thank him so much. All of our friends and our federal delegation who are here tonight. You just heard from Senators Cardin and Van Hollen. I want to thank them. All of our the congressmen who are here. I see Congressman Hoyer. I want to thank him so very much. Congressman Mfume, sir, thank you so much. Congressman Sarbanes, and Congressman Raskin. Yes, Congressman Raskin. Yes. America's Congressman, Congressman Ivey, want to thank them, Rupersberger, thank them so much for all of their support, as well as all of my other brothers and sisters in elective service who are here tonight, from the state Senate, our delegation, our council members, all the Democratic Central Committee members who worked so hard on this campaign, to all of our volunteers, all of Team Also Brooks, volunteer. Thank you not just for believing in this movement, but I thank you for working so hard to take the movement to the people. So for every single volunteer who opened your home, who met us in coffee houses, met us in backyards, for all the donors who contributed, I want to just say thank you so much for every phone call and every door knock. Thank you so very much. And to the people, thank you, that's Wanda Durant, you guys. To the people of Maryland, especially the folks who came out. Now, you all know we started a little later tonight. And you know why that was? It was because our college students and first-time voters, so many of them showed up at the polls tonight. They had to keep the polls open later because our children came out to vote tonight. And so I want to just say thank you to them, and also want to just give a special shout out to my hometown, Prince George's County, Maryland. Prince George's County, Maryland. The place where I have grown up, the ones who I love so much. You know, I woke up this morning to my neighbors.
All right, you're hearing there from Angela Alsobrooks declaring victory after her race call against former Maryland Governor, Republican Larry Hogan there, and she goes to the Senate, replacing outgoing retiring Senator, the Democrat, Ben Cardin here. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We're a little past the bottom of the hour now here. a little after 8:30 Mountain Time, a little after 10:30 on the East Coast there. Thanks so much for being with us. We are in for it tonight. Remember, we're not stopping. We are going live, raw, and unfiltered throughout the course of the evening, bringing you these results in real time, coming to us from the Associated Press here. And in the meantime, we do have some of these race calls I want to bring you. Let's go to the District of Columbia right now. You see there Harris getting their 3 electoral votes. This race was called, about 10 minutes ago here. Also, we have some results coming in on some of these western battleground states, including Arizona. Take a look at that. Arizona has 11 electoral votes. As you know, it's a battleground, very close here, but a little under half of estimated votes counted there. So neck and neck there in Arizona between Trump and Harris. Let's go to Missouri briefly. Remember, Hawley was facing a Democratic challenger in Lucas Kunce there, and he won this race. Hawley 52 over Lucas Kunce there 46. 45% of estimated votes counted. Hawley goes back to the Senate with another 6-year term. In the meantime here, we do want to bring into the conversation my colleague Austin Westfall in the Live Now newsroom and New York Post's A.G. Gankarski. He joins us as well. We'll start with Austin. Austin, we were trying to get through where the battleground states lie right now as far as the presidential contest is concerned. What do they?
Let's go through them. So let's start up in Wisconsin. Let's just go with what the AP is calling for now. 53% of the vote so far tallied, according to the Associated Press. That's a tight race. 49.5% to 49%. Trump up by 1/2 of a percentage point in Wisconsin. Moving over to Michigan, which is currently, and it's light blue, but if you really look at the results, that's a dead tie, 49.1 to 49.1. It looks like we just lost that. Let's move on to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, considered the most pivotal battleground state, 19 electoral votes up for grabs in the Keystone State. Right now, Trump has a roughly over 100,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris right now. So we're looking at Trump having just under 3 points of a lead versus Harris right now. That's the most important battleground. Going down to North Carolina, we're getting in a little more results there. 83% of the votes have been tallied in the Tar Heel state, and right now Trump has just over a 2.5% lead. Going further south to Georgia, 88%. So we've been speaking all night about preliminary results, Andrew. We can toss that out now when we're talking about states like this. Georgia has 88% of the votes tallied. Trump with 51.3%, Harris with 48.1%. I'm going to zoom out again because we've been saying all night, Trump's easiest path to victory, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. Still a lot of votes to be counted in Pennsylvania, but for now we're seeing that Trump has a slight margin, especially in Georgia here. We're starting to see some of these counties really fill in. Not surprisingly, seeing this kind of blue blob in the Atlanta metro, but then we see all of these bright red and dark red rural counties that are pretty much balancing out, if not overcoming, some of what we're seeing in some of these larger cities, specifically the Atlanta metro. Let's zoom back out just to make sure that we hit every battleground state that we can. Arizona's the other one. 50% of the votes in here. So half of the vote tallied. Most of this coming from Maricopa County. Maricopa County is most of the ball game in the Grand Canyon state. Right now, we've got a dead tie, 49.6 to 49.6. Interesting to say the least, Andrew, as this map gets filled out. Let's ask AG about it.
So, AG, thanks so much for being with us. AG with the New York Post, of course. What can we glean from some of these battleground states here? Is it accurate to say that some are too close to call? Not Georgia, is it?
You know, I think Georgia is trending toward Trump, but the thing I'm noticing is that blue wall is looking like it's going to crack. I mean, you know, what's happening in Michigan, what's happening in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, it's going to come down to late returns from these like bigger cities. But, you know, really it's looking more like 2016 than 2020. And, you know, that's kind of remarkable for people who thought that Harris, you know, had a pathway that was more like Biden's in 2020. It's looking much more like Trump's got the 2016 coalition. Men are coming out to vote for him. And, this is really a remarkable political comeback in the making by Donald Trump, because I think a lot of people looked at this a few weeks back and said there was no way he can make inroads in the blue wall. And there was a lot of thought to say Jill Stein would be a bigger factor in a place like Michigan. She hasn't been as of yet. So this is just Trump versus Harris, like, R versus D. But, Trump is really, he's really driving it right now.
So, AG, I've got Pennsylvania up right now. 51% of the vote so far is going for Trump. He has roughly a 3-point lead over Harris. 57% of the vote has been counted. Let's talk about what is considered the most pivotal battleground state here. There is still 43% of the vote to be tallied. What are we going to be watching for as we get that 43% of the vote in?
Philadelphia County, because that is predominantly Democratic. I think in 2020 was more than 80% for Joe Biden. And you expect similar margins with Kamala Harris, but the question is always turnout. Like, how many people actually turn out to vote? How many votes are counted in, the coming days? It's not just what we see tonight, but we'll see what we see in the next couple of days as well. So, a Trump lead, say 3 o'clock in the morning isn't necessarily safe in Pennsylvania because of Philadelphia County primarily. The rest of the state, Trump's got an advantage in it, but that's machine politics, and it works a little bit more slowly, works a little more gradually, and it looks a bit rougher from the outside, where people are saying, why haven't these votes been counted already? You've got late votes, you've got precincts that take a while to count for whatever reason, you've got anomalies that happen in the counting process, all kinds of things. So people will be watching that one over the next couple of days for sure.
Okay, so AG, we have a live picture there at the Harris Walls watch party. You said there are indications of 2016 vibes, so to speak, when Hillary Clinton lost. Do you see any of that on the faces of some of these Harris Walls supporters here? Because I want to ask you this. The question going into the night was whether or not we would know a winner in the presidential contest tonight. Do you think we will, or will it take till tomorrow morning?
I think it's going to take a day or two before we have something where we can say somebody's going to be the winner. I just don't think that we're going to have enough of the count in tonight, especially in those blue wall states, to really figure it out. I think Arizona may take a little bit of time too. It looks a little close from what I'm seeing also. So, between those states, you've got, 55 electoral votes between the four? That's a lot of suspense. So, expecting a winner before you go to bed tonight, I think is a little bit unrealistic. But the trend right now is Donald Trump. It's looking good for him. But, you have to consider that the late vote, that the late counted vote, the mail vote, things like that is going to trend Democratic. And, so any margin that Trump has at, 10:41 Eastern time may not hold, when we wake up in the morning.
Let's talk about Detroit. I want to talk about Michigan. We talk so much about some of these southern states, and we've been talking about Pennsylvania. Let's talk about Michigan. And I'm going to just kind of zoom in on Detroit here, because that's one of the largest Arab American populations in the country. When we focus in and we go in on what is, and let's just make sure we get this correct here, we're focusing in on the area where Detroit is. So Wayne County is what we're talking about here, AG. So right now, Wayne County is showing that Trump is up 61% to 37.5%. We're talking about Trump having a commanding victory so far with 24% of the votes in. 24% may not sound like a lot, but what do you make of what we're seeing out of this county so far?
It really comes down to the precincts that are coming in, because a county in and of itself isn't necessarily the thing. There are precincts in the counties that will tell you what the real story is that's happening. And, when you're watching that precinct data being dumped in, that can move these totals. And we've got these margins as thin as they are in Michigan. You get 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 votes dumped in, and if they're D plus 80, that makes a remarkable difference in the narrative.
So we do have some race calls we do want to get to right now here on the presidential level. Let's go to Kansas right now, AG in Austin. So you see there Trump getting Kansas's 6 electoral votes, the Associated Press calling Kansas for former President Donald Trump here. Let's stay in the Midwest. We also have a race call there in the Hawkeye state of Iowa. Iowa's 6 electoral votes going to Donald Trump there over Harris with 56% of estimated votes counted. Now, this is really interesting because we got to dive into some of the numbers there in Iowa, because there was this poll that was put out over the weekend by Ann Seltzer. She's considered the gold standard there of polling mavens in Iowa, AG in Austin. She had Harris winning Iowa by 3 in her poll. She even considered her poll an outlier here, AG, but obviously we're not seeing that here. Trump getting the state, and it's a pretty sizable margin so far, more than half of votes counted.
Yeah, I mean, the Trump campaign said that, they tell people to look at the Emerson poll, which is more of a 10-point poll. The Seltzer poll, the methodology seemed really weird to me. And, this idea that there's this groundswell of women in this very conservative state that elected Kim Reynolds governor and all of that was moving over to Harris, it didn't make a lot of sense. But, when you look at polls, we know this. It's like it comes down to your sample size. It comes down to your random pick. So you got 600, 800,000 people. Not all those people are created equal. So it looks like a real sampling error from Seltzer, back to the drawing board moment. But, every presidential race has really wild polls. And this just happened to be one of them. And it raised questions about Iowa, but I don't think those questions were legitimate. Obviously, voters did what we expected them to do before this election. Leaving aside that Seltzer poll.
Yeah. So, AG, as I zoom in on the map here, we're starting to see that almost every single battleground, in fact, every single battleground that has results, save for Nevada, which we do not have results in for yet, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona. None of them have been called in Trump's favor yet. All of them so far are, they're light red. They are leaning red right now as Trump is ahead in these races. What does that mean? We saw so many discussions out there saying that this race would be as close as it possibly could be. Is this something that's fascinating you as we're seeing this night progress? I mean, Georgia, North Carolina, we have over 80% of the vote tallied. Over 60% of the vote has been tallied in Pennsylvania. Michigan has just about a quarter of the votes tallied, and over 50% of the votes tallied in Wisconsin, as well as half of the votes tallied in Arizona. Out of those 6 battlegrounds, AG, what's standing out to you?
I mean, to me, it really is the trend. And you have to ask yourself right now, who would rather be, Trump or Harris? And, Trump, basically, his strategy of going all over the place, campaigning everywhere, taking all kinds of questions, even from adversarial media, it seems to have paid off. And, I think voters are responding to the authenticity, to the viscerality of the Trump campaign, to the approach, and to the central question, are you better off 4 years ago? Trump weaved that question in over and over again in his closing argument. And, many of these voters in these states, Michigan, Wisconsin, and so on, they looked at their pocketbooks, their bank balances, their credit cards, and they said, no, we're not better. And, I think Harris not doing press conferences, kind of doing these parachuting in, doing these scripted rallies, I don't think that helped her. I think voters really wanted a connection, especially after the 2020 pandemic election where, Joe Biden basically campaigned from his basement. Harris did a version of that. And the voters seem to be rewarding Donald Trump here.
So, AG, let's just transition briefly here to some of these Senate contests and some of these Western battlegrounds as well here. We're getting results in on the Arizona Senate race. Let's take this. Ruben Gallego up over Lake 53-46 right now with 49% of estimated votes counted. If we can also bring up the Montana Senate race too between Sheehy and Tester, just so we can get a good lowdown of where that race stands at the moment. Let's take that. There you see Sheehy up 56 over Tester's 42 there, with about 5% of estimated votes counted. So Montana still has a kind of long way to go there. But these are the Senate races to watch still now that we are moving our way westward across the country, though some of the other races, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Ohio, those Senate seats, they're still in the mix. They haven't been called yet, at least by the Associated Press. AG.
Yeah, and, Republicans need to flip a couple of these, and even if you go back to 2022, they're saying that 24 would be their year for the Senate. And they've got a lot of opportunities. And I think as Trump rises or falls, so too does the Senate candidates. If you look at the state polling that came out in the various swing states where you had Senate races, the candidates run a couple points behind Trump. So if Trump can win these states by 2 or 3 points, that's very good for a Dave McCormick or Eric Hovde or somebody like that. I think if you look at Montana, I think, Trump's strength is going to lift Sheehy in that race. I don't think Kari Lake has a shot, per se. The polls I saw of Arizona had a lot of split ticket between Trump and Gallego. But, overall, if Republicans can pick off a couple of these Democratic seats, then it's a very good night because they probably will take the House also. So you can see a unified Republican Washington, D.C. next year, and Donald Trump.
Tiebreaker. That would give Republicans control. That would mean they would only need 50. Now, if they want control, regardless of who wins the presidency, they would need 51. Let's tease this out, AG. There are quite a few competitive Senate races around the country: Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. As you mentioned, it's not as competitive in Arizona as it once was. Montana, we are seeing that Jon Tester has a steep uphill battle. Is there really any path to the Democrats maintaining control in the upper chamber at this point?
Not with the way this map is going. It's going to be very difficult. And I think you would need for the Senate candidates to really outperform Harris in state after state. My guess right now is 52, 53 Republican seats. And that's really what you want if you're the Republicans, because it's very hard to maintain a unified caucus in the House or the Senate. So you want that margin to be a couple points higher than just a 50-50 split with Vance casting a bunch of tie-breaking votes. It's really early to tell with these Senate races, but I'm less confident in those than I am in Trump right now. But I really do think Trump is the rising tide that will lift some of these Senate candidates up.
Okay, so in the meantime, A.G. Gankarski with the New York Post, we're going to have to leave it at that. We do appreciate it. We are nearing the top of the hour. Austin Westfall here in the Live Now newsroom with me. But in the meantime, though, speaking of some of these Senate races, I want to put up some of the results. Let's go back to Virginia right now. Take a look at this. Democratic incumbent Tim Kaine there leading over his Republican challenger, Hung Kao. You see there. We also have Tim Kaine speaking live right now to his rally group of supporters. Let's listen.
Embody, and by the progress that you've demonstrated. So it's going to be a long night. We're going to have, however all these results go outside Virginia, we're going to have a lot of work to do. We're going to have a lot of work to do to promote more peace in the world. We're going to have a lot of work to do to create this economy that is not just for a few, but for the many, and expand healthcare options and protect reproductive freedom and fight gun violence and battle for a cleaner environment. And there's so much work to do. But we've shown in Virginia that if we link arms, we can walk side by side. We can andar con la gente. We can walk side by side with people and make progress. So thank you so much for putting your faith in me And you may or may not, over the course of the next 6 years, agree or disagree with this or that, but I won't embarrass you. I won't let you down. I won't cause you to lose a moment of sleep. And we will keep moving Virginia and this country forward. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And then watch TV very late, and we're gonna go win, right? We're gonna go win.
All right, you're just listening in there to Tim Kaine wrapping up some of the speaking to reporters. You can see there the 52-48 margin right now. Not officially called by the AP, but a happy crowd on the hand there in that state of Virginia. All right, we're following it all here on Live Now from Fox. A change of anchor. I'm Andy Mack now in the desk, supplanting Andrew Kraft after a great election night for him, covering all the latest. All right, let's continue on. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. We have more polls closing here at the top of the hour as it gets closer to 8 o'clock Pacific time. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox here on this election night. Thank you so much for joining us. Some 900,000 people tuning in across all of our streaming platforms. So we appreciate you joining us as we're approaching the top of the hour. 8 o'clock on the West Coast is nearing very closely right now. Let's continue on. I do want to put up just some of these Live Now looks, including at Howard University, the Kamala Harris watch party getting going. The vibes there still very high as well, despite what we're seeing in the polls right now, and also in West Palm Beach, Florida, a live look there with all the American flags. Plenty of people excited for this as we're soon to have polls close in California, Oregon, and Washington. And let's continue on. Let's bring in again my colleague here, Austin Westfall, to discuss the latest of what we're seeing from this on the West Coast. Austin, thank you so much for joining us. So what are we looking at now, and what do we expect here as polls close in just a matter of minutes on the West Coast?
Good to be with you, Andy Mack, and props to our colleague Andrew Kraft for a 5-hour-long marathon, manning the controls there. Let's get into the maps. So here's what we're talking about. We're going to be watching some of these West Coast states now. At this point, polls are going to be closing in, and it looks like we had a misstep there, but polls are going to be closing in states like California, Oregon, and Washington at the top of the hour. We do, of course, unless something completely surprising happens, we do expect that those 3 states will fall in the blue category. Now, what's going to be interesting, though, about these states is in the House. We haven't really been checking in on the balance of power in the House so far. The magic number is 218, Andy Mack. Right now, the Republicans have secured 152 of those seats, Democrats 98. Why am I talking about this on the West Coast? That's because there are tons of toss-up races all along this coast. So many of them in California. There's one specifically in southwestern Washington. That's going to be a particularly close one. Bend, Oregon has a close toss-up race. California's Central Valley, parts of Southern California, there's 5 House seats in California alone, currently owned by the GOP, but they're considered to be complete toss-up races. That's why it's been, as the weeks have developed, it's been much tougher for pundits to forecast who may control the House. There are so many tight races. And another thing to mention about the Andy Mack is that not only are these going to be super tight, but if they're as tight as they have been in years past, it could be so close that it could take days, if not over a week, to get some of these things done. That's the House.
A lot to get to with that. And let's talk about the Senate seat in California, as we're expecting that one potentially close with Adam Schiff, the Democrat there, going up against Republican Steve Garvey. What do we make of this, and what is kind of the outlook on this in the Senate, and how does it the balance of power factor in all of this in California?
So ultimately, as far as the question of balance of power goes, we don't expect California to make any seismic shifts with the balance of power. We don't consider this race to be a toss-up like we do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, states of that nature. California is an interesting one, as you can see. That might be a familiar name to some people. Steve Garvey, he was a first baseman. He played for the Dodgers. He played for the Padres in mostly the 70s and the 80s. He is running as a Republican against Adam Schiff. Adam Schiff led the charge on the impeachment process during Trump's first impeachment. As soon as polls close, we may get an early call in this race. Of course, any statewide race in California would be expected to fall blue, but no results from the Associated Press as of right now, and it looks like the clock just hit 8 p.m. on the West Coast. So polls closing, we should start to see some color, Andy Mack, in some of these states here shortly.
Yeah, and the colors will start lighting up any minute now, as you mentioned, just the 8 o'clock hour there, as we're continuing to follow it on the West Coast as we're moving east to west.
And I'll mention, it just happened right now, just as we were speaking. So Washington, and there we go. So we're seeing some of these Senate races. Washington, as soon as the polls close, and this is just how reliably blue these states are. I'm going to just guess. Zero, yes, there's zeros on these. There's probably zeros on California as well. That's because the AP has such confidence in these states. As soon as results start coming in, they're going to be so overwhelmingly blue that they feel comfortable calling these races as soon as the results start coming through. So, Adam Schiff going to be the senator in California for 6 years, and it appears there as Washington as well. We're going to see so no numbers there as well, but still, Maria Cantwell going to be starting off her 6-year Senate tenure in the state of Washington. Andy.
All right, very, very interesting. West Coast, we're following it very closely. Also, we're going to check back in with you over the course of the evening, as we've had over the last several hours as well, but we appreciate your time. Let's get out to more different conversations here as we're hearing now west to east, as I do want to put up just this, one of the most recent calls there in Idaho being called for the President Donald Trump as well. So I do want to put up just this, those 4 electoral votes going for Donald Trump in Idaho. 4 electoral votes is kind of the balance of power as we talk about all those electoral votes being cast up. So we're hearing different ones about Nebraska. You know about the split one there with that, but also in Maine, we're talking about. All right, and we're also getting more about Washington as well. So let's continue to follow the latest here, as you can see just the excitement within this watch party there in West Palm Beach in Florida at this watch party, as they maybe see some of these results come in themselves, see the excitement of there, as instead on the other side in the watch party at Howard University, it is Kamala Harris eventually getting the decision, 12 electoral votes in her favor going for the Vice President Kamala Harris on the West Coast. As you did hear from Austin Westfall, those going blue very, very quickly. The blue for Washington, we just see it go blue for Oregon. Let's bring in Austin one more time here as we're getting this about this. What do we make of this decision? And give me a breakdown of this here, Austin.
Yeah, just like the Senate, just like we were just talking about, as soon as the polls closed, the AP feels confident enough to call these Western states in favor of Harris.